It was the time of sunset. The sky had gotten darker. It was getting colder outside. Even in the darkness, the Dragon Palace was bustling with multiple color lights. To the people, it was as if the Dragon Palace never seems to sleep. In fact, during nighttime, the Dragon Palace can be seen from a very far distance. While the citizens of the Eastern Empire were heading home and preparing to stay home as the night of winter is very harsh, the Eastern Emperor and his family were waiting to welcome a certain special guest tonight. They should arrive at any given second. Right now Aditya, Julia, Alicia, Ria, Watson, Leo, and Clara along with her pet half-wolf dragon were waiting for the honored family. Alicia and Ria were standing next to Julia. Even though neither of them showed it, both girls were slightly nervous to meet Julia's parents. From Julia, both girls have heard what kind of man Julia's father was. The teleportation array was built within the Dragon Palace. Not even a whole 15 seconds had passed since Julia spoke, and the 9 rune circles of the teleportation array lit up. The light from the 9 rune circles intensified with each passing second. In the next second, 3 figures appeared at the center of the teleportation array. Another second later, the bright light began to dim down, revealing the familiar faces of the 3 figures whom Aditya hadn't seen in a while. Welcome to the Eastern Empire. Adam looked at Aditya for a second before looking at the other figures who were standing behind him. Julia, my child, I missed you. Both Julia and Sophia hugged each other. It has been a while since they had last seen each other. After Aditya's visit, Julia has made sure to see her parents and her little brother at least once every 2 or 3 weeks. Though Julia never stayed in her parents' mansion whenever she visited them. Especially after losing her virginity to Aditya, it has become normal thing for her to sleep with Aditya. Though that Sundara princess wouldn't say it, over time she now can't sleep without Aditya. Every night, after their night activities, she would sleep in his arms, which was more comfortable than any pillow in this world. As Julia and Sophia both hugged each other, little Zach, whom Aditya hadn't seen in a while, ran up to him. Big brother, Zach hugged his waist and buried his face in his stomach. Aditya smiled and gently caressed his purple hair. Zach was the male version of Julia. He was born handsome. Even at this age, his face was attracting the attention of many young nobles. Julia even told Aditya that Zach was very popular in the noble circle. After the Prince of Echo Dominion Empire, Zach was the second most sought partner in the empire. How have you been? Aditya asked while looking at Adam and nodded at him before turning his attention to Alicia and Ria. I have been doing well. I started cultivating around a month ago as well. Over the last few months, Zach had slightly taller. The baby fat on his face was starting to disappear. Aditya noticed that Zach had started to cultivate. Little Zach peeked behind Aditya to notice 2 beautiful ladies who were equally beautiful as his sisters. Noticing his curious gaze, both of them smiled at him. Aditya also noticed this and smiled. Father, this is Alicia Osborne. She is the princess of the Ethereal Empire. She is my second fiancée. Aditya did not hesitate to say the last part even though he was sure that he might get punched in his face by Adam. Knowing this man's character, the Dragon King was very sure he would be punched. But to his surprise, Adam just calmly nodded his head. He did not show any expression of anger. Unlike his wild attitude, surprisingly the wild lion was very tame today. From the corner of his eyes, he noticed Sophia smiling while hugging Julia. He must have been advised by Sophia before coming here. Aditya thought in his mind. Meanwhile, Alicia was very happy with Aditya's words. Aditya openly accepted his relationship with her and even acknowledged it to Julia's father. This was a very big thing for her. And she is Ria Tombrook. Ria is the princess of the celestial terrain. On hearing Ria's name and learning that she was the princess of the celestial terrain, both Sophia and Adam widened their eyes in shock. The 7 goddesses were extremely famous throughout the world. More than hundreds of millions always wished to at least meet one of these goddesses. Unfortunately for those who wanted to meet one of the goddesses, the identity of all the goddesses has always been a secret. But there was one goddess whose identity was never hidden. It was the identity of the goddess of nature. Ria, being the princess of the celestial terrain, never felt the need of hiding her identity. In the celestial terrain, Ria was almost worshipped. If anyone said even a single word against their goddess, the elves would go crazy. Huge riots and protests would take place all over the celestial terrain. It wouldn't be wrong to say that Ria was even more influential and popular than her mother, who was the elf empress. Adam quickly recovered his calm. From a young age, he was used to meeting influential people. He gave a polite small bow to greet Ria and Alicia. Both goddesses returned the bow with bowing in response. Neither Alicia nor Ria would ever bow their heads to anyone, but Adam here was Julia's father. Both goddesses had huge respect for him. Father, this is Leo and this is Clara. Clara. Both of them are my adoptive siblings. Leo and Clara widened their eyes in shock. Aditya just acknowledged them as his adoptive siblings in front of Julia's parents. This might be a small matter to Aditya, but this was certainly a huge thing for Leo and Clara. Leo became emotional. He would have even shed a tear if he was alone. Even the young Clara's eyes became red hearing Aditya's words. After introducing everyone, Aditya led them inside the Dragon Palace. While walking in, Adam, Sophia, and Zach looked around. The 3 of them found the interior of the Dragon Palace to be extremely captivating. Aditya, I have heard many things about the Dragon Palace. But after seeing it with my own eyes, I must admit, the Dragon Palace is out of this world. I would even dare say that no other palace in the world or in history could be compared to it. When comparing the Dragon Palace with the Royal Palace where the Echo Dominion Emperor lived, the Emperor's palace looked more like a fortress, while the Dragon Palace looked like something out of this world. I did have to gather a huge amount of materials to build it. Also, given the abilities that the Dragon Palace provided him and the people of his empire, Aditya did not regret using such a huge reserve of resources to make the Dragon Palace. Watson, how have you been doing? Adam asked. Adam was surprised to find Watson's cultivation. The old weak butler that once served him and called him master before he got married, now had become young again. Not just young, but also have become very strong. Adam could feel that the current Watson could give a tough fight to the commander of the honored house, Eddie Wood. Little did Adam know that if Watson were to use dragon transformation, then he would easily defeat Eddie Wood. I have been doing well, Your Majesty. Thank you for asking. Watson now worked for Aditya and Aditya was his only master. Your brother, Walter, had asked you to return home once in a while. He would like to see you. Watson nodded his head with a nostalgic look. He also wanted to see his twin brother. It has been a while since he saw him. Everyone sat down at the dining table. Adam and Sophia sat next to each other. Julia and her little brother sat next to each other. Leo and Clara sat next to Alicia. Ria sat next to Aditya. Watson and other maids began to serve dinner. By the way, it seems His Majesty, the Emperor of the Echo Dominion wants to meet you for a meeting. He wants to officially make the Echo Dominion Empire an ally of the Eastern Empire and also discuss the idea of collaborating and using the resources of both empires to make powerful cannons. The Echo Dominion Empire still officially hadn't become the Eastern Empire's ally. But everyone knew that the Echo Dominion was a very close ally of the Eastern Empire. Before, the Echo Dominion Emperor wanted to have a good relationship with a dragon who have managed to awaken a divine dragon bloodline, but given how powerful the Eastern Empire has become under Aditya's rule, now the Emperor wished to become a close ally of the Eastern Empire. Being an ally of the Eastern Empire would give him many benefits and would also add another layer of protection to his empire's security. Honey, you can talk about such things later. Let's enjoy dinner first. Adam nodded his head. After having dinner, the family had a talk that lasted for almost 4 hours. Everyone sat in the living room and talked to each other. Watson, Aditya, Leo, and Adam were having a more serious conversation. The topic of their discussion revolved around cultivation, politics, and social issues. It was mostly Aditya and Adam who brought up these topics, while Watson and Leo sometimes gave their opinion. Leo mostly listened as he didn't have much knowledge about these. The girls, Clara, Sophia, Julia, Ria, and Alicia, talked about completely different things. Their topic of discussion was very random. At first, Sophia approached the girls. She started the topic with something that would make every girl on the planet interested. It was the topic of beauty products. While talking, Sophia learned more about the personalities of Clara, Alicia, and Ria. As for little Zach, he had long gone to sleep. Before coming here, Adam was training Zach. It seems today Adam went a little too far with Zach. As a result, Zach was left pretty exhausted. After having dinner, the little boy didn't have the energy to explore the entire Dragon Palace, so Watson took him to one of the guest rooms and let him sleep there. Auntie, I am sure you and my mother will instantly become friends if both of you were to meet each other. After talking with Sophia, Alicia realized that Sophia and her mother Bianca both had the same character and personality. Alicia can find many similarities between her mother and Julia's mother. I also would love to meet your mother and also your family one day. Sophia would love to meet the goddess of wealth's mother. Okay everyone, enough talking. I think it's time to go to bed. Even though everyone here was a cultivator and was many times stronger compared to a normal human, sleeping had become a habit that followed. It wouldn't be a problem for everyone to go without sleep for days. Powerful cultivators like Adam and Aditya can go without sleeping for even months. But both of them preferred to sleep at night as they have been doing this ever since they were born as a mortal. Every great cultivator is born as a mortal, and when they start their cultivation, they take their first very step towards becoming immortal. But even after becoming immortal, some routines that they used to do as mortals remain with them. For example, bathing and eating. A 5th order cultivator doesn't need to eat or take a bath. Even if a 5th order cultivator doesn't eat or sleep for a few years, nothing will happen to him. That cultivator won't feel hungry or smell bad. But every 5th order cultivator eats 3 meals per day and also takes regular baths. This is because eating, bathing, and sleeping had become habits that they can't discard. Girls, we can continue our conversation tomorrow. Sophia and Adam were planning on staying for at least a week. The family of 3 was on a vacation. Sophia wanted Adam to have some free worryless time here. For the next 7 days, Sophia is going to spend almost every single second and minute learning about the life that her daughter had here and the people who lived with her daughter. Since his wife had told him to stop, Adam decided to end the conversation even though there were so many things that he wanted to talk about with Aditya. Adam felt he can keep talking about various things for hours. Talking to Aditya was really helpful. Aditya was so young, yet there were so many things that Adam can learn from him. Father, tomorrow, if you have time, let's go somewhere. Where do you want to go? Adam asked with a confused look. It's a place in the southern region. It's located near the edge of the Eastern Empire's borders. I was planning on going there alone, but I think it would be more fun if I bring you with me. Sure, I also had planned of visiting the southern region one day. I would love to see your territory in the southern region. Watson led Adam and Sophia to a bedroom that was next to Zach's room. The Dragon Palace had hundreds of bedrooms. Most of the bedrooms were left empty and were collecting dust. It would take a long time for the maids to clean all the bedrooms. After Sophia and Adam left, Leo took his little sister to her bedroom. Now only Ria, Alicia, Julia, and Aditya remained. Julia was the first one to leave as she feared being teased by Alicia or Ria. Both of them never wasted the opportunity of teasing Julia whenever they were alone. Tomorrow, do you girls have any plans? Aditya asked. Yes, we're going to accompany Julia's mother shopping. Tomorrow is going to be a long day for us. Strangely, both Alicia and Ria looked very excited about shopping. No matter which world it is, girls of every world love to shop. Aditya thought in his mind. Alright, enjoy yourself. Good night. Seeing leave, Ria sighed, feeling slightly depressed. Even after 2.5 months, she still feels jealous of Julia, but not to the extent that she would do any harm to her sister. I am also going to sleep. Good night. Saying that, Alicia turned around to leave. The princess was slightly disappointed. Even though Aditya has accepted his feelings for her, he is yet to make any move on her. And every day watching Aditya and Julia flirt, Alicia also wanted the man whom she loved to do the same to her. Click. The goddess entered her bedroom feeling disappointed. The next moment, before Alicia could react, 2 strong pairs of holding her. The princess found her face buried in someone's chest. From his body fragrance, she was able to identify who this man was. Realizing this, a smile appeared on the goddess's face. Alicia closed her eyes and enjoyed this moment. Deep down, she even wished for the time to stop so that she can keep holding like this forever. Listening to his heartbeat, being held by his strong arms, inhaling his fragrance that for some reason was very addictive for her, and listening to his heartbeat while burying her face in his chest was the best feeling in this world. For a split second, Alicia wanted to become selfish and wanted Aditya all to herself. Right now, hugging him was the most satisfying thing for the goddess. After a long day of hard work, the goddess took his hug as a reward to recharge her body and her spirituality. It would be a lie to say that Aditya has ignored her. He always gave his attention to Alicia and made sure to spend quality time with her. Aditya gently stroked her hair. He can feel her soft body pressing against his. Aditya made sure to control his strength and not hug Alicia too tightly. Otherwise, even given how frightening his physical strength was, he could end up hurting his wife. Alicia and Aditya both were mid-3 order cultivators, but the power gap between them is huge. Aditya was a dragon, so naturally, his stats were much higher than the cultivators of his cultivation order. Adding to that, staying in the Dragon Palace passively increased his base stats by 150%. Alicia once again smiled as she felt him patting her. This kind of small act really touched her and made her very happy. She can also sense how gently he was holding her. He was holding her as if she was the most fragile thing in the whole world. How did you suddenly appear in my room? After more than 5 minutes of silently hugging each other, Alicia finally broke the silence. She raised her head and glanced at Aditya's face. Her soft chest was still pressing against his body. Feelings of love, and the desire to rub someone's body all over, those are perfectly pure and healthy feelings. Alicia didn't mind as she was doing this with the man whom she loved. Alicia would never say it, but deep down she wanted to go beyond just hugging. She wanted to move to the next step, but the inexperienced goddess was too shy to ask. She was afraid of being teased by Aditya. Guess? Aditya asked with a teasing smile on his face. He had put his arms on her soft and slim waist. Alicia pouted, which only made her look cuter and more adorable. Seeing her face, Aditya couldn't resist his urge and ended up pinching the goddess's cheek. Pa! Alicia gently slapped away Aditya's arm that pinched her cheek. Even when the goddess was a small child, she hated it when people or the members of her own family pinched her cheeks. Now calm down, my little kitten. It's just a harmless pinch. How is that? Aditya did not reply. He instead pulled her even closer to him, his body, as he tightened his arms around her waist. Alicia slightly blushed as she can feel her chest firmly pressing against his hard body. Aditya moved his head closer to her right ear and whispered. Princess, if you touch me that much, why don't you me somewhere else? I am sure you will love it. Saying that, he began to circle with his fingers around her waist, making her shiver while the blush on her face intensified further. The princess lowered her head, feeling shy. Her heart began to beat wildly. Her thought was out of control. Her mind was a mess. Her body began to yearn for his touch. Seeing this, Aditya couldn't control himself anymore. He went further and gently bit a small part of her right ear. This time the goddess's entire body shuddered as if she was being electrocuted. The feelings of her heart resonated with her body as she strongly held Aditya as if she had no desire to ever stop hugging him. Never did she think that something small as this could feel this stimulating. Both looked at each other. The feelings in her heart were so strong that Aditya found it extremely difficult to resist her charm tonight. I love you. I will protect you with my own life and soul. May Mother Nature hear my thoughts and become the witness as I take my oath to forever protect this woman till the end of time. I will protect you, I will love you, I will never let you shed tears of sadness, and most importantly, even if you want to leave me, I will never let you leave me. I love you with my whole heart. You're my only man and my only husband in this life and in my next life if reincarnation exists. I will love you forever. May Mother Nature hear my thoughts and become the witness as I take my oath to walk with you forever till the end of time. I will never leave you even if the world stops moving, I will never stop loving you, I will do everything in my power to become the perfect wife for you, and most importantly, even if I die, I want you and only you as my husband in my next life and the life after that. Tonight, 2 hearts finally connected to each other forever. Heaven and earth were witnesses to their oaths to stay with each other forever and love each other forever. Tonight, a strong bond between both of their souls was formed. Tonight was the night of oaths. It was a beautiful night of promises. And it was the night of promises. Aditya did not wait any longer. Neither did Alicia. Both of them closed their eyes. A second later both of their lips touched. Their kiss was the seal to their promises. Meanwhile, the goddess of alchemy was lying on the bed and waiting for Aditya. Ever since Aditya had taken her first time, both of them had begun to sleep together. At first, Julia was very shy and embarrassed about the whole thing. But she slowly got used to it. Every night it had become a habit of hers to engage in some nightly activities with Aditya and then lay in his arms and sleep. Sleeping in his arms was the best feeling in the whole world. And just like other nights, Julia was waiting for Aditya. Even though she always denies it, she really enjoys doing it with Aditya. Every night the dragon monarch would leave her totally exhausted. After entering their room, the goddess first took a quick bath. She then changed her clothes to something slightly revealing and had a bit of sexiness. The nightgown that wore was deep purple in color. The nightgown hugged her curves and perfectly revealed her curves to Aditya. The nightgown perfectly exposed her thighs and a bit of her cleavage. Aditya wanted Julia to wear this. At first, Julia disagreed as she felt she would die of shame if anyone saw her in that dress. Fortunately, Aditya managed to convince her in the end. In the morning, the goddess would first enter the washroom and change her nightgown. Other than Aditya, no one in the entire dragon palace has seen her in nightgown. Where is he? It has been more than 20 minutes since Julia came. The goddess was feeling a little impatient while waiting for Aditya. Without needing to guess, Julia can tell Aditya must be talking to either Rhea or Alicia. Every night Aditya would give some of his time to both goddesses. These last few months, Julia has been thinking about something. She even talked to her mother regarding this matter. The day Aditya completely changed, the day he stopped being an addict, and the day he started to change the Eastern Empire, Julia knew that he would have multiple wives in the future. At that time she obviously didn't imagine herself becoming his wife. But within a month or two, he managed to make her fall for him. This guy has great luck around beautiful women. Sometimes Julia wondered why Aditya was so handsome and also so good at almost everything. This guy was like a magnet attracting girls from the left, right, back, and front. Julia was jealous when Aditya was surrounded by girls. Which girl wouldn't be jealous in her situation? But Julia knew that these kinds of obsessive-type thoughts wouldn't allow her to maintain a healthy relationship with the other goddesses. But she can't help it. In fact, there were times when the goddess even doubted her beauty. She even doubted if Aditya preferred Rhea and Alicia over her. Rhea was very beautiful and also very mature. Alicia was very charming and was a princess. Whereas Julia was just the daughter of a duke and compared to both goddesses she felt her charm was lacking. Fortunately talking to her mother really helped her. Sophia helped her daughter understand that every goddess has their own merits and demerits. Also, Aditya's actions always have kept her secure. No matter where they were or what situation they were in, he would always treat the three of them equally. The answer that Sophia gave Julia to maintain a healthy relationship is to close the distance and become sisters. Rhea, Alicia, and Julia neither had met each other before. They were completely stranger. Directly or indirectly, the three of them met each other because of him. When Aditya wasn't with them, Julia spends her free time bonding with Rhea and Alicia. Rhea and Alicia also do the same. As a result, the three of them now had great relationships. Each girl lacked in some areas while excelling in some other fields. Another 10 minutes later, Aditya teleported to his bedroom. Seeing his face, Julia understood that something must have happened. However, she did not get angry. Both Alicia and Rhea were also his future wives and deserved his attention. Where were you? Julia asked. While Aditya was away, the goddess started reading a book that was written by a famous alchemist master at the end of his life. This book was full of knowledge and guidance for an alchemist. I was with Alicia. Aditya had no reason to hide where he was. It was not like he was cheating on her. Both of them were his fiancée. After replying, the dragon monarch sat next to Julia. After all the kissing and hugging, Aditya needed to let it out. Otherwise, he won't be able to sleep. Wife, are you jealous? Aditya asked seeing Julia ignoring him and continuing to read an old book. Julia wasn't jealous, rather she was embarrassed as she knew that they were about to do that. Julia closed the book and looked at Aditya. What do you think? She asked in a neutral tone. She pretended to be angry with Aditya. He did not reply. He decided to show his feelings for her through his actions. He moved very fast. Before Julia could react, the book that she was reading was taken away from her. He put the book on the table near the bed. Why did you take my book? I wanted to continue reading. Julia asked with an angry look. It seems my wife is lying to me again. Since my wife is lying to me, as her husband I must punish her. Saying that he grabbed her waist and pulled her towards him. Julia tried to struggle or get away but she couldn't overpower Aditya in any way. Julia found herself beneath Aditya just like the day when he took her virginity. Both of her hands were pinned above her head with his right hand. Let me go. In reality, the goddess was too embarrassed. Every night, unless Aditya takes the initiative, the goddess would never ask or even hint about having nightly activities. And even now she was lying as she was too embarrassed to take the initiative. Even after sleeping with her for a month, if the light was on, the goddess would never strip. She was too shy in such matters. But once they start doing it, the goddess's character completely changes. She becomes bolder. Especially her moans become very loud. If Aditya hadn't placed a sound-concealing barrier in their bedroom, he was sure that her voice would be heard all over the dragon palace. Using his left hand he pinched one of her nipples, making her moan out loud. Ah! Once her moan got out, her face immediately turned red as she stared at him. Your body is really honest. Tonight I am not going to let you sleep. No, wait. The goddess's pleading was completely ignored. For the next 4 to 5 hours, Aditya and Julia were engaged in a hot steamy night session. Compared to previous night sessions, this one lasted longer. In the end, the goddess simply ran out of stamina to continue. Next morning. Everyone woke up in time and had breakfast together. Sophia noticed several hickeys on her daughter's neck which she tried to cover with makeup but failed to do it properly. Also, as an experienced woman, she can tell many things just from taking a look at her daughter. Today her daughter's skin was glowing. She looked more beautiful compared to yesterday. Also, there was a happy and satisfied smile on her face. Sophia was sure that Aditya and Julia has done it last night. To not embarrass her daughter, Sophia did not speak about it in front of everyone. After having breakfast, all the girls went shopping. The girls took little Zach with them. Meanwhile, the boys had different kinds of work to do. Today was Leo's first day at school. After breakfast, he went to school. Watson returned to Abigail City to meet his twin brother and his family. While Aditya and Adam went to the southern region to explore the ruins. Scene change _______. Somewhere in the middle of the southern region, near the central plains where the battle between the Southern Fire Dragon Empire and the Northern Frost Dragon Empire had taken place, there was an infamous place. Nobody lived here or did ever try to take over this place as this area was filled with tall mountain ranges. These mountains were almost 4,000 meters above sea level. The area in this region always remained extremely cold even during the months of summer. As a result, no human ever lived here. Only certain types of magic animals inhabited these mountain ranges. There were hardly any trees on top of these mountains. For many millennia people ignored something that was hidden deep in the mountain ranges. When the people discovered that there is an ancient and undiscovered ruins of some ancient civilizations, thousands of adventurers began to come here to explore these ruins with the hopes of finding something rare or precious. Really, thank you very much to all those who send support with valuable gold. It had just stopped snowing. The mountains were cold as ever. The temperature in this area was very cold even for first order and second order cultivators. Throughout the year, this area is always covered in a thick layer of frost. Cold wind blows everywhere. Around 4 or 5 months ago, before the ruins were discovered, no one came to this area. Who would want to come to such a cold and tall mountain region that has no trees, and only has wild, powerful, and furious magic animals? After the ruins were discovered by a group of mercenaries who were passing by, many humans and other races began to come here. The ruin was a great place of attraction for the cultivators and the adventurers. Many rogue cultivators and adventurer parties came here to search the ruins with the hope of finding something valuable here. While the ordinary people and the merchants saw this as an opportunity. The people started building inns, hotels, restaurants, and taverns, where the adventurers and the rogue cultivators would be able to enjoy themselves and take proper rest before heading to explore the ruin. The business in this area developed very quickly. Naturally, this also attracted the attention of many thugs and gangsters. The different gangs fought among themselves to determine who was going to control this area. One gang managed to win this brutal bloody fight and get control of this entire area. Now every month all the merchants and ordinary people have to pay a big amount as protection fees. Otherwise, the gang wouldn't let them run their business. In some cases, members of the gangs would kill the merchants. Why don't you just send a few thousand soldiers to take this area under your control? Adam couldn't help but ask. On their way here, Aditya told Adam the things that Watson told him about this area. Aditya had learned of his ruin around a month ago when a powerful group of adventurers decided to explore the ruin. But they never returned. Since these days Aditya is free, he decided to personally come here and explore the ruins. Who knows, maybe he will find something very interesting. Before deciding to take any actions, I want to see the situation in this area with my own eyes. This is one of the reasons he came here today. Even if Aditya takes this area, no one would stop him. The Northern Frost Dragon Empire might have stopped him if only the White Dragon Emperor still lived, but with the Empire being caught in an internal conflict, the Empire didn't have time to focus on Aditya or the Eastern Empire. Both father and son were walking toward the area that was named after the ruin, Shattered Icy Ruin. Looking at the area around the Shattered Icy Ruin, Aditya and Adam felt like they were heading into a village. There were hundreds of houses. Some of the buildings were made from wood while some were made from the earth using magic. All the buildings and houses were built around 10 meters giant glowing dark blue portal. All the structures were built 50 radii away from the portal. Near the portal, many adventurers and rogue cultivators were talking to each other while some of them looked like they were waiting. While a few of the adventurer parties travel through the portal. Whenever someone or a certain party would stand very close to the portal would suck them inside. As for where the portal took them, the portal teleported them to the Shattered Icy Ruin. Aditya and Adam of them were wearing black cloaks that covered their entire bodies. Both of them didn't bother to put on a disguise. Aditya didn't think that anyone here would find out his identity or Adam's identity. Even if their identities were exposed, it's not like anyone can do anything to them. Aditya and Adam were talking among a large crowd that was made up of rogue cultivators and adventurer parties. All of them had come here to explore the shattered icy ruin. Every time a ruin was discovered, the people who gathered their courage to explore the ruin always ended up finding something very valuable. There have been times when cultivators have discovered powerful artifacts, magical swords, spears, bows, gauntlets, magic books, magical armor, and many other rare and valuable things. Entering the shattered icy ruin town, Aditya and Adam, both of them spotted the presence of some powerful cultivators in the town. With the crowd, both of them walked toward the portal. Walking near the portal, Aditya discovered that there was a very thin dome-shaped barrier around the portal. The dome-shaped barrier covered 50 meters radii of the portal. Hold, if you guys want to enter, then you guys must pay 10,000 royal gold coins as entry fees. 10,000 royal gold coins per head. Obviously, the gang had placed this rule so that they can keep earning whenever any adventurer or rogue cultivator wanted to explore the ruins. What the gangs did not tell anyone is that, if any adventurer or cultivator found any rare valuable object, the gangs would snatch that object for themselves. So far no one has found anything in the ruin. This is also one of the reasons why so many people are willing to spend 10,000 royal gold coins to try their luck inside the ruin. Who knows, they might become the lucky person. 10,000 royal gold coins. Are you crazy? Do you know how hard it is to earn 10,000 royal gold coins? One of the rogue cultivators couldn't hold his anger. 10,000 royal gold coins were 1 million gold coins, which was a huge sum. Every rogue cultivator or adventurer party couldn't have 10,000 royal gold coins. It would take more than a year even for a rank adventurer party member to earn 10,000 individually if the party didn't take any breaks and constantly took a rank tasks. If you don't have it, then leave, no one is stopping you. But if you make any problem here, you will be killed. This place is not for beggars like you. The thug replied in a cold tone while releasing a little bit of his killing intent that turned the rogue cultivator's face pale. 10,000 royal gold coins was a very small amount for Aditya, who was the emperor of the Eastern Empire that controlled more than 50% of the total land of 2 major regions of the continent. Even if it was paying 1 million or 10 million royal gold coins, Aditya would have paid the amount both for himself and his father. The same also goes for Adam. 10,000 royal gold was a very insignificant amount for him. Adam was Aditya's guest and also his father. Why should he let Adam pay when he had more than enough money collecting dust in his storage ring? Here. This storage ring has 20,000 royal gold coins for both of us. The thug who stopped them took the money. He then let Aditya and Adam pass while others also prepared to pay the sum. When Aditya and Adam walked in, both of them attracted the attention of a few people. Mainly because the fact that Adam was a fourth-order cultivator and his muscular-built body and with his stern expression made him look very strong. Both father and son didn't waste any time. Both of them approached the portal. After the party of adventurers before them was sucked inside, both of them stood right in front of the portal. The next second, Aditya felt a strong pull around his body. The pull on his body was so strong that he knew even if he tried to resist this suction force with all of his powers and might, he won't be able to resist even for a second. So instead of resisting, he let his body be pulled inside the portal. Aditya and Adam both made a mistake that they are soon going to find out. The party of adventurers before them held their hands together. But Adam and Aditya didn't. When Aditya opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the ground. The place where he was teleported to was certainly a very special and also very unique place. Standing up, the dragon monarch took some time to appreciate the wonderful and also unforgettable view of this place. He had found himself in a forest with many kinds of trees. He can only recognize a few kinds of trees, the rest of the trees around him were very foreign to him. For a moment he even wondered if he had come to a different world. Aditya has never seen these kinds of trees before. It was the time of the night. During the nighttime, the forest is consumed in darkness. Dangerous magic animals come out of their caves to hunt at the time of night. Yet the forest around him appeared to be glowing. There were even certain types of trees that glowed in a greenish-golden color. What made these trees so unique was not only their greenish-golden glow but also their unique shape and size. The trees were only around 2 to 4 meters in height. Compared to the species of trees, these trees had very few leaves. But all the leaves of this tree were 2 times larger compared to other trees of its size, and also all the leaves were glowing in greenish-golden color. Even the leaves of this tree had a small greenish-golden in them. Aditya can see that this forest has many of these trees. Even an ordinary human would be able to see everything in this forest. Of course, not all the trees glowed. But the ones that did glow helped Aditya find his path through the forest. I don't know where I have found myself. I should try to get out of this forest. Aditya decided to head straight as he could see a small dot-like red light in the distance. As he was about to run at his full speed, suddenly a crimson firefly flew before him and then sat on a tree. What kind of firefly is that? Seeing fireflies had become a very rare thing back in his previous world. Not everyone had the privilege of seeing one in their entire life. But Aditya was able to see them very often when he was very young and visited his village during summer break. Aditya wanted to bring this firefly back home to show it to Julia, Ria, and Alicia. But he knew doing this would kill the firefly, as the firefly would leave it a habit and won't be able to survive outside. While the outside world was experiencing cold and harsh winter, strangely this place was moist and wet. Almost as if it had rained here a while ago. There is no doubt that this forest was the most beautiful forest that he had ever seen or have ever been to. I wish could bring Julia, Alicia, and Ria here. Really, thank you very much to all those. Bang! Aditya was sent flying in the direction of the east. He was sent flying so fast that everything around him became a blur. He could feel his entire body in pain. Bang! Aditya was crushed on a rocky mountain. From his impact, the rocky mountain itself cracked and then collapsed. Ah! The dragon monarch coughed out a mouthful of blood. His consciousness was on the verge of fading. His mind couldn't process any information due to the intense pain coursing throughout his body. Before Aditya could understand what was happening, the mystical forest around him, the fireflies, and the unique trees which had never been seen before, all began to disappear. Even the night sky and the wet atmosphere began to change. Everything began to fade and turn white. Within a few seconds, Aditya found himself lying in a huge crater that was formed on a rocky mountain. Everything around him had changed to white. There were no signs of greenery or trees around him. Aditya had no idea where he was or what had happened to him. Around 10 seconds later, he was able to process some information. Without needing to open his eyes, he found to feel that he was lying on 1,000 small pieces of stone. It seems these stones were part of the rocky mountain, but from his crushing impact, the rocky mountain itself broke into pieces. Another 10 seconds later, he finally was able to open his eyes and scan the surroundings. Opening his eyes, the first thing that fell that he saw was the sky. The clear starry sky now had been covered with black clouds. The beautiful forest around him was long gone. There wasn't even a single trace of the forest. For a moment, Aditya couldn't help but think that he has been teleported to a different place. Compared to the fresh air, the air of this place is heavy and polluted. Aditya didn't waste any time. He quickly took out a 5-star recovery pill and ate it without wasting a single second, as he knew there was an enemy that he needed to defeat before he could relax here. As the pill passed down his throat, a green aura surrounded him. The green aura rapidly began to heal his body. His torn muscles, organs, damaged tissues, and his shattered or broken bones all rapidly began to heal. He also noticed a decrease in pain throughout his body. While Aditya was recovering, a being approached him with a white sword. Tap! 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 Aditya was able to hear the sound of footsteps. He quickly stood up while taking out his black sword. As his eyes fell on his enemy, his entire body for a second trembled. F.A., father. Aditya's voice trembled as he looked at the figure whom he respected and loved from the bottom of his heart. The person standing 20 meters away from Aditya was his adoptive father. Flashback __. The current Aditya looked very different from the Aditya of the future. The current Aditya was only 16 years old. He was a young naive man who knew next to nothing about the cruel world around him. Him. Being the son of the strongest dragon empire on the planet. F.A., father. Aditya's voice trembled as he looked at the figure whom he respected and loved from the bottom of his heart. The person standing 20 meters away from Aditya was his adoptive father. When Aditya was exiled from his royal family and his title as the prince was taken away, he was sent to the eastern region of the dying continent. The eastern region of that time was considered to be one of the most underdeveloped places on this planet. The order of this region was in chaos. The power structure would change every decade or so. Even a third-order cultivator was considered a huge powerhouse in this region. But after the Eastern Empire came all these changes. Flashback __. The current Aditya looked very different from the Aditya of the future. The current Aditya was only 16 years old. He was a young naive man who knew next to nothing about the cruel world around him. Being the son of the strongest dragon empire on the planet and as its future crown prince, Aditya had grown slightly arrogant as well. Aditya lived a life that would make even some emperors die out of envy and jealousy. The amount of wealth that he had in his pocket alone was more than the combined wealth of the entire eastern region of the dying continent. However, the wealth in his pocket wasn't even a fraction of the enormous amount of wealth that his father, the emperor, possessed. Aditya lived his life like a king. When his married the 7 goddesses was announced, there was no doubt Aditya became a person that stood at the very top of this world. Everyone was sure that with the support of the 7 goddesses and as the emperor of the strongest dragon empire on the planet, no one can get away with offending Aditya. Aditya was truly the future. As a result, one had to think 10 times before saying anything to Aditya. Growing up, Aditya never had any real friends, except for Rhea. All of his friends were the children of rich nobles or emperors. The emperors and the nobles sent their children to get close to Aditya so that they can become Aditya's friend and gain benefits. Aditya at that time was too naive to understand this. He never was able to see who were his true friends and who were his fake friends. Regardless, the naive Aditya had created this illusion that he was the center focus of this world. He lived in his fantasies and his illusion while being unaware of the snakes that were ready to backstab him at any given opportunity. And finally, that day, when Aditya failed to awaken his dragon bloodline. As the news spread like wildfire throughout the entire world, he became the center of all the mockery. The friends of the past began to distance themselves from him. Even his biological father and his mother refused to stand with him. For the first time, he truly felt alone in this world. Within a single week, Aditya went from being called the future to being called the trash. This happened when Aditya was really young. At that time he was only 11 years old. No one stood beside him when he was at his lowest point. His only source of support was Rhea, but soon she was banned from meeting him. And then Rhea left the main continent with her parents. But now Aditya feels that his parents had something to do with Rhea moving away from the main continent with her mother. Days passed, and with each passing day, Aditya's life started becoming a living hell. He was disrespected in every single way possible. Even the maids openly started to ignore his orders. When he reached the age of 15, one day, Aditya was called to the throne hall for an audience with his father, who was the emperor. His mother was standing behind his father and was looking at him with a disappointed look. That day, Aditya lost everything. His parents, his status, his wealth, his identity, his future, his determination, his will, everything about Aditya was lost. He became lifeless from the inside. He lost the will to continue living. Aditya didn't resist when two guards held his arms and dragged him to the teleportation array. From there he was sent to the eastern region of the dying Al continent. Aditya was teleported somewhere in Azure City. At that time, he didn't know which continent he has been sent to. He didn't know where he was. He didn't even know the name of this city. At this point, Aditya had given up. His deep eyes had become lifeless. On the streets of Azure City, there was a young man who was lifelessly walking without any aim. He was wearing some cheap dirty brown clothes which were torn from various places. He had long messy blue hair covering his eyes. He stood at the height of 5 feet 7 inches. He was skinny and malnourished. It has been 2 days since Aditya found himself in this city. Aditya spent the cold night in some dirty alley. He covered himself with a dirty old torn blanket. No one would believe that this man used to have so much wealth that he can literally buy the whole eastern region. How cruel fate was. Now he was nothing. Even the clothes that he used to wear as the prince was taken away from him before he was sent here. Growl. Growl. Aditya held his stomach in pain. As a prince, he felt hungry for his whole life. But after that day, all this changed. Now Aditya was used to it. I haven't eaten anything for the last 2 days. Aditya thought while sitting on the ground with his back leaned against the wall of a 2-story house. I want to die. That was the only thought going on in his mind. Aditya was too tired of this life. He had lost his will to continue living. What's the point of even living? He knew that for the rest of his life, he would have to live in the streets like a beggar. He lost everything that he loved and cared about. He didn't dare to take his own life. So he was just waiting for his life to end. Over the years of not seeing Rhea, Aditya even forgot how she looked. Whenever he imagined her face, he would only see a blurry image. A body without a face, a voice without a source, a playful giggle without a body. All these would make him even more depressed. Rhea deserves someone better than me. She is the future queen of the celestial terrain while I am just a nobody waiting for his death. I hope she would have a good life. The current Aditya didn't feel that he was worthy of Rhea. Why she would marry someone like him who had nothing? When thinking about his parents and his former life as the prince, Aditya felt no anger. The situation around him had forced him to think that everything was his fault. If only he hadn't taken things for granted and actually had put some effort into trying to become a worthy man. The current him was a depressed man who wanted nothing but to escape this broken reality. He had given up on his life. He didn't even care about anything. The current him was broken beyond repair. While Aditya was sitting next to an alley where he was thinking of taking his final breath, a royal carriage stopped before him. Aditya did not raise his head as he didn't think that someone this rich and powerful would approach him. Even if they did approach him, what did Aditya have to offer them in exchange? The answer is nothing. He just kept his eyes closed and slowly breathed as he waited for his death. But contrary to his expectations, a handsome old man slowly got out of the carriage and then stood in front of Aditya. The man blocked the sunlight that was falling on Aditya. Feeling a shadow on him, he opened his eyes and stared at the man's brown pupil. The man in front of him had short gray hair. He had a gray beard on his face. His face was wrinkled but he still looked very handsome. The man was wearing white gloves, a black shirt, and black a pant. The man stood at the height of 6 feet 4 inches tall. The man was a beginner second-order cultivator. The most striking and memorable thing about him was his cheerful smile and his bright personality. Those eyes of his were too bright for someone who was broken beyond repair. Aditya continued to stare at the old man's face in silence. The old man also did the same. After 10 seconds, the old man crouched down in front of Aditya and then asked. What is your name, kid? Those were the first words that King Ahmed, Aditya's adoptive father, had said to him. Aditya would never forget this moment. Aditya remained quiet for an entire minute before replying in a very low tone. But because King Ahmed was a cultivator, with his heightened senses he was able to hear what Aditya said. Aditya. Aditya did not tell him his last name as he saw no point in adding his last name. His last name had lost its meaning. So right now he was only Aditya. That's a good name you have. Do you want to know my name? The man asked with a kind smile that was filled with warmth. Why would I want to know your name? Aditya inwardly wanted. He wanted this old man to leave him alone so that he can die in peace at least. The old man can see that Aditya was very uninterested in knowing his name. But he still decided to answer. My name is Ahmed Akbar. I am the king of this small kingdom named the Istaran dynasty. Aditya still didn't look the least bit interested. Even in front of the king of this dynasty, he showed no enthusiasm or excitement. What do you want, old man? Aditya asked in a low tone. Since you have asked, let's not waste any more time. You see I am reaching my end. I will probably die within a few more years. At most I have a decade to live. I don't have an heir to my kingdom. I wanted to adopt you and let you become the king of the Istaran kingdom. What do you think of my offer, kid? The old man asked with a smile. Hearing his words, for the first time the old man saw Aditya's expression change. Aditya looked shocked and also surprised. But his expression quickly returned to normal. I am not interested. Leave me alone. Find someone more worthy. Aditya then closed his eyes. The old man looked at Aditya's face for an entire minute before nodding at his servant. Aditya felt someone lifting him up. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was being carried to the carriage. What are you doing? I wasn't looking for a worthy heir. I just needed to find someone to pass my kingdom to. You're the right person for that. From now on, you're my adoptive child and also the future king of this kingdom. That day, this old man changed Aditya's fate forever. The old man loved Aditya like his own son. Because of the old man, Aditya was able to get out of his depression to a certain extent till another unfortunate event took place and changed everything. The man whom Aditya had slowly come to love over time had passed away. This once again left Aditya completely shattered. Depression took over him. In the end, he chooses alcohol to escape reality. He started consuming alcohol without caring about the kingdom that his father had passed to him. This started the downfall of the Eastern kingdom. The corruption level increased within the kingdom. More and more crimes began to take place. The income of the kingdom decreased by a huge margin. All of this happened because of Aditya. The death of King Ahmed not only shattered him from the inside out but also affected his mental health very badly. If not for Watson, Julia, Alicia, and Ria for supporting the Eastern kingdom from the shadows, the kingdom long would have been taken over by either the Nepika kingdom or the Zulux dynasty. End of flashback _____. Father. Aditya couldn't believe it. Even though the previous Aditya had died, after taking over his body, he had inherited all of his memories and also his emotions. Both of their characters, personalities, and feelings merged together to become the current Aditya. Aditya's eyes became red as he stared at the man whom he loved so dearly. The dragon monarch's eyes were filled with tears. The current Aditya regretted everything that he did after his father's death. Instead of living up to his father's expectations, he became the cause of the Eastern kingdom's downfall. However, unlike Aditya, Ahmed's face didn't have any expressions. Aditya's adoptive father didn't look sad or happy. It was as if Ahmed had no feelings for him. As if the man in front of Aditya was a robot. Ding. In this world, all of the host's passive skills have been restricted. You cannot use any one of your passive skills being remaining in this world. Ding. The laws of this world have temporarily reduced your cultivator powers to beginner second order rank. Rune Monarch class and the Storm Martial class skills have been restricted. You cannot use any skills that you have gained from having Rune Monarch and Storm Martial classes. Your second and third classes have temporarily been deactivated. Ding. The world laws have reduced your base stats to match the stats of your opponent. What? Aditya couldn't believe it. For the first time, he was doubting the system's words. Aditya tried to use the lightning manipulation skill, which was an innate skill that he had received after obtaining Storm Martial class. But to his shock, he found that he couldn't activate his skills. It was as if something was blocking him from accessing his Storm Martial class skills and also his passive skills. Underscore strength, 41182. Underscore speed, 753 plus, 100, 82 plus, 100. Underscore stamina, 38682. Underscore health, 38682. Underscore mana, 405282. Underscore free stats, 0. Aditya felt he had become weaker. What is happening? Unfortunately for Aditya, no one answers his questions. Before he could reread the messages of the system, his father already had started attacking him. Aditya widened his eyes seeing Ahmed charging at him at full speed. Since Aditya's base stats have been lowered to match the current stats of Ahmed's current speed was very fast for Aditya. Aditya reacted in time and managed to block the sword strike of his father. He could have attacked back but he couldn't harden his heart to attack the man who was his father. Clang. Ahmed kept attacking Aditya with his white sword. Aditya easily blocked all of Ahmed's attacks. He was able to easily block his father's move because of the bracelet of Wind Fairy which still gave him 100 plus agility. Aditya was 2 times faster than his father. Clang. Clang. Father, can you hear me? While blocking Ahmed's attacks, Aditya called him several times. But Ahmed never responded to any of his calls. Ahmed attacked Aditya almost as if he was a puppet that was being controlled by someone. Father. Clang. With a kick, Aditya was pushed back. After a while, Aditya finally calmed to calm his emotions and think of the entire situation with logic. This person is not my father. Even though this fake looked like Ahmed and even had the same powers as Ahmed, this Ahmed was a fake. Aditya was sure of it. Ahmed was a person who had a very bright and cheerful personality. No matter what kind of bad situation he faced, he would always smile and say that things could have been worse. After confirming that this person is not his adoptive father, Aditya became aggressive. Die. Aditya grabbed the white sword that fake Ahmed used to attack him. With his other hand, he used his full power to diagonally swing his black sword. Fortunately, I had added runes that can decrease adamantite doomblade weight. Swoosh. The adamantite doomblade easily left a deep diagonal cut mark on Ahmed's chest. After the strike, Ahmed stopped moving. When Aditya had expected to see blood coming out of his wound, instead of blood, what he saw was a white mist forming around the wound. Seeing this, Aditya was shocked. While the wound across Ahmed's chest rapidly healed, he kicked Aditya in the gut and then created a distance between them. In the next minute, Aditya attacked the fake Ahmed in different ways. He even severed his head from his body. But to his shock, another head just regrew while the severed one just faded into nothing. Clang! Clang! While blocking Ahmed's attacks, Aditya began to think what everything that has happened ever since he came to the world. Something strange is going on here. It didn't take him long to understand what was happening. Realizing this, he started to laugh loudly. Ha ha ha. To think this entire time I hadn't thought of that. This is the world of illusion. Just as Aditya said those words, the world around him began to crack. Fake Ahmed froze in one place. Along with everything else in this world, his body also began to crack. The only thing that didn't crack was Aditya. Bang! Eventually, everything shattered like glass. The world around him shattered like a glass orb. However, Aditya wasn't affected by it. As soon as the glass orb shattered, he felt his power returning to normal. So this is an advanced level of illusion. The illusion is so strong that it can affect my senses. This is why Aditya felt wet and cold in the forest while hot in the white sand desert. After everything shattered, Aditya found himself floating in an empty dark space. For a second he felt he had come to the space. But there was no light in this vast seemingly endless void. How do I get out of this place? Aditya didn't have to wait too long as a door opened in front of him. What lay beyond the door was a mystery as he couldn't see anything beyond the door. It was better to see what lay beyond the door rather than wait in this void for who knows how long. The door led him to a place where he saw some faces. He found himself in a dark square-shaped room. The room was huge. There were many adventurers and rogue cultivators sitting in the room. At the center of the room, there was a large almost 7 meters big gold star. Aditya found himself standing at the center of the golden star. Aditya sensed the aura of Adam in the room. Turning to his right he saw Adam approaching him with a serious look. It seems I am not the only one who has experienced the illusion world. From Adam's face, it was clear that he also had met someone who was very dear to him. Father, did you also? The rest wasn't needed to be said. Adam just nodded his head with a serious look. It seems this ruin is more like a labyrinth. Around 10 or 20 minutes later, another group of adventurers appeared. It seems this party of adventurers also had managed to break the illusion. As for what happened to those who couldn't break the illusion, they died while being trapped in the world of illusion. Inside the illusion world, their mana was sucked without them even knowing about it. Soon an hour passed. In that hour, a few other parties of adventurers and a few rogue cultivators all joined them. Everyone quietly waited inside the room waiting for something to happen. Everyone knew in their heart that this was just the beginning. The real challenge is yet to come. Who manages to pass all the challenges will be able to gain rewards. After another 70 minutes of waiting, the golden star lying in the middle of the room started to shine. A bright golden light covered the entire room. Many were forced to shut their eyes and block the light with their hands as they couldn't see anything in such intense light. While powerful cultivators like Aditya, Adam, and many others remained unfazed and kept their eyes on the golden star, fearing that if they even blinked their eyes, they would miss out on something very important. What is going to happen now? One of the cultivators asked. Unfortunately, no one here had the answer to this question. I wonder what happened to the people who entered this ruin before us. Before Aditya and Adam, thousands of others entered this ruin. Aditya couldn't help but wonder what kind of challenges those people might have faced. Did the people who entered this ruin before them face the same illusion challenge or did they face something else? Aditya had many questions in his heart. It was foolish of me to just enter the ruin without gaining more information about it. Before entering the ruin, Aditya thought of this ruin as nothing but another ancient structure. Aditya thought in a day he and Adam would be able to explore the ruin and return home. But this ruin turned out to be very different from normal ruins. This ruin is more like a labyrinth or a dungeon. Scene change ______. Meanwhile outside the shattered icy ruin, the big portal that allowed the people to enter the shattered icy ruin began to shrink in size while also slowly changing its color. Seeing this everyone panicked. The portal is closing down. What is happening? Under everyone's horrified gaze, the portal's color changed to crimson red and the size of the portal shrunk to only 1 meter in size. Sigh. Everyone sighed in relief seeing that the portal had stopped closing down. But they were confused to see the change in color of the portal. Seeing this, the thugs decided to inform their leader about this as soon as possible. Meanwhile, one of the rogue cultivators hesitantly approached the portal. Normally standing in front of the portal would suck you inside. But this time, no matter how close he stood, nothing happened. It seems the portal has been closed. But there are thousands of others who are trapped inside. Before what happened, the people who entered the shattered icy ruin would find themselves teleported to various locations inside an actual underground ruin. One could easily return to the underground ruins through multiple portals, but everything seems to have changed this time around. Before Aditya had entered the ruin directly, those who had entered the ruin directly were taken into the illusion world where they had to fight someone very close to them who had passed away but who had been very close to them. So now both the entry and exit were cut off. No one knew what was happening. No one knew what was going to happen to the people who were trapped inside. No one knew what kind of trials Aditya and others would face. Even Aditya and others didn't know what situation they currently were in. Scene change _. Meanwhile, the golden glow coming from the golden star started to dim. At the present, there were more than 1,000 cultivators in this room along with Aditya and Adam. All the cultivators had different lives and different occupations. Some of them were adventurers, some of them were rogue cultivators, and there were some who were sent here by some factions who wanted to know more about this ruin. Everyone looked up. The golden star had long disappeared. Instead, the whole place was filled with more than hundreds of floating doors. The floating doors were 2 meters in length and was 1 meter wide in size. It looks like each door will lead us to a random place that might be filled with life-threatening challenges, or there is also some possibility that treasures might be found beyond those doors. One of the cultivators speculated, "Time waits for no man. It's better to take the risk than regret not taking any action." Seeing this, others also decided to take the risk. "Father, I think we should stick together on this." Adam was also about to say the same thing to Aditya. He just nodded his head. Both father and son pair looked around as many other cultivators began to enter. "Let's enter that one." Just as they entered, a few other cultivators also followed them inside. Aditya and Adam didn't have to wait too long to find out what lay beyond the door. "Aditya, it looks like exhaustion from endless work has finally caught up to me. I am seeing an island floating in the sky. It looks like I should start making my retirement plans." "Father, it's not the right time or the right place to think about your retirement plans." The island on which Aditya and Adam were standing was almost 1/4 the size of Azure City. In simple words, the size of this island was huge. The island seems to be slowly moving in the direction of the south. The weather on the island was sunny. At the center of the island, there was a big mountain on which Aditya can see an ancient broken castle. The island was covered with white clouds. "I am starting to feel that we're trapped in another illusion. This is not an illusion. I feel this time, what we're experiencing is very real. The question is, who has enough resources to build something like this? And why I have never heard of anything like this?" Aditya's heart was filled with too many questions. Ever since he entered the shattered icy ruin, his curious nature had asked him hundreds of questions. Aditya still wanted to know how he was trapped in an illusion world and how the illusion was able to affect even his senses. For a moment neither Adam nor Aditya said anything. Both men just stood there thinking of various possibilities in their heads. After a while, Adam broke the silence and suggested, "Anyway, standing here won't give us any answer to our questions. Let's explore this island and see if we can find anything." Aditya nodded his head in agreement. "Father, we will have to remain careful. Last time, I was sneakily attacked from behind." Aditya wasn't going to let his same mistake repeat once again. This time he could feel that his powers weren't restricted. Secretly he already had activated a few of his passive skills and was ready for any kind of battle. "Let's see if there is anything useful inside the ancient castle that is located at the very top of the mountain." Around 5 minutes later, the bamboo grove finally ended. Now they came across various kinds of fruit trees. As they reached the foot of the mountain, Aditya and Adam were greeted by 2 people. One of them was a dragon while the second one was a human. Today has been full of surprises. First I met my adoptive father Ahmed, now I am meeting my own self. What kind of trick is this? Even my own wife won't be able to guess if this fake replaced me. Both Aditya and Adam were confronted by their own duplicate selves. Both duplicates are exactly like Aditya and Adam. It is as if someone copied and then pasted ourselves. Both Adam and Aditya stared at their duplicate versions. It wasn't difficult for Aditya and Adam to see that both duplicate versions possesses their powers and also their skills. Both of the duplicates had the same power as Aditya and Adam. This will be a troublesome fight. Aditya was still yet to fully explore his maximum potential. He never faced anyone who could take one of his attacks while being at his full power and surviving. Aditya thought the Black Dragon King would be able to survive his full-powered attack, but to his disappointment, even he couldn't survive. Growls. The next second, the sky above the floating island began to darken. Dark clouds containing crimson lightning bolts began to hover above the island. Aditya and his duplicate version both summoned a storm. Summoning the storm has activated both of their passive skill boosts. Pitter-patter. Heavy rain began to fall all over the island. However, the 4 cultivators remained completely unaffected by the rain. Adam and his fake version also got ready to fight each other. The only main difference between the real and the fake was their expression. The duplicates didn't have any expression written on their faces. Their eyes were very cold and held no warmth in them. Their eyes were the same as the eyes of the dead people. Ding! The passive boost of the Storm Marshal class has been activated. The host's mana has been temporarily increased by 50%. The power of lightning and wind type attacks has been increased by 50%. Your agility has been increased by 300+. When Aditya activated all these passive skills, he messages from the system that he ignored and focused on his fake version who also had activated the same passive skills. Right now both Aditya's aura had reached a terrifying level. Both of them had become so strong that they can easily take on peak 5th order cultivators. There is no doubt that Adam as well as his fake versions found it hard to stand near both the fake and the real Aditya because of their respective terrifying auras. Just how much did his powers grow over these last few months? Aditya had no choice but to move away from Aditya as he couldn't stand Aditya's aura even though he was a 4th order cultivator. As Adam and everyone else remembers, Aditya left an imprint on Adam and in everyone else's minds when he fought to help them fight the Globan invasion with his terrifying powers. He had kept breaking the boundaries of their imagination and doing things they thought would be impossible after time after time. Back then Aditya had just reached 3rd order, and at that time had managed to accomplish something that everyone thought to be impossible. "Father, you take of this, I will take care of him." Swoosh! Adam only saw crimson lightning before Aditya disappeared into the forest. After Aditya left, Adam stared at his fake self. This is going to take a while. Adam cracked his neck as he finally let his aura and his killing intent ran wild. The aftermath of the goblin invasion left more than 20,000 people jobless and also homeless. A few months of not fighting has made my body rusted. As if someone has removed the lid that was holding all the dark miasma. All the dark killing intent that has been suppressed in that bottle came out. The next second, a big part of the forest was covered in black miasma. Black fog from both Adam covered a big part of the forest. In spite of the fact that Adam was fighting the goblins at the goblin invasion, he never let his killing intent run wild since he knew that this would negatively affect his comrades and allies as well as himself. People with a weaker minds wouldn't be able to survive his killing intent. It was with his favorite great sword that the wild lion rushed towards his fake version in an attempt to see whether his fake version could actually allow him to enjoy the battle without having to hold himself. The fake Adam also rushed at Adam. Clang! As both of their attacks clashed, the earth beneath them cracked before forming a few inches deep crater. Adam had a wild savagery grin on his face as he stared at his fake self who showed no emotion at all. This was the Adam that didn't care about anyone or anything. Interesting. Show me what else you can do. Adam tightened his hold on the great sword, causing his muscles to bulge and his veins to appear all over his arms. Adam's fake version also did the same. Boom. This time a powerful clanging sound was heard all over the area. After the attack, Adam looked down and stared at his arms which were slightly trembling. This is the true thrill of battle. The pain is just a spice that makes the whole thing even more exciting and thrilling. This is the type of battle I have always wanted. Bring me more. Adam loudly roared like a lion before once again charging at his fake self. The fake Adam also charged Adam. Clang. Boom. Once again both of their great swords clashed, creaking sparks in the process. The impact of their attacks once again caused damage to this island and its land. Boom. 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 Over the next 10 seconds, both of their great swords repeatedly clashed. Clashed. After a certain point, Adam felt the bones of his arms begin to crack from the repeated impact. His hands were in great pain and sometimes he would even feel numb. However, this pain is exactly what that excited Adam even further. Let's take things to the next level, shall we? Saying that, Adam disappeared. Meanwhile, Aditya and the fake Aditya chased each other around the island at their full speed. Crimson lightning that came out of their bodies destroyed the trees. While running after each other, both fought with their swords. In the beginning, Aditya exchanged some moves to test the water and know more about this fake version. No matter which sword technique he used, the copy was able to block the attack by finding a flaw in it. After around 5 minutes of exchanging moves, Aditya decided to fight more aggressively. Knowing simple sword attacks won't be enough. Crimson Lightning Dragon. A 30 meters long Eastern Dragon formed. The Eastern Dragon was entirely made up of crimson lightning. The fake Aditya also did the same. Both of them launched their attacks at each other. Roar. Both lightning dragons let out earth-shaking roars before charging at each other. Boom. Boom. Crimson lightning bolts were striking at the floating island. Every second more than 5 or 10 crimson lightning bolts would strike different parts of the island. Each time a lightning bolt fell, it would leave a huge crater that is more than 20 meters deep. With passing second, this island was slowly transforming from having green forest to hundreds of deep and large craters. 2 beings were responsible for this cause. There was no one to stop them from destroying this island. These 2 beings were the same people with the same powers. Clang. Boom. Clang. Boom. Both of their bodies were covered in crimson lightning cloaks. Both moved so fast that it only took them a few seconds to run around the whole island. If a normal person were to observe what was happening in this floating island from the castle that is located at top of the mountain, that person would see 2 crimson bolts of lightning running around the island and destroying the entire island. Both of them fought as they ran around the island at their full speed. Both crimson light rays collided in a few seconds and left a large area of the island destroyed. However, suddenly both of them started running in opposite directions. In some other part of the island, both of them appeared. Both of them punched each other at their full power. This sent both of them flying more than 100 meters away. Boom. While this was happening, more furious crimson bolts of lightning started falling from the sky. Each time the crimson lightning bolt struck either of the Aditya, it didn't do any damage to them. Cough. That was a good punch. More than 200 meters away from his fake version, Aditya stood from the debris. He coughed out blood as the punch had managed to force him to cough out blood. Aditya was sure that his fake self was also coughing out blood right now. But this wasn't enough. I can keep stretching things. With this battle, I want to explore my maximum capability. Aditya summoned a fist-sized crimson flame orb in front of him. With the flick of his finger he sent the fist-sized crimson flame orb towards the fake Aditya. As the crimson flame orb traveled towards the fake one, it slowly started expanding in size. In a second, the size of the crimson flame orb rapidly expanded. Adam, who was busy fighting with his fake self, noticed this from the other side of the floating island. Is he planning on killing me as well? Adam commented as he stared at the 100 meters gigantic crimson flame orb at the other side of the island. From this distance he can feel the terrifying heat of this orb. The temperature of the orb was so terrifying that all the trees near it had started burning. All the insects in the island instantly died from the heat of the orb. While the crimson flame orb was heading towards the fake Aditya, the fake also copied Aditya and launched a similar kind of attack. Adam widened his eyes in disbelief as he saw another gigantic crimson flame orb. Shit. He threw a big punch at his fake's face before running to the edge of the island. He then created a large energy bubble around him using his mana in hope that this energy bubble would be able to protect him, otherwise he would be done. Aditya can't fly like Aditya. In order for him to be able to fly, he has to reach the 5th order. Just as both crimson flame orbs touched, both of them exploded. The crimson flame quickly spread everywhere. It was as if a massive crimson flame wave had hit the floating island. The crimson flame wave also hit both Aditya and Adam. Both Adam, the real and the fake one, protected themselves by creating energy bubbles around themselves. However, just as the flame wave hit their barrier, the bubble rapidly began to crack. Cracks appeared all over the energy bubble. Just as the crimson flame wave that had spread to every corner and every inch of the island died down, both divine dragons started attacking each other once more. I can't fight on this island. This island probably will collapse from our attack's impact. Noticing what he had done to the island, Aditya decided to fight at the sky. As his dragon wings extended themselves, he shot towards the sky. However, just as he started flying above, at that moment he happened to notice his fake self, who was still looking at him. What happened next was very fast. However, for Aditya, even that moment was slow. He can remember and process every single thing that happened in that second. Aditya widened his eyes as he noticed his fake's entire body turning into a crimson lightning bolt. Aditya instantly understood what his fake was doing. Even for Aditya, it was impossible for him to dodge such an attack. So having no other choice, Aditya also used that skill of his, Crimson Lightning Blink. Just as Aditya activated the Crimson Lightning Blink passive skill, he noticed from the island a crimson lightning bolt heading in his direction. At that moment, as if time had slowed down. Everything around Aditya was happening extremely slowly. Aditya could do nothing but watch as a crimson lightning bolt approached him. The next second, 2 crimson lightning bolts hit each other. Crimson Lightning Blink. 3RD order. Description. Unction 1. When the user transforms into a bolt of lightning, for the next 20 seconds the user's speed will be increased by 800 plus. Function 2. After transforming into Crimson Lightning, any type of physical and mental attack will not affect the user. Note, the Crimson Blink will enter into a cooldown period of 12 hours after each use. Boom. Both Aditya was sent flying in 2 opposite directions. The impact was so painful that for a few seconds, both of them temporarily lost consciousness. Both of their minds stopped processing from the intense pain. Although nothing happened to their bodies as they were in a state of lightning, the pain that their minds experienced was just too much for a mortal or a living being to bear. Just as this happened, something unbelievable happened. Along with a planet-breaking sound, all the other crimson lightning bolts in the dark clouds started falling from the sky. As if it was raining, countless crimson lightning bolts began hitting the floating island. Even Adam and his fake self couldn't escape being hit by 1 or 2 lightning bolts. Really, thank you very much. After an entire minute, the dark storm clouds began to disappear. As everything returned to being quiet, Adam sighed in relief. The wild lion was currently lying in a crater. His right arm was badly injured. He had coughed out a large amount of blood. Cough. Was that brat trying to kill me or what? Adam coughed as he struggled to even stand up. Adam had no idea what just happened. All he saw were countless bolts of crimson lightning falling from the sky. The lightning bolts were too fast for Adam to dodge in time. He ended up being hit by multiple crimson lightning bolts. Fortunately, the power of the crimson lightning wasn't concentrated into a single lightning bolt, otherwise Adam would have died. The entire floating island and the ancient castle were destroyed at the top of the mountain. In the present situation, this floating island is nothing more than a large piece of damaged land dotted with both small and large craters in various shapes and sizes. Adam was in worse condition. He had exhausted his mana. His arm was in a very bad condition. His bones were shattered and the skin on his right arm had been burned back. The clothes that he wore were torn apart. The only thing that wasn't harmed by the crimson lightning bolts was his 5-star great sword. Adam took out a 5-star healing pill and ate it. As his body began to heal, he couldn't help but wonder where he had gone. Where is Aditya? At the same time, Adam couldn't help but wonder where his duplicate version was. I wonder if the fake Adam is still alive. The last time Adam saw him, he was struck by 4 bolts of crimson lightning that sent him flying who knows where. The world around Aditya was a very strange place. Aditya currently found himself sitting on a throne that was made out of the diamond. The diamond throne was very soft and also very comfortable. Behind the throne, there were more than hundreds of different dragon scales embedded into the dragon. The throne was deep crimson in color. The color of the throne matched the name of Aditya's dragon bloodline. As for the surroundings, sitting in a dark room. The room was so big that he couldn't see the walls. Another thing that Aditya noticed, he cannot see through the darkness. His passive skill allowed him to see in the darkness, but here his passive skill appeared to not work properly. The floor of the room was made from black marble. The floor was very shiny and smooth. Aditya can even see traces of his own reflection. 10 meters in front of him, there was a big campfire. Instead of a regular flame, it was a crimson flame. The campfire allowed Aditya to see that there was another throne beyond the campfire. The other throne was located opposite his throne, 20 meters away from him. However, unlike his throne, which was crimson in color and had various dragon scales embedded in it, the other throne was made out of wood. The throne was deep green in color. The back of that throne had green dragon scales embedded into it. What is this place? Aditya asked himself. He tried to sense where he was, but just like his passive skills didn't work here, even his high senses also didn't. This place is something similar to the dream world. Aditya heard an old man's voice. The old man's tone was full of kindness and warmth. Aditya felt he had met this old man once in the past before, but he couldn't remember exactly where he had met. The old man wore white cloth. His face was wrinkled, but he still looked very handsome. He had a white beard and long white hair that he tied into a ponytail. The most attractive thing about the old man was his deep green eyes. The old man was tall as Aditya. "Do I know you?" Aditya asked. Aditya can tell that this old man wasn't hostile to him. In fact, he can feel this old man's kindness and warmth. If Aditya ever had a grandfather, then he would look something like this old man. "Ha ha ha. Have you forgotten me, Aditya?" Just as the old man said these words, the surroundings once again changed. Aditya widened his eyes as he found himself in his old bedroom. This was the bedroom where he used to live. This was the bedroom of the prince. Aditya never thought that he would see this place again. The campfire and the darkness disappeared. Aditya was able to see the old man's face even more clearly. Suddenly, as if something clicked inside him, a memory of his childhood flashed before his eyes. Flashback ________. "Father, who is this man?" asked little Aditya. Aditya was hiding behind his mother and peeking at the old man who was sitting opposite his father. It appeared that this old man had visited them. He was a very important person. The emperor, who was Aditya's father, respected this old man very much and held him in high regard. Aditya and his mother came to the meeting room to greet the old man. The 3-year-old Aditya had seen the old man for the first time. While his mother and father looked like they knew the old man for a long time. His father even called the old man uncle. "Ha ha ha. So this is little Aditya, the prince of the Celestial Dragon Empire." The old man kindly smiled at Aditya. Aditya's mother encouraged Aditya to go to the old man with a smile on her face. Watching Aditya, even his father was smiling. When Aditya was young, his parents pampered him. They adored him. They loved him and were willing to do anything for him. But that changed once they learned that he couldn't awaken his dragon bloodline. Little Aditya stepped forwards to the old man. The old man picked up Aditya and then made him sit on his lap. The old man then gently stroked Aditya's head with a smile. With a single look, the old man was able to tell that something was wrong with Aditya's bloodline. This child won't be able to awaken his dragon bloodline. This child will have a very tough future. The old man would have liked to help Aditya, but unfortunately, there was nothing he can do. The old decided to not tell anything to Aditya's parents and let things play out. "Uncle, where have you been? I tried to look for you when my son was born." Aditya's father highly respected this old man. As this old man was Aditya's grandfather's best friend. After Aditya's grandfather passed away, this old man took the place of his best friend and looked after his best friend's child. One of the reasons that the Celestial Dragon Empire was prospering and was so powerful is because of this old man. Despite looking this old and weak, this man was one of the strongest beings on the planet. "I was traveling to other continents in disguise. Today, I came here to let the two of you know something very important." "What is it, uncle?" Aditya's father and mother suddenly looked very concerned. "My time is coming to an end. Pretty soon I will die." The last thing that Aditya remembers was seeing his parents' sad faces. His father was almost on the verge of shedding tears, while his mother had covered her mouth in shock. End of flashback _____. Grandfather. Aditya was sure that this old man was dead. He wanted to know what happened after that. This memory left many questions in his mind. "So do you remember me now?" the old man asked with a smile. Aditya just nodded his head with a smile. "What happened next?" Aditya asked, wanting to know more. "Nothing. Your parents became emotional. I made you unconscious as I didn't want to see your younger self cry along with your parents." The old man laughed. He didn't look sad. He instead looked happy, remembering his parents. As if understanding what Aditya wanted to ask him, the old man nodded his head. "Yes, I have died. A long time ago, your grandfather and I fought an enemy that was so strong that it took both of our powers to defeat it. However, we miscalculated several things, and in the end, your grandfather had to pay the price for this with his life. I was also severely injured. I suffer an injury that cannot be healed. Maybe the goddess of nature and the goddess of alchemy together could have healed me. But at that time, those two weren't even born. Even their parents were very young." Aditya opened his mouth to say something, but no words came out. He had so many things that he wanted to ask this old man. "I knew I had a few years to live. I took over my best friend's duties just like I had promised and protected the Celestial Dragon Empire till the empire was strong enough to defend itself. In my ending years, I traveled across all the continents. In my journey, I discovered many interesting things. I have even left a small legacy behind. Whoever manages to obtain that legacy will have no problem reaching peak 5th order. I lived a very long life. I have no regrets left. However, just a year before my death, I had a very strange vision. As one of the few origin dragons, I have the unique power to see a dragon's potential. I had a vision that in the near future, the Dragon Monarch is going to come. The Dragon Monarch is going to unite all the remaining origin dragons and all dragon on this planet. The Dragon Monarch is going to possess the divine dragon bloodline. Aditya widened his eyes on hearing the old man's words. I was beyond excited when I learned that there is going to be a Dragon Monarch. For the first time, I was regretting the fact that I was going to die before I could meet the Dragon Monarch. So in the end, I and the other origin dragons came together and held an ancient ritual where I sacrificed a part of my soul which left me permanently weakened and also reduced my life expectancy by half a year. But in exchange, a small part of my soul will be able to meet the Dragon Monarch in his unconscious state. I never was expecting the Dragon Monarch to be you, Aditya. Why? Aditya asked in a low tone. Because back when I had come to meet you, I noticed that there was something wrong with your body. It was as if someone had deliberately done something to you when you were just born. This prevented you, the heir of the Dragon King, from awakening his dragon bloodline. Unfortunately, neither I nor any of the origin dragons could do anything to solve this. Aditya's eyes were full of shock. If you knew, then why didn't you let my parents know about it? Aditya asked in anger. Who said I didn't? After I knocked you out, I let them know about this. Both of your parents positively took the news and said that they are going to look for a solution. Right now, everything was falling apart. Without realizing, a drop of tears came out from his right eye and rolled down his right cheek. If they knew, then why they are so kind to me? If they knew that I was a disgrace, then why they waited till so many years before throwing me out? Aditya's mind was in chaos. For the first time ever since his parents had thrown him out, he wanted to meet them so that he can ask for them some answers. If they knew, then why they are so kind to me? If they knew that I was a disgrace, then why they waited till so many years before throwing me out? Aditya's mind was in chaos. For the first time ever since his parents had thrown him out, he wanted to meet them so that he can ask for them some answers. Aditya always thought the only reason that he wasn't loved by his parents anymore is that he had failed to awaken his dragon bloodline. But the words that this old man was telling him were going against his belief. No, you're lying. For a moment Aditya refused to accept the reality. The pain that he suffered all those years can never be forgotten. Aditya refused to accept the truth. The old man simply stared at Aditya's face for a second before sighing. While I apologize for the pain and suffering you have been through, I can assure you that I have no reason to lie to my Dragon Monarch about it. The old man Michael wasn't lying. He did all of this just to meet the Dragon Monarch. Even before he knew who was the Dragon Monarch, in his heart he held immense respect and admiration for the future Dragon Monarch. Aditya went quiet. He closed his eyes. He recalled the memories of the past. All the happy memories that he had built with his family began to appear. His parents' behavior changed during the time when they and others learned that he can't awaken his dragon bloodline. Slowly with time, they distanced themselves from Aditya and stopped loving him. Michael let Aditya take his time. He had seen that this child has suffered a lot. The situation around him must have forced him to mature a lot quicker. He can't imagine what kind of difficult life he lived. After more than 40 minutes of silence, Aditya finally opened his eyes and coldly looked at Michael. What do you want? Michael noticed that Aditya was hiding his emotions with a cold mask. Seeing this, Michael inwardly sighed. I am here to meet the Dragon Monarch and also warn him about something that is about to befall the entire planet. The look on Aditya's face became serious. Warn me about what? I had a dream where the Dragon Monarch was in the center of it. The Dragon Monarch would face very strong enemies. Each of them has the power to annihilate a continent. If even a single of them was left behind, they could bring endless chaos to the land. The Dragon Monarch must unite all the dragon races and dragon clans in this world to fight these enemies. After an entire minute of silence, Aditya replied. Your words are not helping me. Who are my enemies? Where are they now? What kind of power do they possess? How many of them are there? I apologize, my Dragon Monarch. In my dreams, I only saw some glimpse of the chaos that they have brought. However, the center of everything will be the dying Al continent. What I can tell you is that your enemies will be masters of a certain element. Each of them would specialize in using a certain element. To fight against these enemies, you must bring all the goddesses together. If even one goddess stands against you, your chances of winning this will be extremely difficult. Why should I believe in your words? The old man just smiled. His body started to turn into dust. But before turning into dust, he left these words to Aditya. You will start seeing signs. You didn't even tell me your name? Aditya said as he stared at the floating dust in front of the throne. My name is Michael. Even though the voice was very weak and was in a very low tone, Aditya was able to hear it. The specks of dust that floated above the throne started to disappear. Michael was gone. But he had left the Dragon Monarch conflicted. The Dragon Monarch was questioning himself. He was questioning his memory. He was questioning the feelings that he held for his parents. The hatred that he held for his parents was being shaken. Michael, if I have time, I will look for the other origin dragons in the future, Aditya murmured as the dream world break to collapse. 100 kilometers away from Adam, Aditya was lying in a deep crater. His body was covered under a pile of stones and debris. Aditya had lost consciousness. It has been almost 2 hours since he lost consciousness. Crack. His right hand slightly twitched for a moment before he opened his eyes. After regaining his consciousness, Aditya found himself buried under stones and debris. His whole body was in pain. Aditya was sure that he had broken a few of his bones and had cracked many of his bones. My whole body is in pain. Right now I just want to go back and cuddle in my wife's bosom. After a few minutes, all the debris and the stones that were covering his body were sent flying as Aditya stood up. He took out a healing pill and ate it to heal his body. Whenever my life is in danger, my wife's pills always save me. Without her pills, I probably would have died by now. 10 minutes later, Aditya's body recovered. Where am I? The Eastern king wondered as he glanced around. He was surrounded by tall trees. He can hear the sound of water. Probably there is a river nearby. He can hear birds chirping sounds. Aditya soon got his answer as he flew 100 meters above the ground. He had crushed into another floating island. So there are other floating islands in this world. Aditya was sure of it. For the next 10 or 15 hours, Aditya randomly wandered here and there. He was searching for Adam, but he had no idea which direction he should start searching. On his travel, Aditya found many things. He found a big gold boulder in one of the floating islands. The gold boulder was 15 meters in size and was made up of pure gold. He wasn't going to leave this behind. He took the boulder with him and then kept wandering. On one of the islands that Aditya came up on, he found a strange type of rock. The rocks were floating. When he was flying past the island, the floating rocks caught his attention. Upon a closer look, he found that the floating rocks were a kind of crystal that he had never seen before. The floating rocks were slightly transparent. They were deep purple in color. Each of the rocks was of different shapes and sizes. Just as Aditya touched the fist-size metal, he got the description of it. Anti-gravity crystal. 3-star metal. Description: a special type of crystal that can defy gravity and keep floating. The crystals have the power to make objects float above the ground. The crystals can be used to make weapons, armor, and many other things. Power 1. Can absorb mana and store up to 1000 mana. 2. Due to its rank, when any armor or weapon is forged using this crystal, it will give the user additional buffs depending upon the forger's rank. This metal has opened up so many opportunities for Aditya. He can make weapons that can store his mana. He can make armors that can store mana and use that mana when the user runs out of mana. Aditya put all the anti-gravity crystals in his storage ring. Then he searched the entire island to see if he can find more of these anti-gravity crystals. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any more of the anti-gravity crystal. However, just before Aditya could leave the island, he sensed someone in this area. Aditya took out his black sword and then disappeared. In less than 5 seconds, he appeared in front of someone who looked exactly like him. That's right, it was his duplicate version. Unlike Aditya, who managed to heal himself, the duplicate was seriously injured. The right side of his face was covered in blood. The blood on his face had dried. He was also looking at Aditya without any emotions on his face. Sigh. Let's end this. Aditya suspected that as long as he managed to kill this duplicate, he and Adam would be able to leave this world. Since the duplicate was injured, it would be very easy for him to end this duplicate's life. Aditya and the duplicate Aditya fought for some time. As the duplicate Aditya was still injured and hadn't healed, Aditya was able to overwhelm in their second fight. He was able to land more injuries on the duplicate Aditya's body. However, the duplicate Aditya was far from going down. Bang! Aditya's punch sent the duplicate Aditya flying. Boom! Just as the duplicate Aditya crushed on a floating island, the dragon monarch went on to use his crimson flame, crimson blaze. With the wave of his hand, he created a giant 20 meters big crimson flame star. Before the duplicate Aditya could dodge, the attack hit him. Boom! The entire small floating island was destroyed by the attack. However, the duplicate Aditya still looked like he wasn't going down. The duplicate Aditya tried to kill Aditya with the black sword. But this time, instead of blocking his attack, he just grabbed the duplicate Aditya's black sword. Drip. Drip. Blood of the divine crimson storm dragon fell from his right palm as he tightly held the black sword's other hand. The sharp part of the sword had cut his flesh and caused his hand to bleed. However, he wasn't planning of letting go. He instead looked at the duplicate Aditya and said in a neutral tone. You may look like me. You may possess the same skills that I possess. You have my strength, but your weapon does not have the same power that my power does. Even if you have the same mind as me, you cannot evolve like me. This is the main difference between you being my duplicate. You will always be my duplicate. You will never be the original. Saying that, Aditya turned his left arm into his dragon claw. At the speed of lightning, his left dragon claw was in the duplicate of Aditya's chest. Even if I was hit on my heart, I cannot die because of the black heart. Aditya closed his eyes, and the next moment, using a crimson blaze, he burned the duplicate Aditya from inside. Using crimson blaze, he was able to destroy the duplicate Aditya's black heart and his other organs. Just as Aditya ended the duplicate Aditya's life, the entire world began to shake. Around Aditya, cracks started to appear just like they happened in the illusion world. The cracks slowly became bigger and bigger. Adam, who was very far away, also saw these cracks and felt relieved. He can tell from previous experience that this world is collapsing. Soon he would meet Aditya and they would be taken to a different place. As the cracks gradually expanded, Aditya's entire body started to glow in white light. The same thing happened to Adam. The next second, both of them were teleported somewhere else. Aditya, their eyes, both of them found themselves in a big room. Compared to the last time, this time the number of people has decreased by almost half. Almost half of the cultivators and adventurers have died and couldn't win against their own duplicate selves. As for others, Aditya and Adam can see a majority of them were seriously injured. Almost everyone here has suffered some kind of injury. Those who had 4-star or 5-star healing pills were able to quickly heal the injuries. Only a small percentage of people actually have 4-star or 5-star healing pills. The cost of pills increases with their stars. A 4-star pill is super expensive for a rogue cultivator or an adventurer. I want to leave this. I came here to explore the icy shattered ruins. Why I am being forced to fight myself. This almost feels like a teach. With each round, more and more people will be eliminated. So what should we do now? Someone used a basic illusion to make the walls appear to be plain. This illusion seems to be hiding something under it. Aditya curiously walked near one of the walls. Aditya, did you find something strange? It seems like I did. Ignoring everyone's gazes, the dragon monarch placed his left palm on the wall. Aditya then controlled the mana in his body. Through his left palm, he released it on the wall. The next second something unexpected happened. Crack. Everyone heard the loud cracking sound. Everyone looked at each other. After 5 seconds of silence, this time the cracking sound became even clearer. Crack. Crack. What is happening again? Are we going to be sent off to another world or what? Boom. All the cultivators and the adventurers heard loud glass-breaking sounds. The cultivators and the adventurers standing near the wall took a step away from the wall. The moment of hidden truth is here. Everyone present here widened their eyes in shock as they watched a mural appearing on the wall. Fortunately, I was able to spot this. Aditya had one passive skill that allowed him to see through illusions. He would have some trouble breaking the illusion that was cast by 5th order, but as for illusions cast by 4th order or lower order, Aditya had no problem seeing through them. Fiery Vision. 3-star passive skill. Description: a special and unique type of skill was created by combining the power of War Dancer, Rune Monarch, and Crimson Heavenly Dragon. This skill was later evolved from Lunar Vision to Fiery Vision. The host is the founder of this unique eye skill. Function 1, the Lunar Vision gives the host night vision. The host can see anything in the darkness. Function 2, the Lunar Vision lets the host finds the weak points of the opponent whose powers are 1 order above the host. Function 3, this skill gives the host 100% resistance against mind-controlling spells and complete illusion used by enemies whose power is 1 order above the host. The murals seem to depict some sort of story. Adam also seems to have noticed this. Aditya did not speak anything. He started reading what was written on the murals and tried to understand the pictures that were drawn. The mural had blurry images of many races. Their faces were blurred and it was difficult to know to which race they belonged. Everyone else began to read the murals with great focus. Aditya was the first to understand what was written on the mural. Since he can remember since with a single glance, he was able to put everything together to form a story. Aditya, did you manage to understand what this mural is trying to tell us? Adam asked. Adam's question had attracted the attention of others. Others paid attention to what Aditya said. Some of them pretended to not care what Aditya was saying, but their full focus was on Aditya. It's a story of several eras. Just as Aditya said these words, the entire place began to shake violently. As if an earthquake had hit this place. Some of them even fell down to their butts. While most of them managed to remain standing. Krah. As if sensing something, the dragon monarch became fully alert. Aditya's eyes turned into dragon pupils, his pupils had become crimson with vertical slits in them. Roar. A loud shook the entire room. The next second something from outside punched the roof of the room and made a large hole through it. The hole allowed sunlight to come in the room. What the hell is that? Everyone except for Aditya's heart nearly stopped beating seeing a red eye staring at them from through the hole. The size of the eye was enough to tell everyone just huge this creature was. The size of this creature's one eye was more than 20 in size. Just imagining the humongous size of this creature, everyone except for Aditya felt a chill running down their spine. Even though Aditya wasn't afraid as others, his face had turned pale as his dragon instinct was able to sense just how strong this enemy was. This humongous creature was a very powerful predator. As a divine dragon, Aditya can sense it. This creature was after him. It wanted his bloodline. If the creature is able to consume his divine bloodline, it will be able to become even more powerful. Bringing out his adamantite doomblade, Aditya infused the black sword with his mana. The black sword was surrounded by a dark crimson aura. Aditya then vertically struck the wall. Boom! Aditya poured more than 500 plus of his mana into the attack. Fortunately, the attack worked and broke the walls, revealing what lay outside. Beyond this gigantic room, the whole world was covered in ice. Thick layers of snow were covering everything. Without wasting a single second, Aditya activated his passive skills. Aditya called for the storm. Ding! The passive boost of the storm martial class has been activated. The host's mana has been temporarily increased by 50%. Storm flight. Lightning armor. Crimson lightning dash. Ding! You have activated storm flight. Ding! You have activated the lightning armor. Ding! You have activated crimson lightning dash. He then grabbed Watson and ran out of the room before the humongous creature crushes the whole room. But when Aditya went out of the room, it was then he was able to see the true sheer size of this creature. For a second even Aditya felt fear seeing this huge monster before his eyes. He then grabbed Watson and ran out of the room before the humongous creature crushes the whole room. But when Aditya went out of the room, it was then he was able to see the true sheer size of this creature. For a second even Aditya felt fear seeing this huge monster before his eyes. Scene change _________. While Aditya and Adam went to explore the icy shattered ruin, the girls went out to do some shopping. Only Watson, Scott, and a few other generals were left in the Dragon Palace. One of the beginner 5th Order Dragon warriors was left in the Dragon Palace. Aditya made him the permanent guard of the Dragon Palace. While Aditya and the girls were away, a certain enemy of the dragons was heading in the direction of the Dragon Palace. Around 10 kilometers away from the Dragon Palace, a group of 9 individuals was walking in the direction of the Dragon Palace. The group of 9 cultivators was sent by the Dragon Slayer Guild. A long time ago, the Dragon Slayer Guild was one of the things that dragons feared the most. Back in the day, the guild was so strong that every dragon on the 6 continents always hid in fear of the Dragon Slayers. Slayers. The Dragon Slayer Guild was responsible for the extinction of several dragon races. Many dragon clans were brought to the brink of extinction. The guild began to lose its power with the disappearance of its founding father, who belonged to a clan of dragon slayers. Many think that the founding father of the Dragon Slayer Guild is the strongest dragon slayer to ever walk on his planet. Leader, are we sure about this? Attacking the Dragon Palace would be the same as offending the Eastern Empire and its allies. Not to mention how strong the Dragon Emperor is. The Dragon Emperor is strong because he is a dragon. But in front of dragon slayers, even the mightiest dragons in history have fallen. Our weapons are designed to be more powerful against dragons. I don't care if the Dragon Emperor has a divine dragon bloodline or a legendary dragon bloodline. In front of dragon slayers, dragons are just overgrown lizards. The leader replied in an arrogant tone. The Eastern Empire claims that the Dragon Palace is the holy ground of all dragons. Ever since the foundation of the Dragon Palace, thousands of dragons has moved to Eastern Empire. By destroying the Dragon Palace, we will be able to revive our Dragon Slayer Guild. The dragons will once again start fearing us. We will once again rise to the top. I will personally slay the Emperor. Even if we manage to kill the Emperor, we can't face the entire Eastern Empire's military. The Amazonian woman with blonde hair and a muscular-built body spoke while carrying a lance on her shoulder. Her name was Rebecca. Rebecca is an Amazonian who wants to fight strong opponents. As dragons are very strong, she decided to become a dragon slayer and join the guild so that she could use the resources of the guild to keep slaying dragons. Amazonians valued strength above all. If a strong male partner manages to defeat them, they would marry that male and bear his child. However, Rebecca was a little different. While most Amazonian preferred to have a strong dragon as their husband, Rebecca enjoyed slaying dragons for her own amusement. Although Rebecca wasn't afraid of anyone she knew by killing the Emperor, they would face the wrath of the entire Eastern Empire. As long as the Eastern Emperor dies, the Eastern Empire falls. Our client would take care of the rest. They have given us their promise. Hearing the words of their leader, whose name was Walker, no one asked him any more questions. Everyone here had different reasons for becoming dragon slayers. Some became dragon slayers as it was a very profitable job. The parts of the dragon's body can be sold for a very high price. In the group of 9, one of them was a surviving member of the Bluehorn tribe. The Bluehorn tribe was a part of the beast race that can be found in the beast continent. Han had lost his whole family to dragons. One day, his entire village was burned by 2 big dragons. Han was the only survivor. His mother protected him with her own life. From that day, Han had made up his mind to become a dragon slayer and slay every dragon in this world. The peak 4th Order vampire that was walking next to Han also had a similar story. Theo used to have a loving family. He had a loving wife and a daughter. But he lost everything when a wyvern attacked them while they were traveling. Theo lost his wife and his daughter. He was badly injured. The injury took him 3 years to completely heal. From then, Theo dedicated his remaining life to becoming a dragon slayer. Next to Rebecca was the young 22 years female of the White Tiger tribe. Keith is a member of the White Tiger tribe. The White Tiger tribe was part of the beast race. To the White Tiger tribes, dragons were their biggest enemy and their eternal rival. Every warrior of the White Tiger tribe aims at killing at least one dragon or wyvern in their entire life. The 6th and the 7th member of the squad were twins. Both of them were humans. The twins have been raised by the Dragon Slayer Guild from a young age to become their strongest dragon slayers. The elder brother's name was Arthur while the eldest one's name is Anthony. The last 2 members were a husband and a wife. The husband's name was Roger while the wife's name was Lily. Roger and Lily became dragon slayers to earn money by killing dragons. Despite looking so greedy, most of their earnings go to an orphanage that Roger and Lily together run. On their way to the Dragon Palace, the 9 dragon slayers met many dragonians and dragons. Nowadays it had become very normal for dragons and wyverns to roam around the Dragon Palace. Of course, none of the dragons or wyverns ever dared to attack anyone unless they were provoked first. Don't attack any dragons yet. Our target is the Dragon Palace. I want to see how strong the Dragon Palace is. Everyone followed Walker's orders. If someone had dared to disobey his orders, he would have killed that person in a heartbeat without any hesitation. Walker was the coldest person on the first team. He is the type of person who wouldn't hesitate to kill even a newborn dragon child. The number of dragons that Walker had killed in his multiple centuries-long life is too many. Walker was one of the oldest Dragon Slayer Guild members. He was extremely powerful and also very sly. To kill dragons, Walker wouldn't even hesitate to sacrifice his own teammates, his own Dragon Slayer Guild members. He was the type of man who would do anything to kill dragons. Walker is the descendant of the founding father of the Dragon Guild. Other than the elders of the guild, no one knows anything about Walker. No one exactly knows how old this man is. He looks like he is around 35 or 30 years old, but his real age is over centuries. When Walker and other dragon slayers were 1 kilometer away from the Dragon Palace, they had to stop walking as the general public or anyone wasn't allowed to come near the Dragon Palace. If anyone did cross the line, powerful Dragonians cultivating around the Dragon Palace would start attacking the intruder and kill that person regardless of that person's identity. It's time. This world shall start fearing the Dragon Slayer Guild once again. Saying that, Walker flew up in the air. He ignored the Dragonians as peak 5th order cultivators. These pathetic weak Dragonians could do nothing to him. Dragon Emperor, come out, I am here to take your life. Standing right above the Dragon Palace, Walker spoke in a loud tone. He spoke so loud that his voice was heard even throughout the entire Azure City. The girls who were shopping at the moment also heard this. The first one to react was Rhea. The Yandra goddess dropped the cloth that had been chosen. Her eyes flashed in endless killing intent. Before Alicia or Julia could stop her, the goddess disappeared. At the same time, Watson, who has been cleaning the throne hall, stopped as he heard something very disrespectful. The peaceful and gentle smile on his face disappeared. No matter who it is, even if it is a goddess, Watson will never tolerate his master being disrespected like this. The next second, the butler of the Dragon Emperor also disappeared. At the same time, thousands of Dragonians who were cultivating inside or around the Dragon Palace all heard what Walker said. No one was the least bit pleased when their king, their master, their monarch was disrespected. Walker had no idea what he had called. What the hell is that? The question should be, how the hell does this kind of ugly creature even exist? Aditya grabbed Adam and ran far as he could from this gigantic monster. Fortunately, Aditya took Adam out of the room in time. As for others, they were frozen in fear. As Aditya and Adam ran away, the monster released a beam attack from its mouth. Boom! Before anyone could react in time, everyone in the room was killed. Now only Aditya and Adam were left alive. This thing is too powerful, Adam said as he saw the monster destroying the entire room. Just being near the monster, he can feel that tremendous power inside this monster. Even though this monster did not release its aura, just being near it, even a 4th order cultivator would feel suffocated. If Aditya hadn't taken Adam with them, Adam would have died with everyone. From what I can sense, this monster is at least a beginner 6th order magic animal. He can sense that this monster could give a tough fight to the Snake Sage. How the hell are we even supposed to defeat this thing? The wild lion of the Echo Dominion looked like he had given up. I will teleport ourselves back to the Dragon Palace. Aditya thought of him and Adam being teleported back to the Dragon Palace. But to his horror, nothing happened. Although he can still feel a slight connection with his Dragon Palace, whenever he is about to teleport, something in this world seems to be interfering, preventing him from teleporting. What happened? Why are you not teleporting? Adam panicked as he noticed the monster turning its attention toward them. I can't. There seems to be something that is preventing me from teleporting. Aditya felt frustrated. If he knew that he and Adam entering this icy shattered ruin would put them in this level of danger, he never would have brought Adam with him. Aditya stopped in front of a mini mountain that was covered in snow. Father, you wait here. I will fight off this monster. No matter what happens, please stay away from this monster and allow me to take the fight. Aditya dropped Adam on the mountain and then disappeared. Wait, you fool. No matter how powerful you cannot defeat a beginner 6th order cultivator. However, Adam's words were not heard by Aditya. Adam had a feeling that even if Aditya knew what he wanted to tell him, he would still go to fight this monster. Adam tightly clenched his fists as he stared at the monster. You better win, boy. I don't want to see my daughter becoming a widow this early. I still haven't seen a grandson or a granddaughter yet. It's too early for you to die. Meanwhile, somewhere within this world, a person finally opened her eyes. The size of the monster was truly colossal. The monster stood nearly 500 meters tall. The monster looked like a 500 meters tall human. The monster had pale white skin and red pupils. However, instead of having hair like humans, the monster had countless snakes. Seeing this monster, Aditya remembered a certain woman named Medusa who also had her hair turned into snakes. But unlike Medusa, the snakes on this monster's head were extremely powerful. Just the size of each snake growing on its head was more than 100 meters and 20 meters wide. Each snake was white in color and had red eyes. Aditya can sense that this monster had a trace of dragon bloodline in its body. The monster also looked very interested in Aditya. Even though Aditya had suppressed his divine dragon bloodline, it seems the monster can still sense his bloodline and now was after his bloodline. I have a feeling that you're behind everything. Before Aditya entered the icy shattered ruin, everything was going well. Adventurers and rogue cultivators were able to explore the ruins and exit the ruin whenever they left. But when he stepped inside, everything changed. This would also mean that the death of those adventurers and the rogue cultivators are on my shoulders. They died because of me. Thinking this, the dragon monarch slightly felt guilty. He quickly stopped thinking about it as now wasn't the time to think about such things. Standing 1,000 meters away from the monster, Aditya was completely fearless. He wasn't afraid of this monster. His pride as the divine dragon wouldn't allow him to fear any creature. To Aditya, this creature was nothing but a filthy monster that somehow managed to reach beginner 6th order. Consuming Aditya's divine dragon bloodline might help this monster to evolve its bloodline and reach peak 6th order. Let's see how long you can keep on dancing. From the previous battle against his duplicate version, Aditya had used a trump card that takes nearly 24 hours to recover. If he could use Inferno Overdrive, then he would be confident against this monster. But now, the chances of Aditya defeating this monster weren't that high. I still have to try. If I fall here, father will also die. This would make Zach and mother Sophia very sad. I have bought father here and it's my responsibility to take him out of this place. Crimson blaze. With a wave of his hands, Aditya launched a 500 meters tall and 500 meters wide giant wave of crimson flame at the monster. As the monster dealt with his attack, Aditya took this chance to activate his second trump card, which he rarely uses. Dragon transformation. Previously Aditya had transformed his body into 50% dragon, but now he was entering into his full dragon form. Aditya's body shape rapidly began to change. At the same time, the system sent him several. Ding. As you have transformed into your dragon form, all of your stats except for mana have been doubled. Ding. Your mana recovery speed has been increased by 60%. Ding. 500 plus extra agility has been added to your base stats. Meanwhile, the monster opened its mouth and released a beam of ice energy. The attack was so strong that it instantly dealt with crimson flame, and then the beam traveled more than 10,000 meters away and exploded, making a huge noise. In this world, this monster can ignore the law that every higher order cultivator has to follow. So a 6th order cultivator wouldn't be punished even if it attacks a lower order. Aditya concluded this from earlier when nothing happened, even though the monster killed all the adventurers and the rogue cultivators. Roar. After entering into his dragon form, by instinct, the dragon monarch let out a powerful roar that shook the land and pushed the snow away from him. Aditya was in his dragon form. This was the first time he had entered into his divine dragon form. Adam from a far distance couldn't help but keep staring at Aditya's dragon form. Aditya's dragon form was 50 meters in size. He had 2 large strong beautiful crimson dragon wings. His arms morphed into dragon claws. His claws were white in color. His entire body was covered in thick red scales. His eyes were dark and his pupils were crimson red with vertical slits in them. He had 2 large straight horns on top of his head. His teeth were white and extremely large. Small wisps of crimson flame could form near his nose when he breathed. His tongue was crimson red. The ending of his tail was burning in crimson flame. Now that Aditya wasn't suppressing his divine bloodline, the monster sensed his bloodline and let out a loud exciting roar. Roar. Shut up, you filthy overgrown pig. You smell like shit. In a loud voice, Aditya did not hold back from insulting the monster. As Aditya entered into his dragon form, he had become a true dragon. He had the pride of a dragon. His way of speaking, his voice, everything had changed. The monster seems to be able to understand Aditya's words. The monster let out another roar in anger. But when it opened its mouth, Aditya once again was able to smell its breath, which smelled like rotten dog shit. Honestly, your smell is so bad. I feel like I am about to throw up. Aditya didn't bother to hide his disgust or the look of contempt in his eyes. Aditya was looking at the monster as if he was staring at a pig that had eaten shit. Honestly, your smell is so bad. I feel like I am about to throw up. Aditya didn't bother to hide his disgust or the look of contempt in his eyes. Aditya was looking at the monster as if he was staring at a pig that had eaten shit. The monster had heard enough. Even though it can't speak, it clearly understands the words that Aditya was telling him. Aditya managed to dodge the punch in time. Magma manipulation. As Aditya flew above, the thick layer of snow beneath the 400 meters giant monster began to melt very fast. In a few seconds, the monster found its feet sinking. Beneath the thick layer of ice, there was a 2,000 meters big giant lake of magma trying to completely burn the monster. The ice on the magma lake and the around it quickly began to melt. The monster found crimson magma covering its feet and reaching its ankle. So my magma can't harm it. Aditya noticed the monster standing in the magma lake without taking in damage or suffering any injury. Even a beginner 5th order cultivator would have a hard time against his magma. Roar. The monster let out another powerful roar that created shockwaves. After the roar, the monster opened its mouth. Aditya noticed the mana of the monster condensing in his mouth. He can see a dark purple orb forming in the monster's mouth. At the same time, the snakes that grew on the monster's head also opened their mouths. This is bad. Aditya can feel it. His instinct was telling him that this attack could take his life if he wasn't careful enough. Aditya quickly flapped his wings and flew higher. At the same time, he also took out the crown of 7 seas from his storage ring and put the small crown on top of his head. With a little bit of mana, Aditya was able to hold the crown on his large head. As soon as the crown was worn by Aditya, he felt his powers rising once again. Function 3, when the king wears this crown, the fighting power of that king will be increased by 20%. At the same time, Aditya took out the mid-5-star sword that Adam had given him. After becoming a 4-star runemaster, Aditya has been working on adding runic enchantments on his adamantite doomblade. Although Aditya wasn't done with all the rune engraving on his adamantite doomblade, he still can use a few functions that he had finished. One of these functions was enlargement. The black sword that weighed 3 tons started to expand in size. This was a simple yet very complex technique. Aditya can expand the size of the adamantite doomblade. The adamantite doomblade grew 30 meters long. Holding the sword with his dragon hands, Aditya prepared to defend himself from the attack of the monster. I hope this works. Otherwise, I will end up dead. Given how fast the monster was, Aditya knew that he can't avoid this kind of attack. The attack would be in front of him in less than a second. He has no choice but to defend himself from this attack if he wants to survive. Also at the same time, the dark purple orb on the monster had completely formed. The next second, the monster fired a huge dark purple beam at Aditya. All the snakes also did the same. Seeing the dark purple beam being fired at him, Aditya gathered almost 1/3 of his total mana on the adamantite doomblade. The dark crimson aura surrounded the adamantite doomblade as Aditya poured his mana into the sword. When the dark purple beam tried to shallow Aditya, he used the adamantite doomblade to defend himself. Adam saw Aditya vertically swinging the adamantite doomblade that was surrounded with dark crimson aura. The sword met the dark purple beam. Aditya felt his arms violently shaking as he struggled to hold his place against such an attack. Adam saw Aditya cutting the dark purple beam vertically in half. Boom! Did he just cut the beam in half? Meanwhile, Aditya's face had turned deadly pale from the huge loss of his mana. Roar! The monster roared in displeasure seeing Aditya managing to defend against its one of strongest attacks. Meanwhile, Aditya, who was 5,000 meters above the ground, coldly looked at the gigantic monster. It has been adamantite doomblade. This caused the adamantite doomblade to have a dark crimson aura around it. But soon this dark crimson aura was replaced with crimson flame and sparks of crimson lightning. The flame surrounding the adamantite doomblade and the sparks of lightning around the adamantite doomblade started to increase. From the ground, Adam could no longer see where Aditya was. I better get away from this place. With this thought, Adam began to run away from the monster as fast as he could, but from second to second, he would turn around and look at the sky. The size of the crimson orb continued to expand until it reached the size of 1,500 meters. Around the same time, Aditya started to descend from the sky. He started descending from the sky at a very rapid speed. In a matter of few seconds, Aditya had descended almost 2,000 meters. When he was 2,000 meters away from the ground, with all of his strength he threw the adamantite doomblade at the monster while trying to stop himself from falling to the ground. Adam, from a distance of more than 8,000 meters away, saw a huge meteor like a giant crimson object falling to the ground. Just before the adamantite doomblade could fall upon the monster, the 400 meters giant creature created a multiple-layer shield above its body. Just as the adamantite doomblade made contact with the 7th layer of the shield, a huge shockwave spread in all directions. The shield barely lasted a millisecond before shattering. The adamantite doomblade then went on to break the other 5 layers of the shield before facing the final and last shield. R.O. Adam couldn't see what happened next as the intense light coming from the giant orb of the crimson flame had prevented him from seeing anything. But before the humongous explosion took place, he did hear a painful scream from the monster. Boo! Above the ground, Aditya, who had managed to prevent himself from falling to the ground, saw a huge red mushroom cloud rising to the sky. Along with the mushroom cloud, a powerful shockwave of crimson flame and crimson lightning spread in every direction. The shockwave traveled so fast that even Aditya wouldn't be able to outrun it. Fortunately, father is out of the range. Aditya's eyes became incredibly tired due to consuming all of his mana. As he had no more mana left, all of his passive skills that ran out of mana were also deactivated. I hope this will be enough to end this monster's life. As the smoke started to disperse, Aditya realized just how powerful his attack was. When the smoke dispersed completely, Aditya widened his eyes only to find the monster that he thought to be dead was still alive. How the hell did this monster manage to survive my attack? The monster suddenly turned its attention to Aditya and then it let out a loud painful scream before jumping out of the crater. This is the first time I have fought an opponent this strong. In the end, I couldn't even defeat it. How I will exit this world with Adam. Aditya almost fell asleep if he hadn't bit his lips to keep himself awake. Right now Adam and Aditya were in an unknown world. But how am I supposed to deal with its super fast regeneration? My crimson flame and my crimson lightning barely were able to harm it. Really, thank you very much to all the... Aditya just lay there. A few minutes after the monster left, the storm clouds that Aditya had previously summoned turned into snow clouds. And it started to snow. Sigh. It would be a pain in the ass to defeat this monster. 10 minutes later, Adam came from behind. Are you alright, son? Although Adam would never say it, to Aditya or anyone, this 19-year-old young man was someone whom Adam had come to like a lot. Adam truly believed that his baby can find happiness with him. Besides this reason, Adam had countless other reasons. Adam wanted Aditya to live a long happy life. When Adam called Aditya's son, Aditya was slightly touched. He can feel Adam's corner. I am alright, father. I am just feeling slightly exhausted and tired. But I believe soon that will go away as well. Sigh. That's good to know. Adam and Aditya sat together in silence for more than 20 minutes before Adam broke the ice. I am sorry, father. I shouldn't have brought you here with me. There is no need to apologize, son. You didn't know that this would happen. This isn't your fault. But I, on the other hand, would have to say sorry for not being able to help you. Adam is a man of pride. He is a battle junkie. Ever since he was just 14 years old he has been fighting enemies besides his father. But this battle was very different. Please don't apologize. Next time when I see that monster I will be sure to defeat it. Strangely enough, both of them started to like this silent atmosphere. After another 20 minutes of peaceful silence, Aditya broke the ice with his question. Father, how did you meet Julia's mother? Aditya was curious. Hearing his question, the wild lion laughed. Ha ha ha. I could write an entire book on the first day we met each other. Our first meeting wasn't romantic or anything. Back then, battlefields used to be my second home. I spent countless hours soaked in my opponent's blood. Back then, the only thing that I loved was fighting. But one day, I met this girl. On the battlefield, she has a fierce personality, but when she was not fighting, she was the most gentle person I had ever met. Julia's mother fell for me when she saw me fighting. Whereas I was totally clueless about my feelings. I liked spending my time with her. I liked to watch her cook. I liked listening to her talk. I wanted to spend more time with her. For the first time, in my life, I found something that is even more interesting than fighting. I found something that I loved besides fighting. I would say that I love Sophia more than fighting. Sophia is a bold girl, unlike my very shy daughter. Sophia confessed her feelings. A month later, we held our weddings. That was the best decision of my life. Even though some say that I changed to a chicken after I got married. I never regretted my decision. Now I have a wonderful family. I have a successful social life. I have 2 precious children. What more can I wish for? Not everyone is blessed with all these kinds. Aditya nodded his head in agreement. Listening to Adam, Aditya wondered if he should also marry. But he quickly shook his head. Aditya did not plan on marrying till he finished what he had set out to do. Besides, from my meeting with one of the origin dragons, I have learned that I will have to face some enemies in the future. I will start preparing as soon as I get back. It's rude to listen to other people's conversation without their permission. Who are you talking to? The words on Adam's throat got stuck as he saw a 5 feet 10 inches tall woman wearing white kimono appearing behind them. Seeing this, Adam instantly stood up and looked at the woman in caution. The woman had long black hair. There were 2 mini horns on 2 sides of her head. She wore a white kimono. She had a large chest and a small waist. The meat on the woman's face was rotten. Father, calm down. I have been sensing this woman near us for a while now. But she did not attack us. I can't sense any killing intent from her. Adam nodded. Adam slightly lowered his guard. This woman had a cultivation base of peak 3rd order. Are you going to speak or should I just kill you? Seeing the woman not speaking, Aditya asked while releasing a bit of his killing intent. Feeling his killing intent, the woman shivered. I don't have a name. I am a servant of the Great Starry Sky Empire. What empire again? Aditya and Adam both looked at each other in confusion. The Great Starry Sky Empire. The woman repeated again. This time she looked slightly panicked as well. Father, did you ever heard of any empire named the Great Starry Sky Empire? As far as Aditya knew, there was no such empire on this planet. In his spare time, Aditya spends at least a few hours in reading books. Especially history books. As the emperor, Aditya needed to have knowledge and information about the empires of the past and the present. Aditya didn't just know their names. He also knew how each empire or kingdom fell or how a kingdom was born. With his sharp memory, Aditya can perfectly recall anything that he has seen or read. Of course, the history that he read limited to a certain time period and to a certain area. Anything beyond the dying Al continent is out of Aditya's knowledge. So Aditya asked Adam since Adam was more experienced than Aditya. However, Adam also shook his head. When I was little, my old man made me study about all the great empires on this planet. But in my studies, I have never come across any empire that is named the Great Starry Sky. No way. The woman looked quite shocked. She took a few steps back while repeating the same word. This means. Her hands began to shake. Soon her face was drowned in sadness. She began to grieve. Seeing this, Aditya and Adam looked at each other once again. Both of them began to communicate with each other without any words. Aditya, father, why does she look so sad? Adam, how would I know, kid? I can't read people's minds. Aditya pointed at the woman. Why don't you ask her? Adam rolled his eyes. I am not interested. You ask her. Sigh. Miss, can you please tell us why are you suddenly looking so sad? The woman wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and replied in a heavy tone. Before I reply, let me tell you something. The time of this world flows differently from the outside world. Aditya and Adam both instantly frowned. What do you mean? Adam asked in a serious tone. At first I thought His Majesty was only joking, but I guess he wasn't. 1 hour in this world is equivalent to 24 hours in the outside world. I and the Man-Eater along with Her Highness sent to this world more than 19,800 days ago. Calculating the time difference, to the outside world, we have been in this world for 1,301 years ago. This female zombie's reply only created more questions for Aditya and Adam. We have been stuck in this world for almost 30 hours already. That means to the outside world more than 30 days have passed. Realizing this, both Aditya and Adam looked at each other in shock. The female zombie did not speak as they can see that both men were in deep shock. After a while, Aditya looked at the female zombie. He still can't bring himself to believe that time flows differently in this world. Are you telling the truth? Aditya suspiciously asked the woman. I have no reason to lie. You're the first living being that I have seen in 1301 years. If you don't want to believe in my words, then there is nothing I can do about it. Indeed, this woman had no reason to lie to them. You spoke something about the emperor? What was that? How did you, this man-eater or whatever thing, come here? Aditya was still confused about many things. Sigh. Around 1,500 years ago, a great man built an empire. Within 100 years that man's empire became one of the strongest empires on the grassy plains. Grassy plains? What's that? The grassy plains used to be the name of the beast continent. Around 700 or 900 years ago, the name was changed. Before, humans and other races also used to live in the beast continent. But for some reason, the beast race and the other races living on the continent had a big fight. The beast race won the fight and forced every other race to leave the continent. From them, they named themselves the beast continent. Oh. I clearly remember all the empires that fell in that war. But I never heard of the Great Starry Sky Empire. Adam said while looking at the woman. This probably means that the Great Starry Sky Empire did not last till the Great Fight. Something else must have destroyed it. This could be possible. The books in my library have records of all the empires that existed 1,000 years ago. Before 1,000 years, history is kind of messed up. It is filled with theories and speculations. So I never bothered to read anything before 1,000 years ago. I clearly remember all the empires that fell in that war. But I never heard of the Great Starry Sky Empire. Adam said while looking at the woman. This probably means that the Great Starry Sky Empire did not last till the Great Fight. Something else must have destroyed it. This could be possible. The books in my library have records of all the empires that existed 1,000 years ago. Before 1,000 years, history is kind of messed up. It is filled with theories and speculations. It's quite sad to know that the Great Starry Sky Empire fell this quickly. The zombie woman looked saddened knowing that the Great Starry Sky Empire fell. Do you mind telling us more about this Great Starry Sky Empire? Aditya gently asked. He had become very interested in this Great Starry Sky Empire. Maybe Aditya can find out why she was trapped in this place. The Great Starry Sky Empire used one of the strongest empires in the grassy plains. The emperor, who was a very powerful vampire king, had 8 children. All of the emperor's children were born very talented. Each of his majesty's children was a genius. However, there was one child that was born with a mysterious illness. What illness? Her Highness is the 8th child of the Great Starry Sky Empire. Her Highness is the 4th princess of the Great Starry Sky Empire. Unlike Her Highness's other siblings who were born very strong, since birth Her Highness was really weak. Her Highness had a mysterious illness that made her very weak. Because of this mysterious illness, Her Highness couldn't drink any human or any other being's blood. His Majesty invited countless alchemists, healers, and many other famous people of that time's era. But no one was able to find what sort of illness Her Highness had. The head alchemist of the Great Starry Sky Empire came up with a theory that if Her Highness starts to cultivate, then Her Highness will become stronger and live a normal life. So at the age of 5, Her Highness was forced to cultivate. But whenever she cultivated, all of mana that she would cultivate would be sucked by something that is inside her body. As a result, Her Highness became even weaker than ordinary humans. Even the mana that flowed within Her Highness's body was being sucked. Alchemists spent years trying to find out what exactly was sucking all of Her Highness's mana. But no one was able to find the exact reason. When Her Highness turned 10, the head alchemist of the Great Starry Sky Empire discovered another strange thing. The more Her Highness aged, the weaker she became. At the age of 8 and 9, Her Highness was able to play like normal human children, but 1 year later, she could no longer do any of that. Instead, most of her time was spent sleeping. Her Highness's sleeping period started increasing with her age. At the age of 16, Her Highness slept for more than 22 hours and would remain awake for 2 hours at most. By then, she had become so weak that she couldn't even properly stand. She had stopped coming out of her room. Aditya and Adam looked at each other. Both men felt pity for this princess. Both men can't imagine something like this happening to their children. It must have been very painful for the emperor to watch his own daughter suffer like this. Watching Her Highness suffer, His Majesty and Mother Empress was really saddened. As they knew that if things continued like this, in a decade or two, their daughter might never even wake up from her sleep. It was also during this time that the 6-star runemaster of the Great Starry Sky Empire came up with a solution. As if luck is shining on the Great Starry Sky Empire. His Majesty found a pocket dimension world. Wait. What is pocket dimension world? This time Adam asked the question. A pocket dimension world is a small world that is located within Primal Planet. There are many pocket dimension worlds. But most of them are not discovered. Finding a pocket dimension world is extremely tough. His Majesty was able to find one because he was lucky. Each pocket dimension world is different and unique. Some pocket dimension worlds are completely filled with lava. Some are filled with water, some are endless deserts, and some are thick forests. The Runemaster suggested building a special type of array that will stop the Her Highness from aging and put her into a deep sleep state. So this world is a pocket dimension world that the Emperor discovered. This means the princess is sleeping in this world? Yes. The plan was to put the Her Highness into a deep sleeping state and stop her from aging. While the Her Highness slept, the alchemists of the Great Starry Sky Empire could research and find a cure for her. Even if the process took a century or even 1,000 years, it won't matter since Her Highness had stopped aging and others had very long lifespans. This is supposed to be the original plan, but things clearly did not go the way His Majesty had planned. I and the Man-Eater were put into this world to stop any intruder. At first, I was able to freely enter and leave this world and meet His Majesty from time to time. The last time when I went out of this world, His Majesty told me about some changes that he has made to the pocket dimension world. His Majesty didn't give me many details, but I clearly remember him jokingly telling me that the time of the pocket dimension world works differently. At first, I didn't believe his thinking that he was joking, as His Majesty has a habit of joking with others. What this woman was saying was too much for Aditya and Adam to digest at once. That giant monster is the Man-Eater? Yes. So what about the trial that we and many others faced? To be honest, I really don't know much about it. The illusion world and the world of floating islands were both built to stop intruders from coming to this world. Whenever any strong being stepped inside, the defensive arrays of the world would activate. This is why you two had to face trials. In case some weak intruders entered, the 6-star defensive array would activate and trap the intruders into a world of illusion. So this defensive array is so advanced that even though I suppressed my powers and bloodline, it was able to sense that I am a threat. Impressive. I wonder if I can learn more about this 6-star runemaster. Before us, the rogue cultivators and the adventurers that entered thinking that this is a ruin were trapped inside an illusion. Do you why the portal appeared in the southern region of the dying Al continent? The portal to this world appeared a few months ago. Aditya wanted to know why this happened. I don't know. But a few months ago, I did sense the presence of a very strong being. Maybe that being's presence has something to do with this. Aditya instantly knew that she was talking about the Great Sage Snake. A pocket dimension world is not restricted by the laws of the primal planet. Here the power of the Sixth Order is not suppressed. A Sixth Order can attack a lower rank cultivator. Now everything is starting to make sense. Since you have told us this much, can you please? The woman gave Aditya a helpless smile and replied. I can't. The only way that we can leave this world would be to wake up Her Highness from her deep sleep and defeat the man-eater. If I could, I would have gone out of this world a long time ago. The next moment the woman kneeled right in front of Aditya. She lowered her head and started begging Aditya. Please save Her Highness. What? Aditya was perplexed. How can he save her? Maybe Julia would be able to find a cure for her princess. Aditya wanted to why this woman was begging him. What made her think that he can save the princess? When you were fighting the man-eater, I sensed that you have divine crimson storm dragon blood in you. Even in our time, there wasn't any being with divine grade bloodline. I think Her Highness could be saved if you let her drink your blood. Aditya can tell that even she wasn't certain if his divine dragon blood could help the princess. Sigh. Why are you so desperate? Also, please stand up. Aditya asked. The woman stood up and replied in a sobbing tone. Now that the Great Starry Sky Empire no longer exists, there is no one in this world that will come to save Her Highness. This means Her Highness will be trapped in that array for the end of times. I don't want this to happen to her. Please, I beg of you. Take Her Highness with you. You're the strongest person I have seen in the last 54 years of being trapped in this world. You might be the last person who will be able to pass all the trails and come here. I don't want Her Highness to keep sleeping for eternity in this place. If I want to leave this world, I will have to break the array in which the princess is currently sleeping. Aditya had no other choice. Maybe Julia and Ria can find a cure. Alright. Where are you taking us? Aditya and Adam have been following this zombie woman who is the servant of the 7th princess and has been staying in this world to look after the princess while she slept. Aditya and Adam have been following her for a while now. Both of them have been following them for 2 hours now. In these 2 hours, the three of them have been moving very fast. Other than ice, both of them didn't say anything else on their path. Small and big mountains of snow and ice. Just follow me. The zombie woman replied in an emotionless tone. One thing Aditya has found out about this zombie woman is that this woman very rarely shows her emotions. Even if she shows her emotions, her face would quickly returns to being stoic. Her stoic face makes it difficult for Aditya to see through her. Also, this zombie woman doesn't like to speak too much. She likes being quiet. This zombie woman is the ideal maid that every noble would want to have. From the way she spoke, it was clear that from a very young age, she has been taught and trained to become a maid. This zombie woman has the attributes of a fighter despite being a servant. She is sharp with her words and very quick with her actions. She doesn't let her emotion affect her decisions or actions. This woman can hide so well that even Adam, who is mid-4th order cultivator, couldn't sense her properly. She can almost become invisible. Assassins usually have this kind of power. As assassins need to finish their target's life in just one move or two, they need to sneak or hide till they find the perfect time to end their target's life. But this woman is not an assassin, but she has been trained like one. Whenever Aditya or Adam asked her a question about the 7th princess, she would gladly reply, but when asked about her, she wouldn't say a thing. After crossing a certain distance, Aditya and Adam both saw hundreds of islands floating in the sky. The sizes and shapes of each island were different from each other. After crossing 1,000 meters distance, things became much clearer now. Aditya now noticed that all the hundreds of islands were slowly revolving around a giant floating island. The size of the giant floating island was big as Azure City, which is the capital of the Eastern Empire. The islands were floating approximately 3,000 meters above the ground. Back then, head runemaster of the Great Starry Sky Empire had managed to invent special runes that can make these giant islands float. We became the only empire in this world to have floating islands. His Majesty was planning on creating large floating cities. This would have revolutionized the Great Starry Sky Empire. Unfortunately, the last time I visited the empire, nothing like that had been built. Aditya once again sensed the sadness in her voice. Do you know what is anti-gravity crystals? Previously Aditya thought that these islands floated using anti-gravity crystals. Without anti-gravity crystals, these islands cannot float. The rune circle created by the Great Runemaster works to equally distribute the power of anti-gravity crystals throughout the island. The array also has other functions of which I am not aware. Soon the trio reached the main floating island. Looking up, Aditya can feel a weak presence of a living being. But the presence is so weak that if Aditya hadn't heard about the 7th princess's illness, he would have thought that this princess was on the verge of death. Let go. 2 black pairs of bat wings came out of her back. The next second she flew towards the main island. Brat, give me a lift. Father, do you want me to carry you like a princess? Aditya asked in a neutral tone without showing any emotion on his face. What nonsense are you saying? I will just wait for you here. Father, you can use this. Aditya handed Adam the bracelet of Wind Fairy. The bracelet had a function that allows the user to fly using the wind elements. Soon Adam and Aditya caught up to the maid. After flying for 10-something, they landed on the giant island. As soon as Aditya landed on the giant island, he found a giant palace built in the center of the island. The palace was almost 1,000 meters in size. The entire palace was surrounded by tall green trees. Green grass was growing all over the forest. This is the first time Aditya and Adam was seeing greenery in this world. One of the functions of the array keeps the temperature of this place normal and prevents the snow from covering any part of it. The zombie maid replied in an emotionless tone before walking past them. She began to walk towards the palace. All these things make me wonder just how big and powerful the Great Starry Sky Empire was. The man-eater thing is a beginner 6-order monster. The head runemaster of the Great Starry Sky Empire can make 6-star rune circles. This means he was a 6-star runemaster or maybe even above. How the hell did an empire this strong fall in the Beast Continent? Aditya wondered while following the zombie maid. As Aditya and Adam approached the palace, both of them noticed some complex runes drawn on the white marble floor. The ground around the palace was built with white marble. This palace took almost an entire year to make. This entire palace was dedicated to Her Highness. The zombie maid pushed open the gates and entered the palace. I will take you to meet Her Highness. The interior of the palace was empty and very silent. This deadly silence is scary in itself. At the center of the palace, a huge room was built. Upon entering this room, Aditya's attention was drawn to the complex rune circles that were drawn around the white transparent coffin. Even though I have become a 4-star runemaster, I still can't understand a single word. This makes me feel as if I have never studied runes before. It is almost as if an elementary student is forced to answer university-level math questions. Aditya's eyes were slowly drawn to the sleeping beauty. As the coffin was transparent, Aditya was able to see the person who lay inside it. She lay on a bed of thousands of white roses. Her lips and her skin were pale as if someone had sucked every drop of blood from her body. Aditya would have assumed that she is dead if she wasn't slow breathing. Her aura is so weak. Her aura was like a small candle that is about to burn out. Her aura made Aditya feel that even a strong wind breeze could end up killing her life. Both of her arms rested on her stomach. She wore a beautiful white hanfu. Her body was small and very skin. She looked very weak and malnourished, almost as if she had never eaten anything. She had a slightly above average chest and a small waist. She had white hair. Her face was extremely charming. Although her body was voluptuous, her face was really cute. She can easily compete against all 7 goddesses. While her body was very sexually very attractive, her face still had a bit of baby fat making her look cuter. She looked very fragile. As if even a gentle breeze can kill her. Looking at her, Aditya strangely had the desire to protect her. What is her name? Aditya asked in a low tone while looking at the princess. Her Highness's name is Lara Murphy. Please take care of her. The maid once again bowed her head. I will. I promise. I will try my best to find a cure for her illness and heal her. The zombie maid straightened her back and nodded her head with a small smile. Her Highness will wake up once you open the coffin. Listening to her, Aditya began to step forwards to the transparent coffin while staring at the sleeping princess's face. Once Her Highness wakes up, the first thing that she will most likely try to do is to drink your blood, as you have divine dragon blood. Your divine dragon blood is full of vitality and energy. Please do not stop her. As this would be the very first time Her Highness will be drinking blood. As a vampire, she never consumed anyone's blood. Due to her illness, her powers and vampire instincts have remained dormant. One more thing. Aditya nodded before slowly opening the coffin. Why did you stop? Adam asked, seeing the zombie maid stopping. However, she did not reply. Meanwhile, just as Aditya opened the coffin, he was expecting the princess to wake up instantly. But a few seconds passed, nothing happened. Aditya looked at the princess's zombie maid, expecting some answer. But when he turned his away head, a pair of crimson eyes opened. Aditya instantly felt the aura of the princess becoming a little stronger than before. Noticing this, he looked at the princess, who was also looking at him. She did not speak. Her crimson eyes were slightly glowing in red. Her vampire fangs started to grow. Currently she is too weak. Please help her. At this moment, Adam felt that this maid was hiding something important. Princess Lara did not speak, instead her heartbeat began to increase. Her crimson eyes were slightly glowing in red. Her vampire fangs started to grow. Currently she is too weak. Please help her. At this moment, Adam felt that this maid was hiding something important. Aditya's knees touched the floor as he bent down to put his palms under Princess Lara's head. Adam and the zombie maid watched in silence as Aditya gently lifted Princess Lara's head. Aditya treated Princess Lara with utmost care. He treated her like she was the most fragile thing in this world. Princess Lara kept staring at Aditya while he lifted her head. Before Aditya could give Princess Lara his hand, she suddenly moved. Aditya easily could have dodged and pushed Princess Lara away, but knowing how fragile this woman is, Aditya didn't do anything. He watched in silence as the princess wrapped her fragile and soft arms around his neck. Ha! Taking a deep breath, the next second Princess Lara's fangs sunk into the right side of his neck. Seeing this, the zombie maid widened her eyes for a brief second before her expression returned to normal. Meanwhile, just as Princess Lara's fangs sunk into his flesh, Aditya's entire body shivered. His breathing became ragged. His heartbeat increased. His crimson blood began to boil. His pupils changed to dragon eyes, vertical slits appeared. What he was experiencing at this moment wasn't something that he was ready for. When the princess bit him, his body was hit with a wave of pleasure. Aditya even thought of pushing this princess down and going wild with her. But as soon as this idea came to his mind, he quickly discarded it and threw it into the trash. He would never do something like this. There are certain things that he would never do in this life no matter what. As a man, he never would force himself on another girl. Even in his past life, no matter how much power and wealth he obtained, he always made sure to control himself. Also, the princess was extremely weak. Aditya feared that even his normal touch would give her pain. Aditya could feel it. With each second, the princess was drinking a large quantity of blood from his body. As he had divine dragon blood, his blood was filled with vitality and life force. Just a drop of his fresh blood is enough to turn a human into Dragonian. Princess Lara's body might heal after drinking his blood. Aditya just smiled and then gently stroked Princess Lara's white hair. As he began stroking her hair, the color of her hair began to change, which surprised Aditya greatly. Princess Lara's hair slowly began to change color from the base. Slowly the color of her hair changed to black. Aditya also noticed that along with the change in her hair color, her skin was also starting to look much better than before. Her skin previously looked very pale and looked as if someone had drawn every drop of blood out of her body. But now her skin was glowing. Princess Lara kept going on until Aditya began to feel a little tired from the loss of blood. So with a gentle push, he stopped Princess Lara from continuing, otherwise this princess might really suck him dry and leave him with no blood. As Princess Lara stopped drinking blood, instead of moving away, she licked the place where she had bitten Aditya. From the corner of his eyes, he can see Princess Lara affectionately licking the last few drops of blood. Aditya was also surprised to see the two bite marks rapidly healing. I did hear that when vampire drinks blood, their bite marks always heal very quickly. I didn't think that this would heal this bite marks fast. Although Aditya had met vampires before. This was the first time he was ever seeing a vampire drink blood. His first time turned out to be even more special, as this was also his first time getting his blood sucked. After licking the few drops of blood, Princess Lara did not stop. She still was holding Aditya with her arms wrapped around his neck. But unlike before, now he can feel that Princess Lara had put more strength into her grip. This wasn't the only difference. Her fragile aura made one think that Princess Lara is very close to death had changed. Now her aura is strong as a regular human being's. However, her body was still not that strong. Aditya still needs to treat her gently so that he doesn't accidentally hurt her. Princess Lara's heart now beats faster. Her blood flowed much more smoothly and much faster. Did my divine blood help her recover a little bit? Aditya felt this theory might be true. Drinking his divine blood has helped Princess Lara. Meanwhile, Princess Lara licked the area where she had bit him a few more times before finally looking at Aditya's face. On the other hand, Adam was completely stunned by what was happening in front of his eyes. The zombie maid who was Princess Lara's maid looked emotional. Unlike her stoic face, which is unreadable, this time anyone can guess what emotions she is experiencing just by looking at her face. Your Majesty and Mother Empress, it seems there is really a way to prolong Her Highness's life. Her Highness can live much longer. This man is Her Highness's cure. Drinking his blood, Her Highness will be able to live her life as a regular human. The zombie maid couldn't describe her happiness. Ever since Princess Lara was born, her life has been miserable. Being a vampire, she couldn't drink even a single drop of blood. No matter how hard His Majesty and Mother Empress tried to make Princess Lara drink blood, she wouldn't be able to drink it. Even if she did, she would vomit all of that out of her stomach. Princess Lara never was able to activate her vampire bloodline due to this illness. But now, for the first time, her vampire blood responded in the presence of divine blood. Princess Lara finally drank blood. The zombie maid was very happy at this moment. The 54 years that she spent in this world alone felt worth it. Seeing Her Highness finally looking healthy and better than before, the zombie maid only wished if His Majesty and Mother Empress was here to witness this with their own eyes. Aditya and Princess Lara looked at each other for a few seconds before Princess Lara shyly lowered her head and called Aditya in a very sweet and milky tone. Husband. Hearing Princess Lara calling him husband in such a sweet and loving tone, Aditya felt the world around him exploding. He felt millions of lightning bolts falling upon him. At this moment, the Dragon Monarch was confused, perplexed, surprised, shocked, and hazy. In short, his mind was a mess for a few seconds. He couldn't comprehend what was going on. Just one word from Princess Lara froze his brain. Adam, who also heard this, felt shocked. His jaw dropped to the ground as he stared at Princess Lara affectionately looking at Aditya before lowering her head. What the hell is going on? Why Princess Lara is calling Aditya husband even though this is the first time they had ever met? This does not make any sense. Did drinking Aditya's blood charm Princess Lara or what? At this moment nothing made any sense. Adam looked at the zombie maid who was wiping tears from her eyes. Feeling Adam's gaze, she turned to look at Adam. She nodded her head at Adam as if telling him that, you heard it right. Aditya stared at Lara without saying a single word. The look on his face said everything that one needed to know. Unfortunately, Princess Lara shyly lowered her head. She did not see the expression on Aditya's face. Really, thank you very much to all those who send support. Aditya stared at Lara without saying a single word. The look on his face said everything that one needed to know. Unfortunately, Princess Lara shyly lowered her head. She did not see the expression on Expression on Aditya's face. Husband. Aditya didn't know what to say in response. Husband, from now on please take care of Lara. Princess Lara responded back before closing her eyes and burying her face into his chest. Aditya without realizing put his hands on Princess Lara's soft and slim waist and pulled her closer to his body to make it easier for her to keep leaning on him. Aditya looked at Princess Lara's zombie maid for some explanation. But the maid refused to open her mouth. She instead gave him an apologetic look before telling him that she would explain everything later on with signs. Sigh. Aditya decided to ask the zombie maid later. For now, he had to worry about this princess. Since he had promised this zombie maid that he would look after her and protect her. Husband, can I know your name? Princess Lara shyly asked while tightly holding Aditya. Aditya can see that she is red. She was blushing. She felt so ashamed that she couldn't look at Aditya. Yet whenever she called Aditya husband, her voice would be filled with endless love and tenderness. My name is Aditya Bainath. It's nice to meet you, Princess Lara. Princess Lara shyly nodded her head before she curiously looked at the figure standing to her right. Princess saw a tall muscular man standing with a great sword. The figure standing next to the man was someone whom she knew. For a few seconds Lara couldn't recognize who this person was. But strangely she felt very familiar. After staring at her for a few seconds, Princess Lara finally recognized who this person was. How can Lara forget the person who has been taking care of her ever since she was born? Rose, is that you? So her name is Rose. Aditya and Adam thought the same thing in their minds. Seeing Rose, Princess Lara got out of Aditya's embrace even though it really felt comfortable in his embrace. She slowly began walking towards Rose. Meanwhile, the expression on the zombie girl's face finally broke. Tears formed in her eyes before she ran up to Her Highness. Rose has been taking care of Her Highness since she was born. Rose has been there with Princess Lara for as long as they could remember. Even when Princess Lara was put in this world, Rose volunteered to look after Her Highness. To Princess Lara, it might seem as if not so much time has passed. But to Rose, 54 long years had passed. She spent 54 years alone in this world without any interaction. The only thing that kept her motivated to keep going is Her Highness. Walking in front of Princess Lara, Rose kneeled on the ground. However, Princess Lara made her stand up and then she hugged Rose. Both of them hugged each other while shedding tears of joy. Especially for Princess Lara things were very difficult. She was kind of hoping to see her parents after she woke up but it seems the prophecy did happen. After hugging Princess Lara, Rose somehow calmed herself. Highness, there is something that you should know. Rose felt choked while saying the painful and bitter words that were going to shatter the innocent heart of her lady. I know it. Rose widened her eyes in deep shock. Meanwhile, Aditya and Adam had no clue what they were talking about. But how? Asked Rose with a shocked face. Princess Lara quickly the tears from her face and then replied in a sad tone. A prophecy was revealed by the seer a week before I was put to eternal sleep. What prophecy? Aditya asked with a confused look while walking toward Princess Lara. In the prophecy, it was revealed that in the future the great starry sky empire was going to be destroyed. That one day a powerful red dragon would come to the icy shattered ruin and wake me up. That power red dragon will be my future husband and the one who will find a cure to my illness. The shocked and surprised look on Rose's face told Aditya that this zombie maid really knew nothing. This also kind of explains why Princess Lara called him husband. I was the type to not believe in seer or soothsayer or in prophecies. But after coming to this world, I had multiple visions of the future. Each time I managed to change the future with the knowledge I had about future events. I thought I was the only one who sees can the future, but now I have met or heard of two beings who have been able to see glimpses of the future. The first one is my grandfather's best friend, he is one of the origin dragons and his name is Michael. The second one is the seer that Lara is talking about. Aditya was starting to worry about the future. Michael warned him that beings powerful as Aditya were going to come. It is difficult to explain, but I was able to see every single person who entered the icy shattered ruin. I saw my husband fighting someone close to him. I saw him fighting his own self. I saw him fighting the man-eater. I saw everything. Hearing this, Aditya was once thing shocked. But he quickly understood that this must be one of the side powers of the 6-star array that was built to keep the Lara to eternal sleep. Royal Father promised that he would do everything in his power to change that future and make sure that he and others stay alive till I wake up. But it seems Royal Father couldn't change the future. The prophecy is happening. Mother Empress forbid me to tell anyone about the prophecy as this would cause a panic. Lara looked sad when talking about her father and her family. It was not easy for her to wake up in a completely different time and era where her family, friends, relatives, and even her empire doesn't exist. Aditya held Lara's hand and then gently smiled at her. Since I am your fated one, I will take care of you. Hearing this, Princess Lara blushed slightly before lowering her head. 1,300 years ago, the societies of the primal world were very different from now. Mother Empress has raised all of her daughters to love and respect her husband. This also includes Princess Lara. Ever since she heard that she was going to meet her husband when she woke up, she has been preparing herself to become the best wife. Princess Lara had made up her mind to always love, respect, support, and devote herself to her future husband even if her future husband happens to be one of the ugliest men on the planet. To her, it doesn't really matter if her husband has 100 wives as long as her husband cared for her. It doesn't really matter if her husband was the evilest person on this planet or the cruelest king on the continent. She was still going to love, respect, support, and devote herself to her husband. In her life, Princess Lara never has been touched by another man other than her father. Princess Lara has rarely interacted with men other than her brothers. When she regained consciousness amidst drinking Aditya's blood, as a vampire, she instantly fell in love with the taste of Aditya's blood. His blood was the most delicious thing that she has ever drunk. The second thing that she fell in love with was her husband's smell. It was so addictive. The third thing that she fell in love with was her husband's face. Her husband might not be the most handsome man on the planet, but in her eyes, her husband was the most handsome man. Princess Lara loved how gentle he was with her. She loved how caring he was. She loved how her husband held her hand when she felt sad about losing her family to support her. Even though it hasn't been even 10 minutes since she met her husband in her fated one, she was already very happy. The only part that made Princess Lara sad is the fact that she can't do anything in her power to repay her husband back. She also wanted to become the perfect wife for her husband. She wanted to cook for him. She wanted to do all the things that a wife would do for her husband. Unfortunately, her illness prevents her from doing any one of that. We don't have much time. The man-eater monster will be here soon. Rose looked at Aditya. She really hoped that Aditya would be able to defeat this monster and take her highness out of this world. The man-eater monster can sense if her highness has been awakened up anyone. We will be trapped in this world if the man-eater monster is not killed. Rose was still shocked when she saw a mid-3 RD order cultivator fighting a beginner 6th order monster. Aditya was fighting a being that is 3 orders above his cultivation rank. Aditya gently held Lara's right hand and then nodded his head with a resolved look. Don't worry, I will make sure to defeat this being. Last time, my attack almost defeated it, but its regeneration saved its life. I have to do something about its regeneration. Aditya's 2 strongest skills were Inferno Overdrive and Crimson Lightning Blink. Both of his skills were currently under cooldown effect. If he could use one of his skills, then he can easily end the monster's life. The man-eater thing can regenerate from any kind of injury 3 times before its regeneration abilities stop. Since you already injured the man-eater monster once, you will need to severely injure it twice before you can permanently kill it. Sigh. This is going to be difficult. Aditya thought as held Princess Lara's hand. Just injuring this monster once took all of his mana. I don't know if the same attack will work twice. The man-eater monster is very intelligent. Being a beginner 6th order monster, its intelligence is very high. It can learn from its opponent during a battle and think of counters. Roar. It's here. Aditya was the first one to sense the monster's presence. Adam was the second one to sense it. Then Rose sensed its presence. But Lara couldn't sense its presence as she wasn't a cultivator. You 3 wait here. I will return after I deal with this monster. Lara was about to say something in response, but Aditya had disappeared. Please take care. With his heightened sense, Aditya managed to hear what Princess Lara was before he flew off the floating island. At the same time, dark clouds containing crimson lightning bolts began to cover the sky. A few seconds later, a big storm took place. Ding! The passive boost of the Storm Marshal class has been activated. The host's mana has been temporarily increased by 50%. Storm Flight. Lightning Armor. Crimson Lightning Dash. Ding! You have activated Storm Flight. Ding! You have activated the Lightning Armor. Ding! You have activated Crimson Lightning Dash. Dragon Transformation. As soon as Aditya flew off the island, his body began to transform. Within a few seconds, his body changed. He took his divine Crimson Storm Dragon form. By instinct, the Dragon Monarch let out a powerful roar that produced a large shockwave. Roar! Aditya was in his dragon form. Aditya's dragon form was 50 meters in size. He had 2 large strong beautiful crimson dragon wings. His teeth were white and extremely large. Ding! As you have transformed into your dragon form, all of your stats except for mana have been doubled. Ding! Your mana recovery speed has been increased by 60%. Ding! 500 plus extra agility has been added to your base stats. Aditya in his dragon form flew in the direction east at his full speed. A minute later, Aditya stopped in front of a gigantic monster. The size of the monster was truly colossal. Let's finish this. From a far distance, Adam, Rose, and Lara saw a huge shockwave spreading when Aditya and the man-eater monster's attacks collided. He let out a loud roar before swinging the adamantite doomblade at the man-eater monster. The monster stopped Aditya's attack with its right hand. I need something that will break this diamond skin. Aditya used this chance to summon another strong attack. Enraged lightning spell. Crack. Lara, Rose, and Adam, the 3 of them had come out of the palace and were standing on the edge of the island and were watching the battle between Aditya and the man-eater monster. What the hell is going on? Rose asked with a disbelieving look. Compared to Lara and Rose, Adam was relatively calmer as he had seen something like this before as well. I don't know what is going on, but whatever Aditya is going to do will definitely cause chaos. Rose and Lara widened their eyes as they saw countless bolts of lightning flickering around the dark clouds. The lightning bolts were of 7 unique colors. But all of a sudden, all the lightning bolts that has been swimming in the clouds like snakes started heading in the same direction. Take this. Aditya vertically swung the adamantite doomblade at the man-eater monster. The monster easily blocked his attack. Aditya noticed that ever since the man-eater monster covered its body with diamond skin, its movement had slightly slowed down. Bang! A loud metal clanging sound was heard. Aditya couldn't dodge the punch. Aditya grinned seeing the man-eater monster slightly trembling to see the rainbow bolt of lightning over its head. Good luck. Boom! Roar! Just as the rainbow lightning struck the monster's head, the man-eater monster let out a loud painful scream of agony. Really, thank you very much to all the Just as the rainbow lightning struck the monster's head, the man-eater monster let out a loud painful scream of agony. Ah! Lara covered her ears in fear when they heard the loud painful scream of the man-eater monster. When everything calmed down, Aditya found the man-eater monster lying deep in a crater. The monster's body was in very bad shape. Not even 5 seconds passed, and Aditya noticed the man-eater's body rapidly regenerate. Aditya took out another mana recover pill and ate it as he knew that to kill the monster he would need to land another powerful attack. As the man-eater was recovering, the monster turned its attention to Aditya. Roar! The man-eater let out another powerful roar. Crack! Suddenly, from the ground, more than 1,000 white gigantic snakes rose in the air. Aditya, who was currently flying 100 meters above the ground, suddenly felt something. Before Aditya could dodge, the snakes bit his legs and before dragging Aditya to the ground. Aditya couldn't stop himself from falling to the ground. Boom! After he fell down, all the 1,000 snakes wrapped around his body, preventing Aditya from moving at all. The man-eater monster started running in Aditya's direction. Seeing that he can't free himself in time, Aditya controlled the crimson lightning in the storm clouds. Before the man-eater could reach Aditya, in just a single second, more than 100 bolts of crimson lightning started to strike the man-eater monster. However, the man-eater started running at Aditya after stopping for a brief single second. Seeing this, Aditya did not waste any time. He activated the new skill which he obtained after the Dragon Palace was built. Dragon Monarch's Domain. The Dragon Monarch's body started to glow red. At the same time, heaven seems to have become chaotic as well. With Aditya's change in his body, chaotic crimson lightning started to rain down on the land. Also at the same time, a red flat sphere began to spread from Aditya. The red flat sphere spread in every direction, covering 10,000 meters in radius. The man-eater monster suddenly felt fear as he stared at Aditya. Aditya grabbed the adamantite doomblade and then disappeared. Before the man-eater monster could react, the Dragon Monarch had teleported behind the man-eater monster. 5. This is the end of your stupid regeneration. Boom! The only thing that Adam, Rose, and Lara saw was a diagonally crimson flame before everything exploded and blinded their vision. 4. Not enough. I can't fall now. Aditya did not care about the state of his body. He tightly gripped the adamantite doomblade and stared at the man-eater as the monster's body rapidly regenerated. 3. Time is running out. 2. As soon as the muscles and skin formed over the monster's bones before the regeneration could be over, the man-eater reacted. 1. Aditya did not move. This was the last moment before he ran out of mana. This was the final deciding moment of this battle. This moment was going to determine who was going to live. Bang! Aditya was forced to cough out blood as the man-eater's right arm entered Aditya's right heart. The monster's right bone penetrated through his heart and came out from behind. At this moment Aditya almost lost consciousness, but he held on. Fate seems to be on Aditya's side as the monster's regeneration seems to have stopped. Aditya held the adamantite doomblade and drove the black sword through the monster's heart just like the monster had driven his right hand into his heart. Bang! Roar! As the adamantite doomblade penetrated the man-eater's heart, the monster cried in pain and in agony. 0. Aditya suddenly lost all of his strength. He couldn't even keep holding the adamantite doomblade as he had lost all of his strength. At the same time, the red glow over his body began to disappear. The violent crimson lightning that was flickering around his body started to fade away. This battle had come to an end. I won. That was the last thing Aditya thought before he closed his eyes. At the same time, the monster's body began to crack. Cracks appeared all over the monster's body. The man-eater monster roared at Aditya before its entire body started to break down like glass. Huff. Huff. Cough. Aditya coughed out a mouthful of blood before falling to his knees. The Dragon Monarch could feel his vision getting blurred. This feeling, when was the last time I felt something like this? The Dragon Monarch, no rather the man who became the Eastern Empire's emperor, the man who became the Dragon Monarch, asked himself. Even with his blurred vision, he can faintly see the man-eater monster's body starting to crack. Even a second felt like an eternity for Aditya. As he watched the man-eater monster's body crack, his remaining consciousness began to wonder. He began to question himself. I strangely feel warm even though I am about to pass out for who knows how long. I strangely feel peaceful even though I have come so near death. At least, father can get out of this place. At least, I was able to save Princess Lara, who is my wife, even though I still haven't done a thing for her. At least, Rose now won't be trapped in this frozen world. This familiar warming and peaceful feeling, am I experiencing this because I am about to die? Aditya remembered when he died on Earth, he experienced something similar, but back then he was full of regret. He regretted living a life of no happiness. He regretted living a life without any real friends or family. He regretted hiding his personality behind a mask. Right now Aditya's consciousness was like a candle that was about to burn out. Once the candle burned out, Aditya will die. With each passing thought, Aditya could feel his strength living in this body. He could feel his soul slowly starting to shatter. When he thought about his first death on Earth, he remembered the regrets that he had in his life. Remembering the regrets made Aditya remember the things which he still hasn't done. The responsibilities that he has in this world. I still haven't achieved my dream yet. I still haven't confessed my love to Ria yet. I still haven't given Alicia enough time. I still haven't spent enough time with my first wife. I still have to save this world from evil forces. I still have to help that woman. I don't want to die before I see my child. There are thousands of other things which I want to do, but it seems I have run out of time. Aditya began to have a deep regret. The regret he had in his past life was nothing compared to the regret that he was having now. At least I have one. That was the last thing Aditya thought before he closed his eyes. At the same time, the monster's body began to crack. Cracks spread all over the monster's body. The man-eater monster roared at Aditya before its entire body started to break down like glass. At the same time, Aditya returned to his human form before falling to the ground. Seeing everything calm down, Adam did not wait any longer. He jumped down from the floating island and rushed at Aditya. He moved as fast as he could. Never in his life, Adam has wanted to run this faster. You better now die, brat. I don't want my daughter to lose her smile and her source of happiness. I don't want my daughter to become a widow at such a young age. At rushing at Aditya, drops of sparkling tears fall to the ground. Right now, no one thinks that the furious wild of the Echo Dominion Empire would cry for a boy whom he had met not so long ago. Rose, take me there. Lara's entire body trembled as she blankly stared in Aditya's direction. But milady, if I take you there at such high speed, then your body might not be able to handle it. Why don't you wait here, Rose? Didn't you hear what I just said? Rose widened her eyes, seeing her highness losing her calm. This was the first time Lara has lost her temper. Before today, Rose has never seen Princess Lara lose her temper like this. Rose silently nodded before picking up Lara in her arms. The next second, Rose also disappeared. Rose created a barrier around her to make sure that the strong wind and snow won't be able to affect her highness. Adam managed to reach Aditya at his top speed. It still took him 71 seconds to reach Aditya. Adam kneeled before while staring at his son-in-law's face. His current condition was really worse. His entire body was covered in blood. Red blood was coming out of his mouth and his nose without stopping. Every single bone in his body was broken and shattered. His leg, thigh, chest, and arms muscles were torn apart. In some areas, Adam could even see Aditya's bones. If a normal human had even 1/10 of Aditya's injuries, that human instantly would have died. It's already a miracle that Aditya was still alive. He is still alive. But he can die at any given second. Aditya had long stopped breathing. His heart wasn't beating either. It was his black heart that was still keeping him alive. Otherwise, Aditya would have died the moment the man-eater monster had put his right arm into his heart. If Adam had to describe Aditya's current condition, then he would say that the current Aditya's aura was so weak that it was difficult to even sense aura from far away. Adam almost thought that Aditya had died when he was far away. Adam quickly scanned his storage ring, looking for the highest star healing potion or pill. However, to Adam's frustration and anger, all the healing pills in his storage ring were either 3-star or beginner 4-star. The only few 5-star healing pills that he had was used on himself to recover when he had fought his duplicate version. Let's check if Aditya has any 5-star healing pills. Not all hope was lost. Adam managed to find a 5-star beginner healing potion that Julia created with Ria's help. The potion was green in color and was stored in a test tube. Adam quickly opened the lid and put the green slightly sparkling liquid in Aditya's mouth. He then closed Aditya's mouth and nose to make sure that not even a single drop of this liquid is wasted. As the green liquid reached down Aditya's throat, a green aura covered his entire body. Sigh. Fortunately, blood has stopped flowing out of his body. Adam noticed no blood was coming out of his mouth and nose. He also noticed that Aditya's aura, which was about to burn out, had somewhat stabilized. Fortunately, this brat is not going to die. Adam wiped the tears that were making his vision blur. Adam checked if there was any other 5-star healing pills or potion in the storage ring, but to his disappointment, he couldn't find any other potion or pill of 5-star rank. A few seconds later, Rose and Lara also arrived. Seeing Aditya's condition, even before Rose could gently put her highness down, Lara struggled and came down. She then quickly ran up to Aditya with her weak and malnourished body. Her hands trembled as she gently reached out to hold Aditya's face. Drops of tears started falling from Lara's eyes to Aditya's eyes before rolling down. Seeing that man who was her husband covered in blood without moving, really hurt Lara. Lara gently stroked Aditya's cheek, wiping the blood that covered his face with a sad smile on her face. Lara was having an emotional breakdown. While Rose had experienced living in this world for more than 53 years. But for Princess Lara, on the other hand, to her 53 years passed like an afternoon. She went to sleep knowing that the next time she woke up, she might never see her family, parents, brothers, sisters, and her empire again. Rose still managed to handle herself. She was comforted by the man who was going to be her husband. But now, not even an hour later, she was witnessing her husband on the verge of death. This was just too much pain for her. Rose has never seen her highness shed tears like this. Back in their time, no matter how difficult things became, Princess Lara never shed a tear. She might have a weak body, but her mind and heart were very strong. Seeing someone cry like this, Rose felt hurt. It pained Rose to see her lady cry like this. Milady, Aditya, his highness is still alive. I can feel his aura. Rose's words seemed to have given the little bit of hope that Lara wanted to cling to. Really? You're not lying, right? Rose smiled before nodding her head. In the Eastern Empire. Dragon Emperor, come out, I am here to take your life. Standing right above the Dragon Palace, Walker spoke in a loud tone. He spoke so loud that his voice was heard even throughout the entire Azure City. Walker is the descendant of the founding father of the Dragon Guild. He is one of the oldest members of the Dragon Slayer Guild. Walker was the leader of this group. His task was to fight the Dragon Emperor and end his life. A few months ago, Walker had set his gaze on the Black Dragon King and the White Dragon King. Both Dragon Kings were quite popular and very powerful. Walker was planning on challenging either one of the Dragon Kings, but before that could happen, the White Dragon King mysteriously died. No one knows how the White Dragon King died. As for the Black Dragon King, the Dragon Emperor Aditya personally killed the Black Dragon King and took over the entire Southern Fire Dragon Empire within a week. I have heard many good things and also bad things about Aditya. I don't care if he is the saint or if he is the evilest person on the planet. My aim is to kill every single dragon in existence. It is rumored that no one has ever managed to defeat Aditya. Today, I will defeat him and kill him and take his head with me as my trophy. Wearing the silver gold full body armor that was made from dragon bones, Walker waited for the Dragon Emperor's arrival. Walker held a bone sword. The bone sword was engraved with powerful runes, making the bone sword sharper and much more powerful than an ordinary bone sword. Little did Walker know what he had done. His voice was heard by millions of residents living in the capital of the Eastern Empire. All the Eastern Empire's soldiers, Dragonians, and dragon warriors who heard this erupted like a volcano. Especially the dragon warriors and the Dragonians, who had immense respect and admiration for Aditya. The dragon warriors and the Dragonians had a drop of Aditya's bloodline in them. To them, the dragon monarch is an existence that cannot be disrespected. No matter who the person is, they won't tolerate their dragon monarch being disrespected. For the sake of the monarch, they won't hesitate to give up their life. Walker did not recklessly enter the Dragon Palace. He can feel it. The dome-like barrier around the Dragon Palace is not strong enough to stop him. But Walker was clever and cautious enough to know that Aditya must have taken steps to prevent any Five Order from entering the Dragon Palace. If Walker recklessly enters the Dragon Palace, then he might get shot by powerful cannons or he might be trapped in some array. There was a rumor that the Eastern Emperor was a really good runemaster. Walker and his team did not have to wait long as they suddenly felt the ground shaking. Everyone sensed thousands of Dragonians surrounding them. Powerful Fourth Order dragon warriors heading in their direction. You got some nerves coming here and challenging our king. So Aditya secretly had a mid-5th order lizard. Walker couldn't sense anything beyond the dome-like barrier. The barrier prevented him or anyone from sensing inside. Before he came here, he was told that the Eastern Empire has a few beginner 5th Order dragons. Greenwood was one of the few dragons who have chosen to follow Aditya for life. After getting a drop of Aditya's bloodline, he managed to evolve his bloodline and become a dragon warrior. His cultivation also increased from peak 4th to beginner 5th Order. Greenwood managed to impress Aditya. As a result, he was made the guardian of the Dragon Palace. Greenwood is the protector and also the gatekeeper of the Dragon Palace. Even now he was cultivating, but he had to stop as he had heard this arrogant man's words. It looks like one of them has managed to reach mid-5th. Greenwood did not lose his calm when he was called a lizard by Walker. Greenwood met a few young dragon slayers back when he was living in Silver Meadow Grove. Walker is also no exception. The only reason Walker hasn't died because of his arrogance is because of his clever mind and his sly tactics. This man is cruel, selfish, arrogant, cold-hearted, and indifferent. Lizard, go and call your Lizard King. Today I am here to kill him. Also at the same time, the thousands of Dragonians who had surrounded the members of the Dragon Slayer Guild erupted upon hearing Walker's words. This bastard dares to insult our king. Let's kill every single one of them. Today you guys are not living this alive. We swear on the name of our dragon monarch, today every single one of you will die. Humph. Stupid lizards, what makes you think that you guys will kill us? Is it because of your large number or is it because you can't see our strength? Die. Earth spears. Thousands of earth spears rose from the ground and spread in every direction. However, before the attack could reach the Dragonians, a strong wave of wind hit all the earth spears and broke the spears. Boom. It looks like we have an elven warrior. Walker gently smiled before he turned around and looked at the goddess who was looking at him with an icy cold gaze. Anyone could tell that the gentle goddess was absolutely furious. The change in the nature goddess's mood was also reflected in the sudden change in the atmosphere. The atmosphere around the Dragon Palace and the Azure City rapidly began to change. The clear sky darkened with black clouds. Strong cold winds blew from every direction. It was as if nature has become the enemy of the dragon slayers. What can you possibly do against me? I admit I certainly wasn't expecting the Lizard King to have a woman who is this strong and also this beautiful. But this is not going to change the outcome. Call the Lizard King, I want to end his life and then I will destroy the Dragon Palace before everyone's eyes. Oh, really? I would like to see you try. Walker looked to his left to find a man in a butler outfit with crimson wings standing in the air. Watson held a peak 4-star sword in his hand as he coldly stared at Walker. Watson, you also come. Nice. Since everyone is here. Where is the main character? Is he sleeping or is he too scared to come out and face me? Walker asked in a mocking tone. Facing two 5th Order powerhouses, Walker wasn't the least bit afraid. He felt excited when he thought of the looks all these people would have after he kills Aditya and then slowly destroys the Dragon Palace. Aditya does not need to come to deal with problems like you. I can deal with you and your pathetic group alone. Ha ha ha. Such confident. From where do you get this much confidence when you're standing in front of a peak 5th Order? Or have you become delusional after staying with that Lizard King? Aditya does not need to come to deal with problems like you. I can deal with you and your pathetic group alone. Ha ha ha. Such confident. From where do you get this much confidence when you're standing in front of a peak 5th Order? This showed the confidence and arrogance that Walker had in his strength. Walker's only goal was to kill the Dragon Emperor and destroy the Dragon Palace. Milady, I will deal with other peasants. Please do not worry. Rhea simply nodded without even looking at Greenwood. Greenwood had known Rhea and others who lives in the Dragon Palace. As the gatekeeper and the guardian of the Dragon Palace, he knows the people who live here. Greenwood has met Rhea, Julia, and Alicia several times in the past. He knew Rhea's identity as the goddess of nature. Watson did not speak a single word. He followed Greenwood outside the Dragon Palace. Seeing two goddesses, Theo, Han, Anthony, and Arthur felt a little dazed by their beauties. Lady Julia and Lady Alicia, I don't think it would wise for you two to fight. As far as Watson knew, his king was a calm and composed man. He very rarely lost his temper. Watson, today I want to fight for my husband. Watson, I appreciate your concerned words but I think you're underestimating us. Let's talk after this fight this over. As a businesswoman, Alicia keeps a note of all the prominent and powerful figures in each region. To the world it might look like the Dragon Slayer Guild's only purpose was to slay dragons but their real motive was to earn profits by slaying dragons. Sigh. Watson sighed and nodded his head. I will take care of this vampire. This guy has been getting on my nerves for some reason. I am not afraid of you. Clang. Watson threw a red dagger at the Horn Tribe beastman. Han was a peak third order cultivator. Han threw the 2 meters long golden blue spear at Watson. Watson moved his body to the right and then grabbed the spear with his left arm. Watson saw Han attacking him with his bang. However, the impact of the punch forced Watson to take a step back. Meanwhile, Alicia and Rebecca began to fight. Clang. You're not bad. Alicia clapped both of her hands together. Fire Trident. After her experience with the mutant fire ant, Alicia threw the fire trident at Rebecca. These kinds of pathetic attacks are completely useless against me. Rebecca was someone who was capable of defeating a peak third order cultivator. Rebecca just moved to her right to dodge the attack. However, just as the fire trident was about to go past her, the fire trident began to glow strongly before exploding. Boom. Julia's opponent was the young 22 years female of the White Tiger tribe. Keith had joined the Dragon Slayer Guild a few months ago with the ambition of killing at least one dragon. Even the ones that she found were too strong for her to handle alone. I don't want to harm you. So you're saying that dragons are not innocent? In the eyes of the dragons, the White Tigers are not worthy of being called their rival or enemy. Fine. Then I will just have to kill you. Seeing Keith charging at Julia, the goddess quickly chanted a spell before snapping her fingers. Suddenly, sharp spiky vines rose from the ground. The veins reached Keith's legs before wrapping around her entire body. Numbing prison launch. Fine. Then I will just have to kill you. Keith had white tiger ears and a tail. She had a slim, flexible, and very strong body. When she got ready to fight, her nails became sharp and had long claws. The color of her hair also changed to white. Her white hair even had a unique glow to them. Seeing Keith charging at Julia, the goddess quickly chanted a spell before snapping her fingers. Suddenly, sharp spiky vines rose from the ground. The veins reached Keith's legs before wrapping around her entire body. Numbing prison launch. Ah! The White Tiger tribe's beast girl screamed in pain as the large sharp spiky thorns in the green vein stabbed her body. The pain was unbearable for Keith. Each spicy thorn was 3 to 4 inches big. When the vein wrapped around her body, Keith was in unbearable pain. With her scream, tears gathered in her eyes. I shouldn't have underestimated this woman. It hurts. Keith regretted underestimating Julia. How does it feel? Rhea had helped Julia came up with this spell. Rhea and Julia have worked together in making a few other spells as well. With these spells, the goddess is confident that she can take on any third-order cultivator and protect herself. Bitch, I am going to kill you. Keith looked very furious. Language. Julia did not like to use vulgar words or language, nor did she like hearing any vulgar words or language. I think you're going to like this. The goddess once again quickly chanted a few foreign words before snapping her fingers. Julia is a kind and gentle girl who hates unnecessary bloodshed. Why Julia would show mercy to someone who had come here with the intention of killing her husband? The goddess saw no reason to go easy on this woman just because Keith is a female. A few seconds passed in silence. Seeing Keith still glaring at her, Julia gently smiled before pointing her fingers above. Keith also looked up. As soon as she saw the thing that was charging in her direction, her face was full of fear. 100 meters above the sky, a group of wild golden tigers made up of golden lightning was heading in her direction. Glorious tiger. Boom. All 7 tigers crushed on Keith with a loud and big explosion. Scene change _______. Crack. The ground cracked slightly. The crack started getting bigger and bigger. Eventually, the thick brown roots of trees emerged from the ground. The roots moved like they are alive. They rose from the ground and headed in Walker's direction under Rhea's control. Humph. This kind of attack is useless against me. The mana from Walker's body began to take the shape of several small white glowing orbs. The orbs glow in bright white light before being shot at the brown roots that were coming at him. Mana bullets. It was a simple type of attack that any cultivator can perform as long as that cultivator's control over mana is really good. Walker, being several centuries years old, had already mastered these kinds of basics. Boom. The mana bullets hit the roots, but the smile on Walker's face disappeared as he saw nothing happening to the roots. Instead, the roots glowed in a slightly green color before heading in Walker's direction at a much faster pace. What? Walker was in shock. What just happened? Walker flew even higher while staring at the brown veiny roots. After a few seconds, he realized that these roots have the ability to absorb mana. Since his attack was essentially mana itself, the roots were able to absorb the mana that was in the mana bullets and get even stronger. Impressive. Although Walker wouldn't admit it out loud, he was impressed. Over the years he had faced many elves that have used similar types of attacks. This was the first time he was facing someone that can make the roots absorb mana from the opponent's attacks. No wonder she was so confident to face. Unfortunately, that confidence will soon become your nightmare. Walker grinned as he changed his flight direction and started heading in Rhea's direction. Rhea did not panic. Her entire body glowed in green light. She controlled the mana in her body to form 10 green whirling spheres. The 10 whirling sphere floated behind her. When Walker came near Rhea, all of the 10 spheres were fired at Walker. Humph. Too easy. Walker prepared to counter the green sphere. Suddenly the size of the green spheres began to shrink down at a rapid speed while heading in Walker's direction. The spheres were down so much that Walker couldn't see them anymore. Seeing this, Walker just assumed that the spheres have run out of mana before reaching him. Ha ha ha. Pathetic. You should, boom. It was very difficult to explain what just happened. At that moment, Walker felt he was hit with 10 invisible bullets. Each sphere hit different parts of his body, leaving. But thanks to the armor in his peak 5th order body, the attack couldn't harm him much. But suddenly his head started to spin rapidly. Walker was starting to have trouble even standing up. At the same time, he felt his body getting weaker. He also experienced the loss of his mana. Almost as if someone was sucking away his mana. What is going on? Walker tried to focus on his opponent, but no matter how much he tried, he couldn't locate Rhea's aura. Almost as if Rhea never existed in the first place. Walker held his head with both of his hands in dizziness. This was his first time facing such a tricky opponent. The reason Walker is known to be very sly and tricky is because of the tactics that he uses to win difficult battles. Walker is someone who wouldn't hesitate to use any kind of underhand means to win a fight. But today he was facing someone who was even more tricky than he was. Because he underestimated this woman, he fell for her trick. Karma had come back to him. What did you do to me? Even though Walker couldn't detect Rhea's presence, he knew that the goddess was there. His gut told him that he was being watched by Rhea. Nothing complicated. Just simple things. Rhea replied in an emotionless tone. This man was here to kill her. Aditya, this Yandra goddess, wasn't just going to kill this man. She was going to take her time in properly torturing this man. The goddess of nature is known to be one of the kindest and nicest elves and goddesses out there. As they say, man should never play with nature. There is also another saying that never provokes the nature goddess, as the wrath of the nature goddess would be too much for mortals to bear. From the beginning, Rhea had no intention of just simply killing off this man. She was going to torture him using every single means possible. She wouldn't let this man die so easily. Rhea is extremely gentle to everyone. But to the people who wish to harm her family or her loved one, she can become the most violent one on the planet. These green spheres have different abilities. What you're experiencing is a result of that. Right now, your mind is in confusion. As a result, you cannot even stand in one place. You cannot fight in this state. No matter how powerful you're, in front of me, you're powerless like a mortal. The other green spheres have the power to drain your life force and drain your mana. Your life force and your mana are currently being transferred to me. Hearing Rhea's words, Walker's entire body trembled. No wonder why he was suddenly starting to feel this weak and exhausted. His mana reserve was also rapidly exhausted. This was the doing of this woman. Rhea showed a crazy grin as she stared at Walker. Fufufu. Your nightmare isn't over yet. Since you had come to kill my beloved, your punishment will only begin. I will lock you in my prison. I will be sure to treat you very carefully. This will be fun. Walker felt a chill running down his spine. What type of crazy woman was she? This bitch is crazy. Walker desperately tried to escape. For the first time in his life, he saw no hope. Even though he had fought thousands of battles before this, he truly felt like escaping at this moment. Walker didn't even care about the mission anymore. Nor did he care about his purpose of slaying dragons. It's useless. A green vine rose from the ground and wrapped itself around Walker. The green vine started to suck all of Walker's mana. In fewer seconds, Walker was left with no mana. Even his body began to feel really weak. Walker feels unconsciousness. This would be the last time Walker would see the light of sun. Fufu. Now that I am done. Let's see how others are doing. Aura around Rhea changed. She went back to being sweet, kind, and loving. While Rhea took care of Walker, Greenwood alone took on the other members of the Dragon Slayer Guild. Greenwood proved to be too much for them to handle. The remaining 4 members couldn't even land an attack on Greenwood. The whole time, Greenwood was toying with them. He took his time in making each member of the Dragon Slayer Guild suffer as they should for trying to harm their Dragon King. How did it feel? Alicia asked. Rebecca, the Amazonian, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Parts of her arms were burned from Alicia's previous attack. Rebecca did not reply. She instead angrily charged Alicia. Seeing this, Alicia smiled. The mysterious smile on Alicia's face gave Rebecca feel that something was wrong. Before Rebecca could think what this woman was plotting in secret, just as she stepped within a 10 meters radius of Alicia, Rebecca suddenly found her entire body in the fire. From the ground, a bolt of fire burned her entire body. Ah! Amazonian screamed in pain as she felt her body being burned alive. Rebecca couldn't bear the pain. She quickly protected her body with mana skin. Mana skin is an invisible layer of mana on top of the skin that can increase one's defense to a certain extent. Before Rebecca could even turn her focus on Alicia, something else was already on Rebecca. The Amazonian failed to notice the 5 meters big crimson glowing magic circle forming beneath her feet. Just as she stopped the flames from burning her body, another wave of flame rose from the ground and entirely consumed Rebecca in it. Ah! All the Dragonians who were watching the battles trembled in fear after hearing Rebecca's painful scream. The Dragonians always thought Alicia to be kind and sweet. They didn't think that she would be this dangerous in a battle. This time, the flame was so strong that even the mana skin couldn't protect her anymore. Rebecca tried to protect her body or get away, but no matter what she did, she failed to escape the orange-red flame. This is a special type of fire-type spell that my father taught me a few months back. Casting this spell requires a large amount of mana. This flame was directly summoned from the hell. This flame is also hellfire. Hellfire is one of the powerful flames. The hellfire is especially effective on people who have committed a lot of sins in their lives. The more sins you have committed, the more powerful the hellfire will be. Since you have killed a lot of dragons and might have committed other kinds of sins in your life, everything is being returned at you. This flame won't leave you even after you die. It will continue to burn your soul till all of your sins have been cleansed. Hearing this, the other Dragonians once again trembled in fear. Some of them even wiped the sweat that had formed on their foreheads while listening to Alicia's words. After what they saw today, one thing was clear: the Dragonians are going to respect Alicia even more. Previously they immensely respected her because there was a rumor about Lady Alicia becoming His Majesty's second wife. Some of the Dragonians even felt pity for Rebecca. This woman was good-looking. Unfortunately, she had to mess with the wrong person. As for committing sins, even the nicest person on the planet and in history has committed at least one sin. No being, whether mortal or immortal, wasn't perfect. Living beings will commit sins. A few seconds later, Rebecca's screams eventually stopped. Alicia seeing this sighed in relief. Her face was slightly pale as she had to use nearly all of her mana in using that spell. Not every cultivator can use the hellfire. Only the members of the Osborne family and a few other select people can use the hellfire. Not only that, even though hellfire is a very strong flame, the mana required to summon hellfire is extremely big. In terms of powers, the hellfire comes really close to the crimson flame. But the crimson flame can only be used by a select few individuals possessing a crimson bloodline. The crimson flame only required 0-2+ mana to use it. Meanwhile, Watson and Han's battle had reached its peak. The victor of this battle would be decided at any point. Both men were fighting at their full strength. Watson used dragon transformation, which raised his stats. Also, being near the dragon palace, Watson received another big boost in his stats since the beginning of the battle. Clang! Han took a step back before throwing the spear at Watson. The spear glowed in golden light before 9 other identical golden spears came out from the main golden spear. All of these 10 golden spears headed in Watson's direction. Humph! Such tricks won't work for me. Watson knew the other 9 golden spears were just basic illusions. Watson can easily see through this kind of illusion. Clang! Watson deflected the golden spear with his hand. Oh really? The butler and the former acting prime minister widened their eyes in shock as he suddenly heard 2 voices of Han. One coming from the right and another coming from the left. Before Watson could find the real Han, both Han rushed at Watson at full speed. Watson did not panic. He stood in one place and then closed his eyes for a second. Suddenly Watson's entire body began to glow in crimson aura. Before Han could understand what was going on, Watson suddenly his eyes and let out a loud roar from his mouth. Impure Dragon Charge! Bang! The shockwave of the roar was so strong that both Han was sent flying in 2 directions. Both Han crushed nearly 50 meters away from Watson. After falling down, one of the Han just disappeared while the real Han somehow stood up. But then he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. If you're good at illusion, Dragonians like us are masters are breaking them. Illusions of this standard can never fool me. A simple dragon roar was enough to break the illusion and damage Han's mind. Watson infused his mana in his sword while standing facing Han's direction. 10,000s of wind blades. Han saw countless blades of wind heading in his direction. Despite the pain that he was feeling in his brain, Han got up and moved out of the way thinking that the wind blades can't change their direction. But Han was so dead wrong. Just as Han thought he had avoided, the wind blades changed their directions and began heading in Han's direction. Han looked at the wind blades in horror. The blue-horned tribe man could not dodge the attacks of 10,000 wind blades. Without his spear, Han really had no way of protecting himself from something like this. Bang! Drip! Blood dripped from Han's body. Han breathed heavily while staring at the fellow members of his Dragon Slayer guild. The other members already had fallen. Keith was lying dead on the ground. Her entire body was covered in the body. There was no sign of Rebecca. Han only heard her painful scream before she vanished. The leader also had fallen and was under the enemy's control. Theo, Arthur, Anthony, Roger, and Lily were also lying dead on the ground. Han was the last to fall. Han fell to his knees and then looked at Watson and asked, "How are you guys so strong? When you have the strongest dragon emperor as your king, you naturally become strong." Watson wasn't lying. Aditya's presence itself had influenced Watson and others to get stronger so that they could keep up with him. Han fell to his knees and then looked at Watson and asked. How are you guys so strong? When you have the strongest dragon emperor as your king, Han then fell to the ground. A few seconds later, his consciousness also faded. For a moment the entire place fell into silence. Is there anyone from the Shadow Guardian division? 2 young Dragonians who wore masks stepped out of the crowd. Walking in front of Watson, both young Dragonians first bowed and greeted Watson. Watson might be Aditya's butler, but his standing among the Eastern Empire is very high. Aside from the fact that Watson is the Emperor's most trusted man and also his butler, Watson is also the first Dragonian of the Eastern Empire. Watson is also the former acting Prime Minister of the Eastern Empire. Even though he has stepped down from his role, Watson still held more political powers than the new Prime Minister, Spencer Newman. Since Spencer Newman currently wasn't here, Watson decided to take the cleanup job into his hand. Take all the dead bodies to the second laboratory. By this evening I want a detailed report on each of these members. As the Eastern Empire expanded in size and in power, Aditya also made adjustments to the 7 divisions in the Eastern military. One of the adjustments was opening subdivisions within the 7 divisions. Within the 3rd division, there were currently 3 main subdivisions. Each subdivisions had a leader. The 1st and 3rd subdivision leaders would report to Nathan. The 1st subdivision created spies that specialized in infiltration. The spies would collect information from foreign kingdoms, empires, and factions. The 2nd subdivision created Shadow Guardians that would watch over the Eastern Empire from shadows. The 2nd subdivision reported directly to Aditya. If Aditya wasn't available, the 2nd subdivision leader can report to Nathan or the Prime Minister. The 2nd subdivision was the only subdivision that had the privilege of directly reporting to the Emperor. This also meant that the Shadow Guardian division had more power than any other subdivision, and compared to any other subdivision more resources were given to the Shadow Guardian division. The job of the Shadow Guardians was to watch over the entire Eastern Empire from the shadows and report the potential threats and any corruption within the Eastern Empire to Aditya. The members of the Shadow Guardians were Dragonians or Dragon Warriors. The members are specially trained in the assassination. In case of emergency, the Shadow Guardians can be dispatched to face foreign invaders. The 3rd subdivision was a very small division and had only a few hundred members. But each of these members specialized in research. The research subdivision experimented with creating various kinds of deadly poisons and creating their antidotes. Another important role of the research subdivision was to study dead bodies and investigation of crimes. Watson then called a few other maids to clean up everything. He then walked up to Rhea, who was holding Walker. Lady Rhea, what are you going to do with him? Watson asked while looking at Walker, who had lost consciousness. Watson never thought that one day he would see a peak 5th order cultivator being held captive by a beginner 5th order. Then again, Lady Rhea, Lady Alicia, Lady Julia, and young Master Aditya are anything but normal cultivators. But I still can't help but feel shocked. I wonder how the world will take this news. It was wildly known and many believed that the Eastern Empire was powerful because of Aditya. But once the news of a peak 5th order dragon slayer being defeated by a beginner 5th order elf spreads, the world will know that the Eastern Empire even without its emperor. I am going to punish him a little. Walker didn't know what to say to Rhea. Earlier he had seen the change in Rhea's personality when fighting Walker. Fortunately, she now had returned to being the usual Rhea. Lady Rhea, please don't kill him. We will need to get some information out of his mouth. Watson wanted to know why the Dragon Slayer Guild tried to kill their emperor for no reason. As far as Watson knew, neither Aditya nor anyone from the Eastern Empire has ever harmed the Dragon Slayer Guild. It may be true that someone from the Eastern Empire did break the Dragon Slayer Guild's rules, but how does it happen that the Dragon Slayer Guild suddenly became so courageous that it came to the capital of the Eastern Empire and insulted their emperor in broad daylight? Did the Dragon Slayer Guild forget the military power of the Eastern Empire? Could something have influenced the Dragon Slayer Guild to take this action? Watson feels that there are some stories to this. The elders of the Dragon Slayer Guilds are not stupid. Oh, don't worry. I will be sure to make him speak before I end his life. Just leave everything to me. At that point, Watson said nothing else. He fully trusted Rhea and her judgment. Rhea is not like Alicia or Julia. The goddess can be very kind when the time comes. But she can also become ruthless and very cruel. Just like Mother Nature, she changes her personality depending on her surroundings and depending on the situation. She can become the provider. She can also become the Grim Reaper. The party is over. Everyone go back to your work. Hearing Watson's voice, all the Dragonians began to return. Even if Watson wanted to suppress what happened today, he knew that the news was going to spread like wildfire. By the way, Watson, where is Spencer? Julia asked as she hadn't seen Spencer this morning. Yesterday, His Majesty sent Spencer to the Beast Continent to establish diplomatic relations with one of the Fox tribes. It might take him a few days to return. To become a global powerhouse, the Eastern Empire needed to extend its foreign influence and connections to other continents. Besides, Aditya had one other reason for trying to establish diplomatic relations with the Fox tribes in the Beast Continent. And the reason was related to Amber. Rhea, are you coming with us? Earlier the girls had left Sophia and Clara in Azure City. Now Julia and Alicia were planning on going back and resuming their shopping session. No, I will join you later. Saying that, Rhea flew away carrying Walker with her. She directly went to Silver Meadow Grove. The Silver Meadow Grove was going to become Walker's torturing ground. The screams of his endless pain will frighten the magic animals that live there. Watson decided to report this after Aditya returned, but little did he know that Aditya wasn't going to return home anytime soon. The whole day quickly passed, and the news spread like wildfire. This news revealed more information about the Eastern Empire's military. Meanwhile, after sunset, the girls soon returned home. They are expecting Aditya and Adam to come back when they returned home, but to their disappointment, Alicia, Julia, and Ria did not see Aditya's face when they returned. The girls started to get worried. Unless it was something very important, Aditya and Adam should have returned by evening. A few hours later, the girls sent Watson to go to the southern region, to the place where Aditya had gone. Watson with a few other Dragonians came to the village that was built around the icy shattered ruins. Watson did not hide his identity. The Dragonians carried the flag of the Eastern Empire with them. So the people were easily able to tell that they were from the Eastern Empire. As a result, everyone quickly moved out of the way and not even the gangsters dared to stop Watson. Watson soon discovered that something was very wrong here. The portal was locked. No one was able to get out or get in. The adventurers and the rogue cultivators looked very distressed and unhappy. What happened here? Watson asked in a loud voice. For a second everyone went silent. One of the rogue adventurers walked out of the crowd and replied. We don't know. A few hours ago, the portal basically stopped allowing anyone to enter. Now we can't enter the portal. No one has managed to get out of the portal as well. What? Watson instantly knew the core problem of the situation. But he did not panic. Being Aditya's butler for so many months, Watson has witnessed so many miracles. Watson believed in Aditya with his life. Let's wait for a few hours. Watson decided to wait. Very quickly a few hours passed. The portal showed no sign of opening. Watson and the Dragonians have forcefully tried to enter, but no matter how hard they tried, it just didn't work. Having no other choice, Aditya sent one of the Dragonians back to the Eastern Empire to inform others about this. An hour later, all the girls, Leo, Clara, and Sophie, came. Before the girls came, Watson used his authority to make all the adventurers and the rogue cultivators leave this place as he didn't want the news of the Eastern Empire being trapped inside the ruin. Thousands of Eastern soldiers soon captured the entire village and prevented anyone from getting in. Bang! Ria used her full power to try to break the barrier that prevented her from getting inside. Lady Ria, please calm down. This made everyone very worried and especially Ria very desperate. The Yandra goddess became unstable without Aditya. Unfortunately for them, this was just the beginning of their dark period. 34 days later As far as Aditya and Adam are concerned, their disappearances have not been revealed to anyone. Only their closest family members and friends knew about it. However, their disappearances have left them heartbroken and devastated. The first thing Julia did in the morning was open her eyes. The first thing her body did unconsciously looked for Aditya beside her. Seeing that Aditya was no longer here, Julia felt very sad and empty when she woke up. As a habit, Aditya would gently hold her body while she slept. It became a habit for her to sleep in his arms while hugging him. Now that he wasn't here, it became very difficult for her to fall asleep. A lot of the time, he was the first one up in the morning. Often, he would stare at Julia's face, gently stroking her back, as he embraced her. He would make sure that her body did not get cold. When Julia woke up, she was always met with a loving kiss on her lips when she awoke. Instead of getting up, they would both cuddle together for at least 5 minutes before getting up. It had become a habit for Julia to have Aditya pamper her. And now that he wasn't here, she desperately missed him. Every time she tried to sleep, she remembered him. She would remember his touch. She missed his presence. Julia used to look forward to sleeping with her Prince Charming, but now she finds that it has become one of the most difficult things for her. In fact, she even had to take sleeping pills in order to get to sleep. Otherwise, she will not be able to fall asleep without him no matter how hard she tries. Her eyes rubbed as she sat up. As she looked to her right, she saw that her husband had disappeared. Tears started to form in her eyes as she realized that the life she lived without him had become very lonely. Julia felt lost without him. Without him, she could not focus on her work. The girl felt nothing. Her life had not changed in the last 34 days in a single way. She was unable to smile, she was unable to experience joy, and she was unable to enjoy the taste of food even if she was hungry. It was as if all she had been holding on to had disappeared with his disappearance. The words that Julia uttered were, "I miss you. I hope you come back soon." As she buried her face in her pillow, she began to cry silently. This was not her first time shed tears in this manner. It was the 33rd consecutive morning that she had shed tears like this. Knowing that her husband was not with her when she awoke, she could never stop herself from crying every day when she got up. It's difficult. It's painful. Sent without you, everything has become black and white. Without you, the world seems to have become a lonely place. As if darkness has consumed the world and only you can save it. My beloved, I miss you. Please come back. I can't live without you. A pound. Knock. Knock. Lady Julia. Are you awake? The door was knocked on by the maid. Julia quickly wiped the tears from her face. Yes, I am awake. Would you like to join others for breakfast or shall I bring you breakfast as usual? Without Aditya, the family had stopped having their meals together. Before it had become a rule to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner together, but now Julia had her meals alone, in her bedroom. Julia very rarely got out of the bedroom. Since she can't focus on her work, all of her work has been put on big sister Paige's shoulders. I will have my breakfast in my bedroom, Julia replied in a low tone. But that was enough for the maid to hear what her lady just said. This bedroom belonged to Aditya and Julia. After Aditya's disappearance, Julia spends most of her time here as this is the place where both of them had made most memories together. Alright. I will be back in a few minutes. Meanwhile, Julia got up with her. She walked in front of the mirror and stared at her face. These 34 days have changed her physical appearance a lot. She stopped cultivating. Her face was a mess. She looked like someone who is depressed. Her eyes were devoid of any emotions. Dark circles formed under her eyes. Her hair was a mess. She stopped taking care of her appearance. Her eyes were slightly swollen and red from all the crying. The goddess slowly walked to the bathroom. When she came out of the bathroom, the breakfast was already on the table. But seeing the mouth drooling food, she had an appetite. Ignoring the breakfast, she climbed the bed and then lied diagonally and stared at the ceiling. She began to recall all the good memories that she made with Aditya. It seems that Julia is spending most of her time doing this now that she has stopped working. In comparison to Julia, Sophia was at least somewhat able to keep her composure under the circumstances. Sophia had made sure Zach attended the same school as Clara. The news of Adam's disappearance had only been revealed to Adam's right-hand man. As Adam's right-hand man, Eddie was tasked with the responsibility of protecting the entire territory while Adam was away. Eddie would attend important meetings in Adam's place. Scene change _____. Far from the Eastern Empire, a woman with emerald eyes was sitting on a chair and writing a letter to her right-hand man. The woman had covered her face with a veil. Knock. Knock. After Aditya's disappearance, Alicia had completely immersed herself in her work. She was very sad when Aditya disappeared. She cried for days before she came back to the office. In spite of the fact that she hasn't forgotten Aditya, she was trying to shield herself from this pain by completely immersing herself in her work. A maid of Alicia's stepped into the room carrying a cup of tea and some pastries. She said to Alicia, "Milady, you have been working all night. I think you should get some rest. I am not hungry at all. This is distracting me. Take it away from me." In spite of Alicia's request, the maid refused to comply with Alicia's orders. "Milady, I'd like you to take a break." The maid's words seemed to have triggered Alicia's emotions, and even though she has been suppressing them in her heart for a long time, they erupted on her. Bang! Alicia smashed the table, shattering it and shredding it into pieces. She was angrily glaring at her maid and shouted in a loud voice, "I do not want to eat, as I said before." As soon as these words left her mouth, she regretted it. The goddess regretted losing her calm. It was at this point that Alicia calmed down. She was left with guilt and regret. "I am sorry. Please leave me alone. I would like some time to myself." Alicia sat down and spoke with her head lowered. "As you wish, milady." The maid bowed her head to Alicia before leaving her alone in the room. When the goddess maid left, the goddess broke down in tears, unable to hold on anymore. Scene change _____. Bang! Ria angrily punched the wall. "The three of you are the best runmasters in the celestial terrain continents. And you guys are saying that you can't break the barrier. These three elves were the best runmasters of the celestial terrain. One of them was a 4-star runmaster and the other two are 3-star runmasters. Your Highness, please understand that we are trying our best. But this is something that is completely out of our hands. From this entire month of research, I have concluded that the only way we can break the barrier would be with the help of a 6-star runmaster. So you're telling me to give up on my beloved? Lady Ria, please calm down. Getting angry won't take us anywhere." Watson, who was standing beside Ria, tried his best to calm her down. Watson has accepted the fact that they can't break the barrier. Now he can only pray and hope that his king would somehow break the barrier from inside and come out of that hell. In his king's absence, Watson and Spencer have been trying their best to do everything. Although both of them couldn't fill the role of a king, at least they were able to make sure that the empire would be able to run even without his presence. Watson and Spencer didn't let anyone in the empire feel the absence of Aditya. Thousands of the Eastern Empire guarded the icy shattered ruin village. No outside was allowed to go in. If anyone tried to go to the portal, then the Eastern soldiers won't hesitate to kill that person. This was the strict order that the Prime Minister had given them. Only members of the royal family and the high-ranking people of the Eastern Empire were allowed to go in. I can't believe we have been guarding this place for over a month now. Everything here is so boring. Ever since the Eastern Empire took this village under their control, no one dared to even come near this place. So except for eating, sleeping, and guarding, the soldiers had no other job. Don't complain. This is much better than being sent to war. At least, we can spend our time playing cards. Another soldier lazily replied while distributing cards. Suddenly the portal that hasn't reacted for over a month reacted. The size of the portal began to enlarge, which attracted the attention of all the soldiers. "Captain, what is happening?" Some soldiers asked the captain in panic. The captain of the soldiers was a Dragonian. As the portal enlarged, the Dragonian was able to feel the presence of his king. The Dragonian's entire body trembled in excitement. Others might not know it, but he has been told that their king has been trapped inside. The portal has opened. The Dragonian shouted in excitement. "Inform the Prime Minister about this." Really, thank you very much to all those who... Ria was sitting on the balcony where Aditya used to sit and draw runes. The goddess would often come and sit in this place. Last month, she had spent many hours sitting here, doing nothing. She would just sit here and stare at the sky or observe the Azure City to see if anything interesting is happening within the capital. Ria's maid came to the balcony with a letter in her hands. "Milady, a letter from the celestial terrain has arrived. The letter has been personally written by Her Majesty. An elf from the celestial terrain delivered a letter to Ria's personal maid a few minutes ago. What does my mother wants to say? Ria clearly wasn't in a good mood from her tone. Ria's maid opened the letter and started reading out. My dear daughter, I really miss you. Please come back home. You have been waiting for Aditya for over a month now. Why don't you come home and spend a few weeks or a few months with your poor mother? You know that I don't have anyone beside you. I am very lonely without you. This is the exact reason why Ria didn't want to read her mother's written letter. Ria's father had long passed away. Ria grew up with no father. For as long as she can remember, she and her mother always have lived together. Ria's mother never let her feel the need for a father when growing up. When Ria became a little older, she realized that her mother is overprotective and too much loving of her. In fact, Ria's mother was against Ria coming to live with Aditya. If Ria hadn't kept her busy with all of the Celestial Terrain Empire's works, then her mother certainly would have become her biggest obstacle in coming to live with Aditya. This is not the first time this month her mother has written this kind of letter to Ria. In the span of 34 days, Ria's mother has written her 17 letters. Nowadays whenever a letter comes, Ria just lets her maid read it aloud for her. How many times do I have to tell her that I am not going to return home without Aditya? Especially in his absence, I will stay here and keep the balance. There are countless ways that Ria can help the Eastern Empire. What a white, Ria sighed, feeling tired of everything that was happening. Sigh. Just tell my mother that. Ria stopped when seeing Watson running towards her. Watson, what happened? At this moment Ria didn't know why, but she got the feeling that she was about to get a piece of very good news. The look on Watson's face said everything. The portal has opened. Opened. The goddess didn't dare hesitate anymore. Without wasting a single second, she prepared to teleport to the southern region and head to the icy shattered ruin, but Watson stopped her. Lady Ria, since we're going there, it would be better if we take Lady Julia with us as well. Ria stopped and then nodded her head in agreement. This month's past hasn't been kind to any of the goddesses. Each of the goddesses suffered in their own way. Ria hasn't seen Julia for over 20 days now. Since the three goddesses were busy dealing with their own grief, they didn't have time to help each other. Scene change _______. I apologize for losing my temper on you. Honestly, these days everything has become really difficult. For the first time in my life, I am not able to enjoy my work. Before I was able to enjoy my work more than anything, but ever since I got close to him, I realized that I have changed in many ways. Alicia loves competition and challenges. The thrill of overcoming all the odds and difficulties and becoming the biggest player and also the biggest profit maker in the market had always excited her. But now for the first time, she found her work exhausting. She felt burned out. She no longer felt the joy of earning money. Milady, there is no need for you to apologize. As your maid, I know you better than anyone in this world. I have been serving you for so many years now. After serving you for so many years, if I can't understand your emotions or understand you, then I am not worthy of being your maid. I know currently you're going through a difficult phase of your life. Before becoming a maid, I also had a similar kind of experience. I have also lost the people whom I dearly love. Though I cannot completely understand your pain, I can relate to your situation. Hearing this, Alicia sadly smiled and said nothing. Milady, there is one more thing that I want to tell you. Aditya and you were married to each other through a contract. In the contract it was stated that if Aditya dies, then all of the goddesses will also die. So I do believe that His Majesty is still alive. No matter where he is, I am sure right now he is completely fine and trying his best to return back to the Eastern Empire. As His Majesty's future wife, you should put your trust in your husband and should wait for him. Thank you. I need to hear these words. Alicia felt much better hearing these words from her maid. Alicia now felt a little bit calmer. She is right. I should believe in him. Only he can turn the impossible into possible and create miracles in desperate situations. I have seen him do it so many times. I should believe in my beloved. Can you please bring me something to eat? Suddenly I am starting to feel a little bit hungry. I will be back in 5 minutes. Please wait. The maid quickly relaxed, seeing the Eastern Empire's symbol on the right side of the assassin's chest. The female assassin was a member of Nathan's division. She wore a black dress that completely covered her body and hid her face. She tied her hair into a bun. Do you have anything urgent to report? This wasn't the first time the members of Nathan's division were sent to Alicia. Greetings, ma'am. The situation is very urgent. The barrier around the portal has disappeared. It is now possible to enter the portal. Alicia's entire body trembled as if she has been struck by lightning. For a second she froze as she couldn't believe the words that she just heard. What? Repeat what you just said. The portal has opened and, smosh. Scene changed to the training grounds _____. This month the training grounds seem to have become quiet. The spirit, the aggression, the unity, the fighting intent, and the passion that once existed among the new recruits seemed to have vanished. This was mainly because of the gloomy atmosphere of the main 7 division captains. As all the 7 captains, or also known as the generals of the Eastern Empire, heard about Aditya's disappearance, it seems they become depressed as well. Even though everything went on as before. Even though the training of the new recruits continued as it did previously. In the 5th division, the captain of the 5th division, who was a Fox tribe woman, sat on the chair and read a book on elemental control. These days Amber had a gloomy atmosphere around her. This was mainly because of the fact that after Aditya's disappearance, her best friend Julia completely changed. Before, regardless of how busy Julia or Amber was, both friends would find at least 5 minutes to catch up and chat with each other. After Aditya disappeared, Amber made many efforts to bring Julia out of her depression, but she was unsuccessful. This has made Amber feel that she is not worthy of being Julia's best friend. Amber looked down on herself for not being able to help her best friend in such times. All of this is His Majesty's fault. Although Amber would never say it out loud, but deep down she was angry at Aditya for disappearing for over a month and leaving her best friend sad and depressed. Now no matter what Amber tried to do or did, nothing worked. In a few more days, I should be able to reach beginner 4th order with my magic cultivation. As for my physical cultivation, I have reached peak 3rd order a few weeks ago. Although this has tremendously increased by strength, in the end, I cannot feel happy seeing my best friend like this. Usually, Amber would take missions and go out to various cities to hunt for criminals. But nowadays, she stopped taking any missions. Instead, she sent her 5th Division members to complete the mission while she regularly tried to bring Julia out of her depression. As for the other 6 generals, even though all of them were depressed, they did not slack off. Sigh. I should try to talk with Julia. Greetings, my lady. I have come with very exciting news. In the next seconds, Amber was gone from the training grounds. Amber quickly reached the Dragon Palace. Without any hesitation, she entered Julia's room only to find her best friend lying on the bed and blankly staring at the ceiling. Seeing this, Amber once again felt sad for her best friend. Amber excitedly woke up Julia. Opening her eyes, Julia looked at Amber in confusion. The goddess wondered why Amber was suddenly being so excited. Guess what? What? We finally have a way to reach him. By him, you don't mean? The goddess's eyes went wide open. Let's not waste a single second. Within 30 minutes, Alicia, Ria, Julia, Leo, Sophia, Watson, Spencer, and the 7 generals had gathered in front of the portal. This was the first time all of them were gathering in one place after 30 days. This is true, especially for the goddesses who did not see each other's faces for days. In their own ways, Aditya's wives were depressed and sad. Neither of them had the courage or the strong mentality to comfort the other. Instead, the goddesses needed someone to comfort them. When did the portal open? This entire month felt like a year to Watson and others, despite the fact that 30 days might seem like a small thing to an immortal. The excitement in Watson's and others' hearts was unbearable. Sir, the portal opened exactly around 30 minutes ago. The Dragonian replied in a loud and clear tone. Good. Watson turned to the 7 generals and said. Some of you would need to stay outside. While the rest of us enter the portal, some of you can stay behind and guard the portal. Make sure that no enemy can do anything to the portal. I will stay behind. I will join you. I will wait for His Majesty outside. Me too. In the end, Josh, Eleanor, Henry, and Scott decided to stay outside of the portal. Alright. You guys make sure to protect this area with everything you got. After that, the goddesses and others entered the icy shattered ruin. Scene change back to Aditya. She has never seen Her Highness cry in such a way. Princess Lara had always had a strong mind and heart, despite the difficulties that faced them back then. Although she may have had a weak body, she still had a strong heart. Rose was hurt when she saw someone cry like this. It was painful for Rose to see her lady cry in such a way. Milady, Aditya, His Highness is still alive. Really? You're not lying, right? Don't worry so much. Rose and Lara watched Adam foolishly grin while staring at the sky. In Adam's imagination, he was playing with 7 little dragons, sitting on his chest and pulling his clothes and his hair. What exactly did my husband steal from your daughter? Adam snapped out of his daze and answered with a smirk. Aditya is my son-in-law. He and my daughter have been engaged, and in a few more years, both of them would get married. As for the rest, Princess Lara was able to understand. Lara couldn't help but blush as she recalled Adam calling Aditya's children little dragons. As for being jealous or sad by the fact that Aditya already had a fiancé, Lara found this to be completely normal. In Lara's time, it was completely normal for strong and influential men to have multiple wives. Kings in her times used to marry princesses from several neighboring or foreign kingdoms or dynasties to establish strong connections and increase their political and also military power. Lara's mother was known as the Vampire Empress or also Mother Empress. Lara knew that an amazing man like her husband would have multiple spouses. What else Lara can ask for from her husband? A few more minutes passed, but Aditya's condition did not heal. Soon Lara and Rose discovered Adam's worries. Lara also noticed that Aditya's wounds were not healing. Why isn't my husband's body healing? Adam's face turned ugly as he realized that just one 5-star pill isn't enough. A portal began to open a few kilometers away from Aditya. I have checked his storage ring. There weren't any 5-star healing pills left. This means now we will have to rely on lower star pills. I will have to take him back as soon as possible. Adam was preparing to pick up Adam, but then he stopped, sensing some familiar presence. Seeing Adam stop, Princess Lara was confused. But soon her confusion was cleared as she saw Adam and her maid Rose staring in the direction of north. A few minutes later, silence. From the north, a group of 9 people were heading in this direction. Judging the auras of these 9 people, except for the weakest one, I don't think I can defeat any one of them. Rose prepared to defend herself and Her Highness if in case these people tried to harm them. But her worries were unnecessary as she noticed the worried faces of the strangers as they came closer. Adam stood up and stepped towards the woman with long purple hair. Sophia came running to him and hugged him. Sophia hugged him back with all of her strength as if she is afraid that she might lose her husband again. These 34 days have been a nightmare for Sophia. Without her husband, she felt her entire family had been broken. I missed you. Sophia began to sob while burying her face in his chest. Adam didn't really know how to comfort his wife. Aditya, Julia sat in front of Aditya. She completely ignored the two strange people sitting next to Aditya. She gently lifted his head and put his head on her lap, not caring about the blood that ruined her clothes. The goddess hurriedly took out a 5-star healing pill that she had made a while back and kept it with her in case of an emergency. As she fed him the healing pill, Rhea did not just stand there. A green aura radiated from the nature goddess. Soon a green aura surrounded Aditya's entire body and rapidly began to heal his wounds both internally and externally. The pill and the nature goddess's powers healed all of Aditya's wounds within a few minutes, but Aditya did not open his eyes. The skill that he had last used against the man-eater had burdened not just his physical body but also his soul. It will take him a while before he can get up. Sigh. Alicia sighed in relief seeing Aditya healed up. The goddess then turned her attention to the pale-skinned woman who was worriedly looking at Aditya. Who are you? Alicia asked. The goddess could feel that this woman had a very deep relationship with Aditya. Now that Aditya was healed, she took some time to observe the feature and the appearance of the three kneeling around Aditya. The one who questioned her appeared to be very beautiful. Not even her mother empress was this beautiful. From what it looks like, this woman is a few years older than her. This means that this woman will become even more beautiful as time passed. It seems she is also one of the husband's wives. Since I am meeting my sisters, I should properly introduce myself. With her weak body, Princess Lara stood up before elegantly offering a bow to Alicia. My name is Lara Murphy. I am the 8th princess of the great starry sky empire that existed a long time ago. I have been sleeping in this world till my husband woke me up from my long slumber. Really? Watson, Amber, Nathan, Spencer, and Sophia were shocked. Aditya had disappeared for more than 30 days and now he had found another wife. Just what happened? All of them had the same questions in their mind. Rhea sighed in relief after Aditya was healed completely. The goddess was about to express her happiness of seeing her beloved one after so many days when she heard the words that came out of Princess Lara's face. Hearing these words, the look on Rhea's face changed instantly. Lara's maid Rose and others suddenly became alert, sensing Rhea's killing intent leaking out of her body. Lara's attention was soon drawn to Rhea when she stood up and walked in front of Alicia. Princess Lara took this opportunity to closely observe the face and appearance of the woman with silver hair. It was obvious that this silver hair woman was very close to her husband, as how she didn't know. Princess Lara didn't know what she should say to Rhea as she already had introduced herself. She believed that now it was the other party's turn to introduce themselves. However, Rhea did not speak even a single word. The goddess just continued to stare at Princess Lara. The deadly silence gradually grew, making the atmosphere tenser. Rose prepared to fight all these people if in case this silver-haired tall woman tried to harm her highness in any way. Watson couldn't take the silence anymore. He was about to step forward and stop Lady Rhea before she made any irrational moves. As Aditya's personal and only butler, Watson can tell that his master really cared about this young girl. And if Lady Rhea does anything to this young girl, master might become upset. Also, Watson didn't wish to see Rhea harming his master's potential future wife. However, Watson's intervention wasn't necessary as the killing intent coming out of Rhea's body was suppressed. Rhea hatefully glared at Aditya, who was lying unconscious a few meters away from her. This evil man. He left us for 34 days. After 34 days, he is suddenly with a young girl who calls herself his wife. When he wakes up, I will take my sweet time in torturing, I make him tell me everything. Hello. My name is Rhea Tombrook. I am the princess of the celestial terrain. I am also Aditya's third fiancée and his third future wife. It's really nice to meet you, Princess Lara. The reason Rhea did not take out her anger on Lara is that she noticed that Princess Lara was really weak. In fact, it was not just Princess Rhea, others who came with her also noticed this. Everyone noticed that Lara's aura was really weak. Lara appeared to be weaker than normal humans of her age. But no one said it out loud as they wanted Aditya to explain everything when he woke up. I was right. So we will become sisters in the future. Princess Lara smiled. She was happy to meet the new members of her new family. Meanwhile, Lara's maid Rose sighed in relief seeing that Rhea is not attacking her highness. Now that the great starry sky empire no longer exists, I must protect her highness with all that I have got. I will make sure that no one can bully her highness. When Rose was appointed as Lara's maid, she had sworn to protect and forever stand with her highness. Rose has guarded Lara for 53 years in this world alone without ever interacting with any human. Rose is even willing to fight beginner 5th order Rhea to protect her highness. My name is Alicia Osborne. I am the princess of the ethereal empire. I am Aditya's second fiancée and his second future wife. It's really nice to meet you. You can call me Big Sister. Compared to Rhea, Lara found it easier to talk with Alicia. Okay, Big Sister. Princess Lara innocently nodded her head. Her eyes were really pure. Compared to everyone, Princess Lara was the most innocent one. Being weak, Princess Lara spent the majority of her life in her bedroom. Princess Lara very rarely socialized with anyone. This is one of the reasons why she appeared to be more innocent than girls of her age. While girls of her age mostly had boyfriends and went out to date, Princess Lara never had been touched by any male other than her father and her brothers. My name is Julia Honored. This is my mother Sophia and this is my father Adam. I am Aditya's first fiancée and his first future wife. You can call me Big Sister as well. Let's get along from now on. Julia's mood had significantly improved as Aditya lay on her lap. Sophia and Adam were surprised to see their daughter act so maturely. My name is Watson. I am His Majesty's butler. I am Spencer. I am the Prime Minister of the Eastern Empire. My name is Amber. I am Nathan. I am. After everyone introduced themselves, it was decided to go out of this world. I will carry His Majesty. No one stopped Watson. While Watson picked up unconscious Aditya, Princess Lara was picked up by Rose. Her Highness cannot keep up with others, so I will just have to carry her. Before stepping inside the portal, Princess Lara took one last glance at the icy shattered ruin world. This would mark a new chapter of my life. Father, Mother, please watch over me from heaven. At least, in this new journey of mine, I am not alone. I have Rose with me. And most importantly, I have found the fated one. Princess Lara and Rose looked at each other for a second before Lara nodded her head. Goodbye. On the other side of the portal, many surprises were waiting for Princess Lara and her maid Rose. All the soldiers were surprised and shocked to see their Majesty being carried by Watson. At this moment everyone understood why Watson ordered them to guard this place and not allow anyone to get near. It was because their king has been trapped in the icy shattered ruin world. Welcome back. How is His Majesty? His Majesty should wake up soon. There is no need to be worried. Meanwhile, Spencer looked at all the soldiers. Everyone, what you have seen today must never be revealed to another soul. If anyone leaks what has happened here today, then I swear on His Majesty's name, I will personally behead that person and torture his entire family for eternity. Spencer added a little bit of his killing intent. His words worked perfectly. Nearly all of the soldiers trembled in fear. Unlike the previous acting Prime Minister who was kind and friendly, the new Prime Minister was very strict. In the last few months, Spencer has gained a reputation for being the cold-hearted minister of the Dragon Monarch. Spencer proved himself as the cold-hearted minister of the Dragon Monarch by mercilessly slaughtering every single person who was closely related to the Dragon Slayer Guild. After the attack from the 7 members of the Dragon Guild Slayer, Spencer and Nathan personally worked together in catching the spies of the Dragon Slayer Guild that the guild had sent to the Eastern Empire's capital in order to gain more information on the Eastern Empire. The unfortunate ones who were captured by Spencer were publicly executed. And Spencer was the one who publicly ended their lives. The image of Spencer killing all the spies of the Dragon Slayer Guild was still fresh in everyone's mind. That day, Spencer had turned into a demon. In the end, Spencer's entire body was covered in the blood of the spies. Not just that, he even publicly released a statement that anyone who is conducting any sort of business or is related to the Dragon Slayer Guild will be publicly executed. From that day, the Eastern Empire made it clear to the world that the Dragon Slayer Guild is their mortal enemy. Also on that day, the close allies of the Eastern Empire also released a similar statement and cut off all connections with the Dragon Slayer Guild. This meant that the Dragon Slayer Guild was banned from the entire eastern region of the Dying Isle continent and half of the southern region of the Dying Isle continent. The reason Spencer hasn't attacked the Dragon Slayer Guild yet is that he was waiting for His Majesty to return and decide how he would want to see the Dragon Slayer Guild end itself. Good, Spencer was satisfied with the soldiers' reaction. Let's head back. So they are the soldiers of the Eastern Empire. Lara was impressed. She noticed that even the weakest soldier had a 1-star weapon and wore 1-star armor. With such equipment, the soldier should have no problem defeating even a beginner second order. In our empire, only the soldiers whose cultivation was above mid to end order were given such weapon and armor set. Although Princess Lara has mostly spent the majority of her time sleeping, she knows a thing or two about politics and how an empire works. Mother Empress told me that giving 1-star weapon and armor set to first-order soldiers was very expensive for their empire. A big majority of the troops in our empire were first-order soldiers. Giving each first-order soldier a 1-star armor set and the 1-star weapon could cost them billions. Lara now had a much better idea of how powerful and how influential the Eastern Empire was in this time period. It was because of Aditya that the current Eastern Empire was able to give a 1-star weapon and 1-star armor set to all the soldiers. As he was the one who collected all these armor and weapons during the Goblin invasion. Lara's attention was soon drawn to the shadow of a big giant that flew over her head. When she looked up, she was surprised to see a giant dragon flying above them. The size of the dragon was 50 meters. The dragon had crimson and brown mixed scales. It's an earth dragon. I have never seen a dragon of this massive size. The earth dragon was a peak 4th order powerhouse. This dragon was one of those dragons that have submitted to the Dragon Monarch. As a reward, Aditya gave this earth dragon a drop of his divine blood which helped this earth dragon grow both in size and power. The earth dragon soon landed a few hundred meters away from the village. By now the portal had completely closed down. Since they have found their Majesty and Julia's father back and the portal of the icy shattered ruin world had been closed, there was no more reason for the soldiers to stay here. You guys can go back. Your duty here is over. All of you will be rewarded an extra 50 gold coins for your hard work. Thank you, Prime Minister. For the soldiers, even 50 royal gold coins were a lot. The soldiers were really happy that they can finally return home with extra 50 royal gold coins with their usual salary. Soon everyone climbed the back of the giant earth dragon. Spencer rubbed the back of the earth dragon. Go head to the nearest Eastern Empire's territory. The earth dragon nodded before taking off from the ground. At the same time, a bubble-like sphere formed around everyone. Lara found that this sphere prevented the strong wind breeze from affecting them. The speed of the dragon Earth was really fast. The peak 4th order Earth dragon soon arrived at the nearest Eastern Empire city. The Earth dragon landed outside the city. Due to its huge size, it cannot land inside the city without harming people and destroying buildings. The noble who is in charge of this city had been informed of their arrival in advance. As soon as the Earth Dragon landed, the noble named Bruce came to receive the members of the royal family with 100 soldiers and a big royal carriage. As Spencer and others got off from the back of the Earth Dragon, Bruce and the 100 soldiers behind him all kneeled to the ground and greeted Spencer and the members of the royal family. This humble servant greets the royal family. Welcome to the Snow White City. As the Prime Minister, Spencer had learned the names of all the nobles and known their background. Get up, Bruce. We won't stay here for long. We will be using the teleportation array of the Snow White City to teleport back to the capital. Bruce got up and nodded his head. Please come this way. Bruce noticed that His Majesty was being carried by Watson. Bruce didn't have the courage to ask what had happened to His Majesty. But noticing his gaze, Watson decided to explain. His Majesty fought a powerful fifth-order monster. He was able to defeat the monster, but in the process, Majesty had become too tried. Bruce nodded and didn't ask any more questions. But deep down, Bruce was really impressed with Aditya. Only if Bruce knew that the monster that Aditya has defeated was a beginner sixth-order monster, his reaction would be priceless. Bruce stepped aside and lowered his head while everyone got into the carriage. The soldiers made sure to keep the crowd out of the carriage's path. Everyone was forced to step aside so that the carriage can reach the teleportation array as soon as possible. As the carriage entered the Snow White City, Princess Lara couldn't stop watching. Lara can't believe that more than 1,000 years have passed. The world that she knew had changed so much. This place feels like a foreign world even if this is the same world. Lara feels as if she had come to a different world. She was like an excited child. She was barely able to calm herself. But she had to forcefully calm herself. As she was Aditya's wife and a princess, she had to act that way. Sophia was able to notice this. Sophia barely was able to control herself from smiling seeing Princess Lara act this way. I don't know how Aditya managed to seduce such a young and innocent-looking girl. Lara was very cute. Seeing her, Sophia remembered young Julia who had almost had the same type of curious personality as Lara. Around 12 minutes later, the carriage reached the teleportation array. The teleportation array had been temporarily shut down to the public for the king and his royal family. Getting out of the carriage, everyone stepped inside the teleportation array. Soon everyone teleported back to the capital of the Eastern Empire. Since Princess Lara and Rose can't get inside the Dragon Palace without Aditya's consent and since Aditya was currently unconscious, they had to teleport to the palace which was located at the center of the Azure City and was currently unused. Scene change. While Aditya was being brought back from the brink of death, he was experiencing something very different. Where am I? Aditya asked out loud as he found himself standing in an arena. The arena was very big. After looking around a little bit, his attention was drawn to the two thrones that were floating 100 meters above the ground. There were two figures sitting on the throne and looking at Aditya. The throne on which they were sitting was made up of cyan-color stones. For some reason, Aditya couldn't see any of their faces. He can sense their aura. It was clear that both of them were even more powerful than the man-eater monster. Especially the woman sitting on the left throne and staring at Aditya with her crimson glowing eyes. Under Aditya's watch, the man sitting on the right throne suddenly jumped from the throne and landed 30 meters away from Aditya. At the same time, the woman snapped her fingers. This caused both thrones to move away from the arena. Aditya didn't have time to watch the thrones move away as his attention was drawn to the man standing 30 meters away from him. Who are you? Aditya asked. Aditya still couldn't see the man's face. His face was blurred. When Aditya tried to see through the illusion, he suddenly got a headache. Who I am shouldn't really matter right now. Prepare yourself. I am about to end your life once and for all. The man suddenly charged at Aditya at a frightening speed. Aditya widened his eyes in shock seeing the man's immense speed. In counter and to stop the man, Aditya created a wall of crimson flame before him. At the same time, he began to activate his other passive skills. Storm summoning. Dark clouds began to cover the starry sky above Aditya. The woman sitting on the throne was once again surprised to see the dark clouds containing violent crimson lightning bolts in them. Interesting. Ding. The passive boost of the Storm Marshal class has been activated. The host's mana has been temporarily increased by 50%. The power of lightning and wind type attacks has been increased by 50%. Your agility has been increased by 300+. Inferno Overdrive. Storm Flight. Lightning Armor. Crimson Lightning Dash. Ding. You have activated Inferno Overdrive. You have entered into a berserk state. All of your stats except for mana have been increased by 70%. Ding. You have activated Storm Flight. Due to the storm, the agility boost from the Storm Flight has been doubled. You have obtained 200+ agility points. Ding. You have activated the Lightning Armor. Your defense has increased. You have obtained 100+ strength. Ding. You have activated Crimson Lightning Dash. By consuming 20+ mana per second, you have obtained 200+ agility points. Aditya's entire body was surrounded by crimson lightning. The crimson lightning formed armor around his body. Thankfully the cooldown period of the Inferno Overdrive is over. Also at that time, a wave of cold water rose in the air. The water wave hit the wall of crimson flame. The water was able to extinguish Aditya's crimson flame very easily. This shocked Aditya greatly, as this was the first time he had seen his crimson flame getting extinguished by water. The temperature of the crimson flame is so high that it can vaporize water at a very fast pace. Ever since he got the crimson flame, Aditya never had to fear water-type attacks. But today it was very different. The water wave easily managed to extinguish his crimson flames. Seeing the water wave heading in his direction, Aditya flew up in the air. When he stopped, he noticed the man with a blurred face standing above his head. Before Aditya could react, a powerful kick on his back sent him flying like a meteorite. Bang! Aditya was sent crashing down on the ground. The ground beneath him instantly shattered like a spider web. Large cracks appeared around the ground beneath Aditya. It hurts. Aditya groaned in pain. But he quickly stood up, enduring the pain. Standing up, Aditya searched for the man, but the man once again appeared behind him without making a single sound. Young dragon, you're still not strong enough. You're inexperienced. When Aditya tried to turn around, a powerful fist landed on his right cheek. Cough. Aditya fell to the ground. But just before he fell down, he manipulated the crimson lightning in the clouds. Just as Aditya fell down, several powerful bolts of crimson lightning struck the man. Got you. However, Aditya soon discovered that despite being struck by 4 powerful bolts of crimson lightning, the man appeared to be completely fine. There wasn't even a single mark on his skin. The man just scratched his hair after he was struck by lightning bolts. That was supposed to hurt? Pathetic. I expected something more powerful. How disappointing. The man coldly stared at Aditya. Still not enough. Then how about this? Enraged lightning spell. Suddenly, a powerful rainbow lightning bolt came from the sky and struck the man. This time the attack sent him flying more than 500 meters away. The attack also left a giant crater in the arena. Aditya used this time to get up. Still not enough? Aditya asked himself while using dragon transformation. Facing such powerful enemies, Aditya should bring out all of his trump cards. Dragon transformation. Ding. As you have transformed into your dragon form, all of your stats except for mana have been doubled. Ding. Ding. 500 plus extra agility has been added to your base stats. When the dust settled down, Aditya was shocked to see the man walking towards him completely fine. He didn't look the least bit injured. This is the first enraged lightning has failed to harm someone. Then let's try this. Hit me with your strongest attack. Otherwise, you will die. The man spread his arms and laughed out loud. Aditya felt as if he had fought Adam, who is also hungry for battles. But this man was on a complete different level than Adam. When Aditya was 20 meters away from the man, suddenly his entire body started to change into crimson lightning. Seeing this, the man and the woman who was observing Aditya both showed surprised look. Aditya's body changed into a lightning bolt. The crimson lightning bolt then split into 7 lightning bolts. This is one of my strongest attacks. Take this. Bang. From 7 different sides, all the lightning bolts struck the man. When Aditya returned to his human form, he looked at man. Only to find him still standing in the same place. It didn't work or what? Aditya asked himself in doubt. But then. Cough. The man coughed out a large amount of blood before falling to his knees. Seeing this, Aditya felt a little bit happy. Not bad, cough. The man again coughed out a large amount of blood. Time to end your life. Aditya charged at the man with the intention of ending his life, but then he was horrified to find man's entire body turning into water. All of the blood that the man coughed out also turned into water. Aditya then realized that he has been under a powerful illusion. Aditya's entire body trembled as he heard man's voice behind him. As he turned his face, he was able to see the actual face of the man. The man had black hair and red glowing eyes. He had thin lips and a big sharp nose. Overall, the man was really handsome. He looked like he was around 35 years of age. As the man touched Aditya's right shoulder, his body began turning into ice. Aditya panicked. He tried to stop his body from turning into ice by increasing his body temperature. Dear, I think you should stop now. The woman who hadn't spoken to Aditya till now finally spoke. The woman's voice was sweet. Anyone who hears her voice would be under her seduction. The woman stood up. As she took the first step, golden stairs began to form beneath her feet. The woman elegantly started walking down. Aditya was able to see her face as well. When he saw her face, Aditya was 100% sure that both of them were the parents of Princess Lara. Aditya is not sure how he came to meet the parents of Lara. Lara's mother, whom Lara called Mother Empress, looked 90% like Lara, except that her face was much more mature and her body was more developed and seducing than Lara's body. Lara was really cute. But her mother's beauty was even more frightening. The Vampire Empress had long black hair. She had large breasts which seems to bounce with each of her steps. She had a small waist and a big hip. She wore a black silk dress that covered her entire body. The mole under her lips made her look sexier. Hearing his wife's words, Lara's father, who was the Vampire Emperor, stopped. He moved away from Aditya. I am just testing our son-in-law. Lara's father said while looking at his wife. Dear, I think you're more than testing our son-in-law. Aditya is more than capable of protecting our daughter. Just as the woman's feet touched the ground, everything around Aditya began to change. Aditya found himself sitting on a chair. Lara's parents were sitting opposite him. On the round table, there were 3 cups of tea and some snacks which are meant to be eaten along with the tea. It was evening time and they were sitting under a tree. How did I come here? Or is it some kind of advanced level of illusion? I know you have a lot of questions. We can answer all of your questions, but first let us introduce yourselves. My name is Lauren Murphy and this is Lara's father and my husband, Jonah Murphy. My name is Aditya Baineth. Hearing Aditya's last name, both Jonah and Lauren were once again shocked. So you're the descendant of the Baineth family. I never thought that the Celestial Dragon Empire would be able to maintain its dominance in the main continent for this long. Aditya was surprised. From their words, it seems even 1,300 years ago, the Celestial Dragon Empire was a very strong empire and dominated the entire main continent. So things happened and now I am no longer a part of the Celestial Dragon Empire. I moved to the dying El continent. Now I am the Emperor of the Eastern Empire. Aditya wondered if he should change his last name to something else. Since Aditya has been exiled from the Celestial Dragon Empire, he didn't wish to use the Baineth name anymore. I will think about it later. I see. The future is indeed full of uncertain possibilities. Jonah sighed. Aditya, do you have any fiancé or wives? Lauren asked. I have 3 fiancés. I was planning on marrying them a few years later. Right now, I don't have any wives. Aditya decided to not talk about the contract that gave him 7 goddesses as his wives. At this point, the contract really didn't matter. Aditya wasn't going to force the goddesses to marry him. He was already more than satisfied with 3 wives. Brat, you better treat my daughter with equal love and respect. I will try my best. Regarding Princess Lara, Aditya was feeling complicated. On one hand, Aditya wanted to protect this girl. He liked it when she tenderly called him husband. But on other hand, Aditya was feeling conflicted regarding his feelings for Lara. Aditya didn't believe in love at first sight. He believed that love is something that is cultivated between 2 partners. Lauren could easily understand Aditya's emotions. She smiled seeing Aditya taking the whole situation so seriously. What is this place? Aditya asked in confusion. This is the spiritual world. It's in your sea of consciousness. Lauren added more information. You see, originally we tried to create an army of monsters. The man-eater monster was a failed product of our experiment. The monster wouldn't listen to anyone. In the end, we decided to place the monster into that world. But before leaving, we left a little bit of our consciousness and a small part of our souls in the monster. So that if one day, Lara's fated one manages to defeat the monster, we will be able to meet him. You see, originally we tried to create an army of monsters. The man-eater monster was a failed product of our experiment. The monster wouldn't listen to anyone. In the end, we decided to place the monster into that world. But before leaving, we left a little bit of our consciousness and a small part of our souls in the monster. So that if one day, Lara's fated one manages to defeat the monster, we will be able to meet him. When the prophecy was revealed, me and my husband, at first didn't believe in it. At that time, our empire was the most substantial empire in the Grassy Plains continent. Even if there was a 1% chance of the prophecy happening, we needed to make a second option. And our second option is you, son. Me? Yes. Not only you're frighteningly strong at such a young age, but you're also immensely talented in cultivation. Our daughter is lucky to find you. And overall, you're a good man, Aditya. A good man? This is the first time anyone has ever called me a good man. Aditya thought in his head. In his previous life, Aditya's hands were stained with the blood and suffering of many people. After coming to this world, Aditya never bothered about differentiating what is right and what is wrong. He always prioritized his interest over everything. I doubt I am a good man. But I have promised Rose that I will take care of Lara. I intend to keep my promise. Even if you think that you're not a good man, your actions say the opposite. You could have abandoned my daughter in that cold alone, but instead, you chose to take care of her even though you don't know her. You're taking her responsibility even though she has never seen her before. Lauren could somewhat read Aditya's expression and understand the thoughts that is currently going on in Aditya's head. Lauren has lived a life of 740 years. In those 740, the amount of experience that she has gained is not small. Aditya did not reply. If you don't mind me asking, can I know how the Great Starry Sky Empire fell and how did both of you die? Sigh. Jonah sighed before clenching his fists in anger. At that time, the military strength of our empire had become so strong that I began to believe that it's time for the Great Starry Sky Empire to spread to the main continent. As you know, the main continent is full of rich resources and powerful cultivators. If a peak 5th order cultivator wishes to break through, then he must head to the main continent. At that time, our empire had 11 peak 5th order cultivators. I was planning on taking them to the main continent and letting them break through. But somehow, a powerful sect focused their attention on us. The sect leader wanted the Great Starry Sky Empire to join the sect, which I refused. The sect leader was insistent. Joining the sect would mean that I am giving my empire to the sect and the sect leader would be able to rule it as he sees fit. This isn't something that I wanted. Later I learned that it is extremely difficult for outside forces to establish themselves independently in the main continent. You will either have to join a faction or sect in the main continent or you can discard your plan of expanding to the main continent. So what happened? After we rejected their offer, the sect sent its members to hunt us down. Out of the 12, only I was able to survive escape. A few days later, the sect sent more than 500 peak 5th order members to attack the Great Starry Sky Empire. It was also at that time that our allies cut ties with us. Without any aid from anyone, we couldn't withstand the attack. After 7 long brutal days of fighting, the Great Starry Sky Empire fell with my and my wife's death. This happened 59 years after my daughter Lara was put to the icy shattered ruin world. Aditya, let me give you a word of advice. The factions in the main continent control the 6 other continents. I am sure that the Eastern Empire will also be approached by one or multiple factions from the main continent. At that time, if you don't join them, you won't be able to do anything when your empire falls. A cold smile appeared on Aditya's face as intense killing intent leaked out of his whole body. Aditya's eyes began to glow in crimson. Let them come. I am not afraid. My aim is to build the strongest empire in the world. To achieve my dream, I will kill anyone in my path. Not to mention the fact that I still have to get my revenge on my dear parents. I will destroy the empire that they love so much. Seeing Aditya's look, Jonah didn't say anything. Jonah can feel that Aditya might be able to go against the main continent and turn things around. The bodies of both Jonah and Lauren began to fade. Well, it appears our meeting is about to come to an end. It has been nice talking to you, Aditya. Aditya, please look after my daughter for me. Take this as my dying request. I couldn't do much for my daughter. I always have wanted the best for her. Tell her that I have always loved her. Tell her that we will be always watching over her. I promise I will take care of her till the end of time. One more thing, before I disappear, right before the great starry sky empire was destroyed, I had hidden a few things for my daughter and for you. You can find these things when you head to the palace of the great starry sky empire. The treasure is located under the palace. Thank you. By now, Lauren's entire body already had disappeared. Aditya can barely see her face. This will be the last time that Aditya sees them. There is no need to thank us. It should us thanking you. I am grateful to you for taking care of our daughter. Both of you have my blessings. Lauren and Jonah's bodies completely disappeared. Aditya could sense their auras vanishing from this world as well. At least tell me the name of the sect. The Night Riders sect. Aditya's heart Jonah's voice. The auras of Lauren and Jonah completely vanished from this world. Also at the same time, everything around Aditya started to break down. This world was collapsing. However, the breakdown did not harm Aditya at all. In fact, the pain that he felt after being beaten by Jonah also disappeared. His body returned to its peak state. I guess it's time for me to go as well. Scene changed to Aditya's bedroom. Aditya's fingers slightly twitched. His legs slightly moved. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes and found himself in his bedroom. I guess, others bought me here. I have been gone almost 35 days. There are so many things that I will need to do. Aditya put his right hand over his forehead and thought while staring at the ceiling. I have been inside the icy shattered ruin for like 34. Click. Suddenly Aditya heard a clicking sound. Aditya saw his wife, Julia, entering his bedroom with a tired and exhausted face. Meanwhile, Julia's attention fell on Aditya after she closed the door. Seeing tears falling from her eyes, Aditya arrived in front of Julia. Aditya, I missed you. Seeing Julia cry like a child, Aditya felt bad. What would Clara say if she saw you crying like a child? Julia did not reply. She hugged him even tighter as if fearing that he will disappear once again. After a while, Julia finally calmed down. Julia just nodded her head while burying her face in his right shoulder. You can come in now. To think I would see the proud goddess cry. Alicia, you have changed. I wasn't crying for you. Something fell into my eye. Aditya rolled his eyes. Can't she come up with a better excuse? Whatever. Now come here and give your husband a big hug. You're not my husband. So you don't want my hug? Then I guess I will give all of my attention to. When did you leave us without saying anything? I missed you too. After some time, Julia and Alicia calmed down. Aditya secretly sighed in relief. It made him sad that the women whom he dearly loved were crying so much. Even after both goddesses calmed down, both of them did not stop hugging them. Julia and Alicia felt comfortable hugging him. Ria, there is no need to hide. You can come in as well. Julia and Alicia both looked at each other and just smiled. Both goddesses had their times with Aditya, but now Ria needed some time with Aditya as well. Julia and Alicia moved from his lap and allowed Aditya to stand up. As expected, Ria was standing outside the whole time. But she didn't have the courage to go inside. Seeing Aditya comforting Julia and Alicia, Ria kind of felt left out. She started to feel as if this whole time she has been pushing herself on Aditya. With the second passing, Ria was having more and more negative thoughts. But all those negative thoughts disappeared once Aditya called her to come inside. Hearing the beloved calling her, a smile appeared on her face. Without wasting a single second, Ria pushed open the door and entered the door. Come here. Ria widened her eyes to find Aditya sitting on the edge of the bed with his arms spread open for her. At that most, all of the tears that she had suppressed all this time started to flow out. Her eyes turned red. Ria might act crazy sometimes. But at the end of the day, she really loves Aditya. For him, she was willing to do anything. At this moment, the goddess wanted nothing but to hug him and rub her body with his. Alicia and Julia didn't see when Ria closed the door and arrived in front of Aditya. All both goddesses saw was Ria teleporting and sitting on Aditya's lap. Ria just moved too fast for them to see anything. I missed you. Sitting on his lap, Aditya put his face in her chest while rubbing the back of his head. Aditya also wrapped his hands around her waist and pulled her closer to his body. Aditya has been living with his body for months. It is impossible for him to not feel anything after spending all that time together. Ria was kind, caring, sweet, loving, affectionate, comforting, and amazing. Ria is a very mature woman. But she can also become a spoiled child when she is alone with Aditya. She is the type of woman who always tries her best to share his burdens and reduce his responsibilities. Not to mention how comforting it felt when she patted his head and allowed him to lay on her lap. How can Aditya not fall for this woman when she is this awesome? Rhea is the perfect wife that a man can ask for. Of course, Rhea also has her shortcomings, such as, Rhea can't cook, she sucks at mathematics, she is a bad teacher, she easily loses her temper if her loved ones are hurt, and she is very impatient. But Rhea is really kind. In fact, in her free time, she even heals sick people in Azure City. Aditya never looked down on her because of her shortcomings. Aditya feels that these shortcomings make Rhea more of a human. No one in this world is perfect. Not even goddesses are not perfect. They too have bad habits. I missed you too. Aditya replied while tightly hugging her back. This was the perfect opportunity to bond with 3 of his wives. Rhea didn't realize that as she was tightly hugging him, she was awakening something within the Dragon Emperor. Right now Aditya was in heaven. Even though he would never admit it, this felt great. Rhea's breasts were not small. In fact, he just realized that her breasts were probably even larger than Julia's and Alicia's. Because Rhea modestly covers her entire body all the time, Aditya never realized it. Meanwhile, Rhea who was sitting on his lap felt something pointy beginning to poke her butt. What is that? The innocent maiden was confused. But all of her confusion was soon swept away as she realized what was poking her. Alicia and Julia felt confused seeing Rhea's face suddenly turn red. Usually, Rhea would act affectionate and clingy with Aditya. Although Alicia failed to understand why Rhea was suddenly blushing like that, Julia quickly understood what was going on. The goddess pretended to not notice anything as she had made up her mind to punish him later tonight. A few seconds later, Alicia and Julia saw steams coming out of Rhea's head. It's hot. Rhea felt if things went on like this, then tonight she might finally become one with Aditya. And this made the goddess very excited. But just when things were beginning to get heated up, Aditya moved his right hand down and squeezed her ass. Ah. Without realizing it, the goddess unconsciously moaned. Hearing the moan, Alicia soon understood what was happening. While Rhea saw the faces of Alicia and Julia, the nature goddess felt like burying her face in embarrassment. Aditya, I think you have hugged Sister Rhea enough. Let's talk. Although Alicia's voice sounded normal, Aditya felt a chill running down his spine hearing her words. Aditya knew that he had to stop otherwise, he might anger one of his wives. Aditya picked up Rhea. He put her on to his right. Rhea pouted as she had to separate from Aditya. But she quickly calmed herself as she knew that she cannot have her turn yet. The second in line was Alicia and then it would be her turn. As Rhea sat on, her eyes noticed the big bulge on Aditya's crotch. Seeing this, Rhea quickly averted her gaze and looked somewhere else. Unknown to everyone, the goddess of nature had become slightly wet. Aditya took out a pillow from his storage ring and put it on top of his lap. As for why he did it, Rhea and Julia were able to understand it. Now that 3 of his wives were here, it was time to talk about the things that he had missed out on while he was away for 34 days. It seems the 3 of you need some explanation. His words earned him the nods of 3 goddesses who were giving him questioning looks. Sigh. To be honest, I had no idea things would play out like this. I entered the icy shattered ruin world because I wanted to do some exploration with father since he had a free day. Who would have thought that I would end up getting trapped in a pocket dimension world? The only way for me to return was to defeat a gigantic monster 400 meters tall size. The monster was a beginner 6th order powerhouse. It was a real challenge just to defeat this monster. Fortunately, I learned a new skill when the Dragon Palace was built. And that skill allowed me to squeeze out every last bit of my power and strength and allowed me to defeat that monster. If father hadn't come to my rescue, I would have died. Aditya told them everything that happened inside the icy shattered ruin. Next time, I will make some extra 5-star healing pills for you. The goddess of alchemy made up her mind to focus more on making higher star healing pills for Aditya. Aditya, I think you should put more time into your cultivation. Ever since I have come to live with you, I haven't seen you cultivate. At least give 1 hour in cultivation. I know that you're strong but this is not enough. Aditya nodded his head. He can't tell them that he can just level up. Maybe one day I will tell my wives about it. Maybe, the day when I marry them. Aditya didn't think hiding this secret would do him any good. Rhea, what about you? Me? Since, Julia and Alicia have given me some pieces of advice. Do you want to add anything? I don't understand something. From Watson and Spencer, I heard that the Eastern Empire has 4-star and 5-star armors. And given how good you're at runes, why don't you enchant those 5-star armor sets with runes and wear them during your battles? This way you won't get injured every single time you fight. Aditya helplessly smiled and replied. I don't like wearing armor when I fight. Rhea said in a demanding tone. Her tone left no room for discussion. Then get used to it. Aditya and the girls talked for a few more hours. He asked them about the things that they did in his absence. Aditya made sure to keep 3 of them included in the topic so that they wouldn't feel left out. He paid equal attention to all 3 of them. While talking, Aditya realized that this was probably the first time he and the girls were sitting together and talking to each other. Everyone was so relaxed and so chill. No one was worried about anything. Everyone was sharing their stories while cracking 1 or 2 jokes in between. Overall, everyone had smiles on their faces and was happy. Why I didn't think of this earlier. This way I can bring the 3 of them even closer. From now on, I must do this often. Aditya made up his mind. Have you ever heard of the Great Starry Sky Empire before? Aditya asked. The name of the empire had been destroyed over 1,000 years ago. I did hear this name somewhere before but I am not sure. I will probably have to ask my father. He might know something about this. Or I can just ask my brother to check the history books that are collecting dust in our library. I am sure I will find more information on the Great Starry Empire. Alicia had returned to her usual self after Aditya had returned. She now looked much happier than before. Probably my mother should know something about this, Ria spoke in an uncertain tone. Now that you have mentioned your mother, I always have been curious to know how old is your mother. Like I know that she is well over 100, maybe even 200 years old. I just want to know how long she has lived. Ever since Aditya was young she always has been curious to know the Elf Empress's real age. Aditya heard some saying that the Elf Empress was over 500 years old, while some argued that she was already over 1,000 years old. The Elf Empress is a frightening powerful being. Normally for an elf, living a few hundred years is nothing. While someone like Ria's mother should have a lifespan of 100,000 or maybe 1 million. That was just Aditya's estimation. Julia and Alicia looked at Ria with curious gazes as well. Both girls also looked interested in her answer. I had asked my mother about her age. She said that she had stopped counting a long time ago. But she told me that she was over 800 plus years old. Wow, for someone like Aditya who had lived on Earth where living more than 100 years is considered extremely rare, for someone like him, the concept of living 800 plus years was difficult to digest. Why are you looking so shocked? I have met elder elves who are above 5,000 plus years old. In fact, my grandmother is rumored to be more than 15,000 plus years old. Sigh. It's kind of difficult to believe that there are beings out there who have lived this long, especially in this chaotic world. This world was truly chaotic. There were wars among factions, empires, kingdoms, and dynasties. 800 plus years is long enough for Ria's mother to see a great empire being born and also getting destroyed. It's no wonder that not that many people know about the Great Starry Sky Empire that existed almost 1,301 years ago. Other than people who study history or are interested in history, no one else would know much about the Great Starry Sky Empire. According to my mother, once you get past that 100-year mark, the concept of age becomes changes. As immortals, unless we are killed, we can easily live a long time. If we look at how long elves normally live, my age still makes me a baby. Even a 100-year-old elf is considered a young elf. Even though elves and dragons have a longer lifespan, they mature as fast as humans who has short lifespan compared to other intelligent races in this world. This kind of feels unfair. But you have to understand that, unlike all other races in this world, humans have the highest birth ratio. Even incubi and succubi that are considered embodiments of lust and sex can't reproduce as fast as humans. It normally takes at least 15 to 30 months for a succubus to get pregnant, while a human female can get pregnant from a single night session. Hearing Aditya's words, the three goddesses blushed. Ria couldn't help but look at the pillow that Aditya still had kept on his crotch. For higher beings like elves, dragons, vampires, werewolves, and other such races, having a baby is very difficult. In my case, it would be a test of patience to see how many centuries I would have to wait before I can hold my firstborn. The stronger the cultivator was, the harder it became for that cultivator to have a child. Because the power of the cultivator can determine the cultivation talent of the child. For example, the child of a peak 5th order dragon will very talented in cultivation. But that very peak 5th order dragon would need to wait at least a few centuries before he can hold his newborn child. For this reason, some couples try to have as many children as possible before aiming for higher cultivation. Sometimes, having a divine bloodline can also have its disadvantages. It's not that Aditya wanted to have a child right now. He was only 19 years of age. But he would like to have a child when he is 35 or 40. But this wasn't Earth. The laws of this world worked quite differently. Maybe my wives will be able to have my firstborn quickly if I work hard enough every single night. Seeing the smirk on Aditya's face, the ladies blushed and then lowered their heads. Their hearts were pounding. They did not hate the idea of having Aditya's child. In fact, it only excited them about the adventure. Alright, enough talking. It's time to end the meeting. Ladies, you two can return back to your bedrooms. Julia suddenly wanted Alicia and Ria to leave. As for why, Ria and Aditya can understand that. Julia seeing Aditya smirking at her, her face turned deep red as she lowered her head in embarrassment. Talking about having Aditya's child had turned her on. Especially after not having any night sessions with Aditya for over a month. It had become Julia's habit to wrestle with him every single night at least for a few hours before going to sleep. I have one last thing that I want to talk about before we end this meeting or discussion session of ours. Julia, Alicia, and Ria became serious. The three of them straightened their backs and looked at Aditya with serious faces. What do you three think of Lara? Aditya has been wanting to ask this question to his women for a while now. Aditya disappeared for over a month and then he returns one day with another girl who called him husband. This will make any man's woman uncomfortable and displeased. When Aditya pursued or responded to Alicia's feelings, he had gotten a green signal from Julia. Julia even openly invited Alicia to marry Aditya. When Ria came, even though at first Ria and Alicia argued a lot, very quickly Julia and Alicia agreed to share Aditya with Ria. But Lara's case was very different. For a second neither of them replied. Aditya was happy to see the three of them take their time to think and answer. This showed that they cared about Aditya and also Lara. Julia was the first one to reply. After hearing Lara's story from Rose, I feel bad for Lara and also sympathize with her. I think what you have done is justified. It's not like you had any other options or anything. The question is, which direction do you want things to move? Alicia took over and began to speak. In fact, before you woke up, the three of us had discussed about this topic for a while. Currently, Lara is dependent on you because of her mysterious illness. From our discussion, thought it might take some time. If we three work together, we should be able to make a cure for her. Ria gently held Aditya's right hand and looked into his eyes and asked in a gentle tone. The real question is, what are you going to do then? Once Princess Lara loses her dependency on you, she would be able to live her life like a normal person. She won't need you at that time. When that happens, are you going to take her as your wife or? Aditya, even though my interactions with Lara were short and brief, I like her. She has a nice personality. Her naive and innocent mind makes me want to protect her. In fact, I am already thinking of looking after her like a big sister. I also feel the same. Lara is kind, sweet, naive, and also innocent. I don't mind Lara being my sister. Aditya was surprised to hear this from Yandra Ria. This also shows how much Ria has changed just after staying with Aditya for a few months. You girls are not mad at me? Why we would be mad at you? I have always supported your every action and I will continue to do so. The girls together nodded their heads, but there is an exception. You can't just bring some random slut or bitch to this house and expect us to accept her as our sister. Ria warned him in a threatening tone. Seeing her expression, Aditya felt a chill running down his spine. It would be even better if you stopped going after any bitches. But it seems girls are attracted towards you like a magnet. Ria sighed at the end. Sometimes she wondered what was so amazing about Aditya that attracted the girls' attention. It was not as if Aditya was super handsome. His looks were slightly above average. Ria felt dumb for asking herself such questions. She knew the answer. It was written in her heart. Okay. I have one more thing that I want to talk about, but it would be better if everyone heard it. What I want to talk about was the story that I saw drawn on the murals. Trust me, I have learned some pretty wild things. I will talk about it tomorrow. For now, let's get some rest. All right. Alicia stood up with the intention of leaving, but just as she stood up, she widened her eyes in deep shock when she found Ria suddenly pulling Aditya towards her and taking his lips. Ria and Aditya continued to kiss for 30 seconds. They still would have kept going if Alicia hadn't separated them. Why did you do that? Ria asked while licking her lips. You can't take Aditya all to yourself. He is mine too. Era. So my sister is jealous. It seems Ria's words had brought out Alicia's tsundere side. I am not jealous. Alright. There is no need to argue. Hey. This is not fair. I also want a French kiss. Like this, both goddesses argued over who will kiss Aditya for a while. While all this was happening, Julia was enjoying the free show with a smile on her face. As for being jealous, why she would need to be jealous when she was going to have Aditya all to herself a few minutes later? Extra edition _________. Alright girls, both of you can leave this room now. I am feeling tired. I want to sleep. Ria and Alicia stopped their catfight and rolled their eyes at Julia. Julia was anything but tired. Both girls could see how excited the alchemy goddess looked. After a while, Alicia and Ria reluctantly left the room. As soon as the door was closed, Aditya turned back to Alicia. Feeling heated gaze, Alicia blushed. The excitement in her heart was only increasing. Tonight, neither of them was going to sleep. Really thank you very much to all those who send support. Next morning. In Aditya's bedroom. An image of two figures lying on the big bed hugging one another can be seen. A white blanket covers their naked bodies. The man with dark blue hair gently hugged the woman with long purple hair. If one came and looked around the bedroom, that person could only wonder what happened there last night. The whole bedroom was a mess. Most of the floor was covered with white and transparent liquids. Traces of what happened last night were left on the couches, tables, windows, and even on the mirror. Not a single piece of furniture was left untouched. The whole room was filled with a heavy smell of lust. The air was filled with a heavy smell. A special kind of white fog had formed all over the room. The most messed up furniture in the bedroom has to be the bed. The bed was very large. It was big enough to allow 7 people to sleep comfortably on it. Aditya preferred big beds for various reasons. If anyone was able to inhale the strong smell in this room, that person definitely will become honey in a few seconds. What both of them did here last night was completely driven by lust and the desire to mate. Even after Julia lost strength, Aditya still kept on going. Her sweet moans did not stop till dawn. Aditya only stopped because his wife had fainted after squirting for the 7th time. The morning sunlight is yet to reach the palace. The dragon monarch was awake. He did not sleep after their intense night exercise ended. He can sense that the servants and maids of the palace was starting to wake up. Aditya gently hugged Julia's waist while staring out the window and thinking. I can still keep going. But I don't want to push my wife. Aditya could have asked Julia to have 1 or 2 stamina recovery pills. But he didn't. These kinds of things should be only used on the battlefield and during the time of emergency. Their night activities are meant for pleasure. He does not want to push his wife. Usually, Julia would run out of strength after 1 or 2 hours. It's surprising that she managed to break all of her previous records and last this long. A day new has begun. Aditya couldn't help but think about Princess Lara. He wondered how she was adapting to everything. She left this world 1,301 years ago. In some way, she has time traveled to the future. She was in a completely different era with no family and friends. For her, everything is foreign and unrecognizable. I will check on her when everyone wakes up. For a while, Aditya continued to stroke Julia's hair. After Aditya disappeared, as Julia had become depressed, her beauty also had been affected to a certain degree. A few hours later, Julia finally opened her eyes. This is exactly what Julia missed. Aditya seems to have sensed something. Looking down, he saw his wife looking at him with a loving gaze. Good morning, Julia. Good morning. Julia closed her eyes and responded to his morning kiss. How are you feeling? Julia blushed before pouting at Aditya. I am feeling tired. My lower body is sore thanks to a certain person. You liked it, right? Aditya patted her head before gently asking. Can you get up? Would you like me to bring you breakfast? Julia did not reply. After thinking for a while, as much as she wanted to have breakfast together with Aditya in their bedroom, Julia knew it was more important for her to join others in having breakfast. Aditya had just returned after missing for 34 days. It's alright. Just give me a 10, no maybe 20 minutes. I will join others for breakfast. Alright. As he got up, Julia's eyes fell on little Aditya. She couldn't help but blush. She couldn't believe that all of this mess has been made by this innocent-looking thing. Wife, do you want to take a bath with me? I will carry you if you want. Aditya had a mischievous smirk on his face. While asking the question, he even looked at her body. Julia understood what this evil man wanted. Unfortunately for Aditya, she was no longer an innocent virgin maiden. Julia rolled her eyes at Aditya. No, you can bath alone. I will bathe later. For now, I just want to lay on the bed and relax. She knew if she agreed, things would go in the wrong direction. And they would be late for breakfast. That's a shame. Maybe next time. Aditya did not push things. He knew Julia probably would agree if he tried a little harder, but he didn't, as he can clearly tell that she was very tired. Probably after having breakfast, the goddess is going to sleep once again. Julia rolled her eyes hearing his words. Shameless, this evil man would want to do naughty things to her every opportunity he gets. Julia was now certain that hidden under his gentleman's face, there was a big pervert. Aditya grabbed the towel from the wardrobe and then went to the bathroom without bothering to cover himself. In Aditya's opinion, why bother when she has seen every part of his body at night? Around the same time, others in the palace began to wake up. It had become a habit for everyone in the palace to wake up at this time. Aditya wouldn't allow anyone to oversleep. Every member of the royal family and even the royal guests had to get up and come to the dining table around this time. Scene change Ria's POV. Ria's bedroom is very different from other bedrooms in the palace. Being the goddess of nature, Ria loved sleeping on a bed of flowers. Various kinds of flowers were being grown in her room. Ria opened her sleepy eyes. She got up and rubbed her eyes. Ria looked out the window. Sensing that it was already time for breakfast, the goddess got up from the bed. Snap! With the snap of her fingers, all the flowers on her bed started to disappear. Ria paid no attention to any of these details. Around 20 minutes later, Ria walked out of the bathroom. It looks like today I came here first. This reminds me, I should write a letter to Mother and inform her about Aditya's return. Mother has been constantly nagging me to bring Aditya to the celestial terrain. One reason why Ria wants to bring Aditya with her is to shut the mouths of the elders. Especially those that old bitch must have been planning on making me marry his son. The person whom she had cursed was someone who has been getting on Ria's nerves for a while now. Ria's mother didn't want Ria to leave her in the first place. As Ria's mother was overprotective of her, she would be easily convinced that elder elf. Good morning, Sister Ria. I heard that big brother has returned. Is it true? Ria put the green feather quill pen down and nodded her head. Yes. Where is Leo? Big brother was sleeping. Alright. Take your seat. Let's wait for others. Ria then focused on finishing writing the letter as soon as possible. After a while, Watson, Leo, and Spencer all came to the dining table one by one. To them, Aditya's their son. Without the light from the sun, their lives would be dark and gloomy. Ria understood this little fact. The same is true for her as well. Good morning, everyone. Everyone sitting at the dining table turned their heads to look at Aditya. Seeing Aditya, everyone inwardly felt relieved and happy. An empire cannot exist without its emperor. Without light, there would be endless darkness. Without a protector, there would be endless chaos. Without the dragon monarch, there would be no value for the Dragonians. Without a king, there would be no shine in the dragon palace. And without Aditya, there would be no Eastern empire. As Aditya approached the dining table, everyone stood up and greeted their king. Even the maids who were serving dishes stopped and bowed to Aditya. Good morning. Aditya, good morning. Alicia. Good morning, Your Majesty. My king, it's really nice to have you back. Spencer. Good morning, big brother. Good morning, big brother. I really missed you. Good morning, Your Majesty. Good morning, Your Majesty. Josh. Good morning, Your Majesty. Amber. Good morning, Your Majesty. Good morning. Aditya looked at everyone's faces before he signaled everyone to sit down. Where are father and mother? Tap. Tap. I hope we are not too late. Aditya, where is Julia? Sophia asked. The goddess's mother can somewhat guess why her daughter was late. Julia will be 10 or maybe 20 minutes late. As the king and also as the emperor, the golden armchair belonged to Aditya. Back when Ria started living with everyone, she wanted Alicia's chair but Alicia firmly refused. Alicia and Ria even had a little argument over this position. As for the chair on his right, that spot was forever going to be reserved for Julia and Julia alone. By the way, where is Lara? Is she sleeping? No, Princess Lara is not slumbering. Afore peregrinating here, I peregrinated to her room to call her. According to her coadjutant Rose, Lara is getting yar. She should be here in any minute. Alright. Aditya wanted to officially introduce Lara. This also reminds me. Lara needs to drink my blood every single day. After breakfast, I will let her drink of my blood. Not to mention the fact that Aditya was probably going to have an erection once Lara sucks blood from him. He doesn't that to happen in front of others. As the king, he had an image to maintain. Spencer, how was everything going in my absence? I trust that you have taken care of everything. Your Majesty, you can repose assured. What that would be? It's about the Dragon Slayer Guild. Thanks to everyone's avail, I have managed to deal with the main quandary. Once we culminate our breakfast, I celebrate you should take an optical canvassing of it. Alright. Aditya understood that this wasn't a topic that should be talked about in front of others. Especially, in front of children. Aditya, before we commence with breakfast, I optate to let you ken something. Please go on. Aditya respectfully gestured for Adam to continue. Before I came here, I have been getting heavy rumors from my spies about the Addison family is preparing for something big. The Addison family was originally a friend of the honored family. But the Addison family broke that relationship by choosing to ignore Adam's requesting calls for reinforcements when the goblin invasion took place. If not for Aditya, the entire honored family would have fallen. Unfortunately for the Addison family, instead of seeing the honored family fall, they witnessed the power of the fiancé of. Before we start breakfast, I want to say one thing to remember. Please do keep in mind that currently, Lara is sick and very weak. Her body is not that strong. Aditya then looked at Lara. Julia, Alicia, and Ria will start working on making a cure for your illness. Julia is the goddess of alchemy after all. If it was someone else in Lara's position, that person would have been shocked to learn this fact, but Lara instead looked confused. Goddess? Lara looked at her husband and hoped that her husband would clear her doubts. I will explain everything. Let's not waste any more time. Aditya started eating. After Aditya, everyone also started eating their breakfast. Breakfast wasn't anything special. Breakfast was rice with curry. This isn't the meal that royalty would have, but Aditya didn't care. Lara picked up the chopsticks and started eating breakfast with everyone. But compared to others, Lara's eating speed was slow. She mixed the curry with rice before putting the mixed rice in her mouth. There was an aura of royalty around her. While eating, Aditya looked at Lara. If Lara wasn't comfortable with this breakfast, he would simply ask the maids to make something that Lara would like to eat. Previously, since Lara hadn't awakened her bloodline, she was like a human. Her body was able to absorb nutrition from the food that she had. To Aditya's surprise, Lara didn't look the least bit uncomfortable having such a simple breakfast. I should ask Lara about her likings. When I was trapped in the icy shattered ruin, I saw a big mural. Before others can understand what story was written on the murals, the man-eater monster had killed them. Hearing Aditya's words, everyone turned their attention to Aditya. Aditya, did you understand what was written on the murals? These murals were about different eras. This world has a long history. The history of this world is so long that we don't even know 5% of the world's total history. The universe is very complicated. There are so many things that are shrouded in mystery. You all might wonder why I am saying things like this. It is because of the story that I understood from reading the mural. Among all the eras that have come and passed, there were a select few eras that are still remembered to this day. Let's talk about an era that changed the shape of this world. This is the era that is also considered the darkest era of this planet. You're talking about the time when demons managed to find their way to this world? Aditya was a little surprised that Sophia knew about this era. Sophia noticed her daughter giving her a surprised look. Now what's with that look? Nowadays, you are staying here. Zach is at school. And your father is working. So how am I supposed to spend my time? I have picked up a habit of reading books from the library. Hearing Sophia's words, Julia felt guilty. I should visit more often. In one of those books that I read around a year or two ago, I came to know more about the demon invasion. Unfortunately, reading that book only made my confusion grow as there wasn't sufficient information. I know that the demons somehow managed to come to this world, but I don't know how. I don't know what started this massive fight between demons and the residents of this world. I know what was the motive of the demons in coming to this world. In the book, I only managed to learn about the casualties and the effects of the demon invasion. Sophia hoped that she would be able to learn more from Aditya. In the mural, it was shown that the demons came to this world using the portals. As for how the portals were created, I am not sure. Maybe someone from the demon side had the ability to open portals between these two worlds. Maybe the demons managed to influence someone in this world to open portals to the demon world. Anything can be possible. In the murals, the demons first came to the West Nia. Later from West Nia, the demons came to the dying Al continent, and later, the demons attacked the celestial terrain and the dry savanna. All of this happened within the span of a few months. Seeing this, the powerhouse of that time came together. Among them, there were 7 prominent heroes. Hero? Yes, hero. The names of the 7 heroes have been long forgotten. I doubt anyone in this current world remembers the names of the 7 heroes. With time, people forgot about their savior. The 7 heroes possessed extraordinary powers. Along with the 7 heroes, the inhabitants of this world fought and engaged the demons in a long fierce battle. A war that would continue for more than 1,000 years. This era is known as the Ages of Cruelty. The Ages of Cruelty started when the world was consumed in darkness. When there was misery everywhere. When there was poverty and suffering in every direction. When the smiles of the people had been taken. When the land had turned red from the blood of the fallen. It was an era that saw the end of more than hundreds of millions of lives. More than 50% of the planet's total population had been wiped out in this invasion. In this darkness, the 7 heroes came to the world as a ray of hope. The heroes became the sunlight and the source of courage the people needed. After the Ages of Cruelty, there was the Aeon of Waste. The era lasted about 5,000 years. In this era, the land and also the population slowly started to recover from the demon invasion. The Ages of Cruelty had left the entire planet on the brink of collapse. There was suffering everywhere. The population also had fallen all-time low. All the heroes also disappeared. All the top can keep it up. 1057. Factions and empires had fallen by the end of the invasion. And the empires that managed to survive were barely able to hold themselves. Just when the people thought that they would finally be able to enter the Golden Age, the greediness of many empires started a new age that would go on to last for more than 15,000 years. The bloodshed era had begun by the end of the Aeon of Waste. Every empire in this era fought against each other for dominance. Aditya drank some water before continuing. The bloodshed era is coming to an end. It was written on the mural that in the next 1,000 to 1,500 years, a new era will come. This new era will change the shape of the continents. The power structure of the world was about change. As 1,301 years already have passed, I would say that this current time would truly mark as the end of the bloodshed era and the beginning of a new era. Does that mean another new threat is going to appear? Hearing innocent Clara's words, Aditya closed his eyes and remembered the words that the origin dragon Michael had told Aditya. I had a dream where the dragon Monarch was in the center of the dragon Monarch would face very strong enemies. Each of them has the power to annihilate a continent. If even a single of them was left behind, they could bring endless chaos to the land. The dragon Monarch must unite all the dragon races and dragon clans in this world to fight these enemies. Aditya remembered these words said by Michael. When I visited the Magian village, Zachary had told me about a prophecy about a red dragon. There is no doubt that this red dragon in the prophecy is me. This is the markings of a new era, and from Michael, I have been warned about the enemies that I will face. Aditya knew that he had very little time left before the world throws him and his empire into a new threat. After a silence that lasted more than 5 minutes, Aditya finally replied. Nothing like that would happen. Aditya lied to Clara as he didn't this little girl to worry. Clara already had seen too many cruel things in this world. Losing her parents and being forced to live in her homeland wasn't easy for her. Now that this girl had started enjoying her life, Aditya didn't have the heart to take that away from her. When Aditya replied, everyone except for Zach and Clara knew that Aditya had lied. He had kept some things in his heart. There are a few other eras that existed before the Ages of Cruelty. Aditya now had a big worry in his heart. Though he pretended as if nothing had happened, inwardly he had a sense of urgency. His heart wasn't calm at all. There are tons of things that he needed to do before those beings came. The illusion of peace around the world is about to break. Somewhere far away, a being opened his eyes in the darkness. The time has come. There are a few other eras that existed before the Ages of Cruelty. Aditya talked about the other eras which existed before the Age of Cruelty while they had breakfast. When Aditya spoke, the whole dining table was silent. No one interrupted Aditya when he spoke. When Aditya was done, everyone long had finished their breakfast. Everyone was very focused on hearing his words. There are so many things that we still don't know about our history. Sophia sighed. Aditya's words seemed to have given Sophia a new motive. Out of everyone, she looked the most excited about learning more about history. In the future, I might even conduct research to learn more about the Age of Cruelty. Sophia looked like a little child when she spoke of conducting research. Adam, who was sitting beside Sophia, sighed. He wasn't going to stop his wife. In fact, he would fund her research and help her in every way possible. He was happy that his wife had found something that would keep her busy. Aditya, I think it's time for us to part ways. I have been gone for 34 days. I have to go back. There must be a lot of work waiting for me. Originally Adam and his family came here for a small vacation and also to see how their daughter was living here. Who would have thought that their small vacation would last more than a month? Aditya felt a little sad and was a little bit reluctant to part ways with Adam. With Adam and his family's presence, the Dragon Palace felt even more lively, but Aditya knew that wouldn't be possible. As the Duke, Adam has to stay in his territory. Alright. What about little Zach? Yesterday, Sophia and I talked about this. I have decided that Zach will continue to attend your school. The education level is not only better but also studying here Zach can spend his youth while making real friends. Although Sophia made Zach attend a normal school so that Zach can experience the life of a commoner, many nobles knew about this and sent their children to the very same school so that their children can approach Zach and befriend him for their selfish reasons. Zach will use the teleportation array to come here every single day and attend school. Alright. I will tighten the security around the school. Meanwhile, Zach was very happy about the news. Zach loved the schools of the Eastern Empire. Aditya, in the future, I might need your help. Sure, father. Whatever help you need. Please don't hesitate to ask. The whole royal family went to send off the honored family. Using the teleportation array, Adam, Sophia, and Zach, all three soon teleported back to Abigail City located in Echo Dominion Empire. After Julia's family left, it was time to work. You all are dismissed. Big brother, I will talk to you later. Today I am going to take out Clara to learn archery. Sister Lara, please come with us. Before that, Lara needs to drink my blood. Alright. We will wait for you at the laboratory. In Julia's absence, Sister Paige has been working very hard. Paige almost stopped coming out of the laboratory. She even started sleeping there. Let's go. Aditya took Lara's hand and then teleported to Lara's bedroom. Lara was surprised when she found herself in her bedroom. Rose had cleaned Lara's bedroom. Aditya sat on the edge of her bed and then revealed his neck to Lara. Seeing his neck, Lara's eyes turned red as her vampire fangs started elongating. The desire to suck blood started becoming stronger and stronger. Come here. Aditya said with a smile. Immediately, Lara walked up to him. She sat on his lap while facing him. As soon as her fangs started drinking his blood, Aditya once again felt his entire body shivering from the intense pleasure. He nearly moaned from the pleasure. His pants also became tight. Without not being able to hold himself back, he wrapped his hands around her waist and hugged her. He made sure to not exert too much strength, otherwise he can end up hurting her. This is because Princess Lara was still weak. While Lara drank Aditya's blood, he checked her body. Despite being around 15 or 16 years old, Lara's chest was pretty big. Almost big as Julia's breasts. For a few minutes, Lara continued to drink his blood. But compared to the first time, Lara sucked his blood much slower and more gently. Occasionally, she would even pat the back of his head, which Aditya liked. 3.5 minutes later, Lara finally stopped. She didn't forget to lick the last few remaining drops of his blood as the bite marks healed. Huff. Huff. Lara was breathing heavily. There was a healthy blush on her face which only made her look cuter. How was it? Hearing this, she did not reply. She instead wrapped her arms around his neck and then buried her face in his right shoulder. Aditya could feel that Lara's aura had slightly improved after drinking his blood. His blood was like a charge that she needs to function. If she doesn't drink his blood, she will fall asleep just like it used to happen back in the day. Do you want to drink more? Aditya asked, to which Lara shook her head. Husband, please don't leave Lara. Lara said in a low tone. Moi. Aditya couldn't hold himself anymore. He kissed Lara's right cheek. This made her blush. Her cheeks turned red as she shyly lowered her head. Husband, you bully, Lara said in a low embarrassed tone. But Aditya was able to hear it with his enhanced senses. What did you say? Aditya pretended to not hear what she said and then gave her another kiss on her left cheek. Moi. Lara felt very embarrassed. This was the first time she was experiencing something like this. Husband, please don't bully Lara. Although Lara loved it when her husband kissed her, she didn't have the courage to say it. Aditya brought his mouth near her right ear. He then gently bit her right ear, making Lara moan. What are you talking about? I still haven't started bullying you. From now on, I will bully you to my heart's content. Aditya then pulled Lara even closer to his body. This made her chest press against his body. Now give your husband a kiss on the cheek. Although Lara found it very embarrassing, she still did what Aditya told her to do. Aditya laughed a little. Sadly, he had to end this here only. As he needs to send Lara to the laboratory. As for Aditya, he was going to have a meeting with his prime minister and know about the changes that took place in his absence. Carrying Lara in his arms, Aditya teleported to Julia's laboratory where the three goddesses were waiting for him. I hope you had a nice time with Sister Lara. Humph. Ria did not speak, but her gaze carried the message to Aditya. Aditya put Lara down and then walked up to Alicia with a smile. I didn't think the goddess of wealth could act as Atsundra. Aditya asked. I am not Atsundra. Don't call me that. Alicia did not struggle as she accepted his hug. Both of them soon shared a long French kiss. I am such a fool for falling for someone like you. You better make it up to me. Alicia was ready to take their relationship to the next level. I will. Just give me some time to finish my work and then I am all yours. What about me? That also includes you, Julia, and Lara. Lara just stood there watching as Aditya kissed Ria. Growing up, Lara has known the competition that existed in her father's harem. Also, the children of the concubines were not eligible to become the emperor's successor. Growing up, Lara has seen her mother dislike and hate the concubines. She thought her sisters would be the same as her. But to her surprise, Julia, Alicia, and Ria of them looked very happy with Aditya. In fact, neither of them looks jealous or anything. Even when Aditya wasn't there, the three of them worked together like real sisters. Each of them respected the other like real blood sisters. Husband is really different from the rest. Lara was proud that such a man was her husband and also her fated one.